Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are finally goddamn back to what we're going to be doing, and you might want to just put it back on the screen because, we're going to start with my thing first, as per usual.
Sounds good.
So yeah, we're finally back. I've got a hard connection now, so hopefully we're not going to drop out of the stream like other times. So before we start, as per usual, I'm going to read the journal entry I written since, last stream when we got to the stabbing exploded mask person. So, in this episode, we are going to be dealing with the probable murder of Kyoko after quite a crazy opening last time. Most of the old rules have been thrown out the goddamn window since after the last murder. We've hit that point where I think the game realized it ran out of so many of its characters that continuing to kill them would have destroyed the pacing of it. So that's probably why we're not going to be... Oh no, so that's probably why we're going to be stuck with the insufferable hero dialogue up until whatever the ending of this game happens to be at this point.
You really hate the idiot of the group.
Yeah, it's literally nothing to anything. It's ridiculous. Due to the nature of the game changing, I'm not sure if I'm going to continue writing down suspected murderers or victims in this journal, considering that Danganronpa itself is flying off the rails. It doesn't seem to make that much sense to do so when I'm unsure that the structure has totally fallen apart. I'd like to say that last time we got a lot of clues, but I think it's more accurate to say that we just got a bunch of new questions. Mono Bear is revealed to be a robot and not a demon, so that is going to suggest that the possible supernatural elements probably aren't going to factor or exist into whatever the school actually is, even if Hiro didn't already do that due to his massive incompetence. Unfortunately, this also lends slightly more credence to my idea that the school is a fake scenario, some sort of play orchestrated for the benefit of some outside audience, either to prove something about the human capacity to keep hope alive, or the even dumber outcome, just pure entertainment. Although that does provide yet another question, we already know that the characters of the game exist outside of the school itself. Well, we already knew that since most of them entered the school like we did, invited to the fake building. But the photos themselves were not time-stamped, so we don't know if it's from the past or the present, even though it'd be unlikely, though it was... Wait. It'd be pretty unlikely, though, if it wasn't photos taken from the present, since there's likely no way in hell that any of these people will be hanging out in a group of any sort of their own free will. That could also suggest the dumbest version of the fake scenario idea, where it was an orchestrated play for entertainment, where they have been gathered and then either cloned or amnesia'd coming into the scenario for some reason. We don't actually have a pure idea of how long we were conked out on arrival, since there are no clocks in this scenario, so that's another problem. I'm going to imagine the next couple of entries in my journal are going to sound like this, since solving the scenario is now the name of the game, not the game itself anymore. If the structure of solving the murders to kill the murderer is breaking apart, then random amounts of kills are going to happen up until the group either escapes or takes control of the scenario. Escaping being more likely due to the survival nature of the premise. So investigating the murders is not serving with finding who did it at this point. No, who did it, since at this point I'm pretty sure that all kills are going to be done by outside forces. Now that Byakuya has dropped his infighting nonsense and the rate of clues that they're finding, escaping by breaking the scenario is going to be the goal, hopefully, since they're getting to the end of the tunnel. Also, if the controller doesn't come back to bring out the next Mono Bear, then the scenario itself can't even provide the trials for the murderers to escape through the normal means. It's not going to make much sense for the students to continue killing each other than in self-defense or for revenge, but I don't think they're going to pull the plant stunt a second time. I also don't want to speculate too much on 16 beyond the idea that Kyoko is probably the kill in this chapter. She probably got too close to the truth at the wrong time when the controller was still in power, so they probably offed her. It's probably the right time to get her off the cards. They still haven't revealed her backstory, but at this point I don't think her backstory is enough of a necessity to the story structure to keep her alive at this point in the game. We can get the finer points through investigating her death and then tying it back to the starting narrative, rather than keeping her around for the ending, even though that absolutely kills me as the third of my favorite characters. Which is also a shame, since if any of these idiots deserve living, it's people like Sakura, Kyoko, Hina, and Chihiro, who most of them are now dead. It's going to be kind of funny if by the reveal they pull up these specific people on the list and tell us, like, these are the people that represented the hope we were studying. It's the only prediction in this entire journal that I would have absolutely nailed by accident. Unfortunately, I can't count winning at the tutorial since the first clue was so blindingly obvious. Is 16 going to be revealed in this chapter? I'm going to guess no. We're still going to be getting dodgy masked person or a silhouette while 16 is running around, and it's going to be the next chapter showing us who the guy actually is. And I'm betting that the ultimate despair is going to be a family member or some other student relationship that hasn't even been revealed yet. And not just a totally disconnected character getting inserted at the last minute. Either some long-lost brother, evil twin, or altered clone. I can't imagine that 16 is going to be that good of a character since the ultimate despair sounds like a borderline moronically evil character that I cannot bloody stand. Nonsensically evil has never been a fun antagonist outside of cartoons, so it's going to be some over-the-top, edgelord-esque silly character that'll probably mess up with any characterization of him at this point. The ultimate problem for Mr. Despair Pants is going to be that since we have had no exposure to him at all throughout this game, and that's a big issue for games in general since they do better to have us get to know villains throughout the entire game. Just dropping in an antagonist 75% of the way through leads to bad pacing and a forgettable villain. Unless they pull some real dumb bullshit and somehow make Kyoko 16, which I'm going to call super bullshit on if they pull that crap, because it is such a cheap move for them to be like, oh no, you plebes, she totally counts as number 7 and 16 because it's another personality. Ooh, aren't we clever? Ugh, I hate that damn shit.
If that was the case, Genocide would count as another student, and Genocide doesn't. Genocide shares a number with, shares the same number of student with, Toko.
I could keep writing these pontifications on the other 4 overhanging questions, but we should get back to the immediate question at hand. How the indestructible sprinkler system fits into this horrible crime of killing Kyoko. And then I wrote my top 5 at this point. I kept Kyoko on the list because even though while I'm pretty sure that's her who exploded, she might still be alive. So she's still on the top of the list, even though she probably died.
Gotcha. So first, one thing, can you turn me up a little bit on the OBS, because I was listening to the YouTube part, and when I spoke, it was a little hard to hear me.
I can boost you by another 1, maybe to put you up to where, I might have to...
You're louder than me, and I think it might be because OBS might pick up what's coming through your mic more than it picks up what's coming off of Discord, I don't know.
Well, I think it's more the level thing. I might have to boost you up to max, to be honest, because...
I could very hardly hear me.
Well, that's as high as that's gonna go.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to the YouTube quick, and I'll probably be talking about this still when I get there, because it's behind, and I should hear the change.
Well, there's a delay anyway.
Yeah. So as long as I just keep talking, we'll hear it. Yep, I sound good now. I sound good on the YouTube. So, now that people can hear me talk,
let's get off this goddamn pause screen. Woo!
Alrighty.
Murder!
Alright, we gotta investigate our murder. I'm gonna hold on. First, though, I'm gonna pull up my food and see how much food's doing.
Did we poke the body before, or did she just explode and we decided to cut it?
We exploded, we cut to the now it's time to click on stuff part. Like, once we got to the, spot where we could save, that's what we did.
I think I'm gonna turn down the game a little bit.
Yeah, the game might be a bit loud.
Give me a second here.
The last screen didn't have any sound, so...
Yeah, that should probably reduce it.
Okay, so, yeah, if we recall what happened, we came in here, we saw the body, I believe it was stabbed?
It was stabbed in the stomach region?
Yeah, it was stabbed in, the stomach region, there was, a coat over it, and then a mask was on it, and then...
bookish.
When we approached it to remove the mask...
Toko tried to touch it, and then she exploded.
Yeah, when she tried to remove the mask, explosion happened, knocking it was Genocide away, and then when she came back to, she was Toko.
And in classic anime fashion, she is completely fine after exploding.
Yes.
That's real fucked up. We're not gonna be able to tell anything from this. Haven't we done this before? Haven't we molested, every body in this game at this point?
Kyoko's been the one touching all the bodies.
Really?
Yep. We always make a point of, we're there with her.
What the fuck is that? There's just a mark on her hand.
Well, let's take a look at her hand.
Oh, of course there is, Makoto! That's a body there! What are you doing? What the... Why does the key need to be electronic? Why is there electronic shit on the key itself?
I mean, it's a USB drive key, I guess.
That's so silly. It's like a tablet on a key.
So...
But that's not the key she stole.
Yes.
That key was shaped like Monokuma. And this is like... Oh, I guess it is actually just a key. It's just like the handle USB drive. But like, when you look at the end, it is a key.
No, it's not electronic. That's just like some sort of logo attached to it or something. I don't know. There's tons of fucking locked doors. Kui, haven't you tried all of them? Are you just gonna tell us to fucking try it on every door?
So, in other words...
Well, there's only like 4 places that are locked. So.
Ugh. Kuya, you are an asshole. Fine.
Biolab, data center, headmaster's room, dorm rooms on the second.
I'm gonna try dorm rooms. Let's go to the most boring one first. Why is this the most important thing? Shouldn't we investigate the death first? What's he gonna do?
We're not on a timer for investigating this death because Monokuma's not around, so...
Oh yeah, we're not gonna get the announcement anymore.
Yeah, there's
blah,
no
blah, blah.
time
Well,
period.
yeah, he's
we
dead.
can research this on so we need to, so... You said you wanted to check the dorm rooms on the second floor first? So
Yeah, let's go to the boring place first. Damn it.
where's the second floor?
It's on the second floor. I don't get the question.
He did say dorm rooms on the second floor, right?
Yeah, you said dorm rooms on the second floor.
The dorm rooms on the second floor?
Alright. Why would they need additional dorm rooms?
Well, yeah, the thing is like, I don't recall dorm rooms being on this floor.
Maybe
but-
Kuya figured out something that we didn't.
Well, there's the library. I don't remember there being anything locked on this floor.
Is Kuya lying to us for some reason? Or is one of the classrooms dorm rooms for some reason?
Or is something got mistranslated? The dorm rooms on the second floor.
Is there a second floor in our building?
I don't know. I'm just gonna look around, I guess.
Try all the doors? Try the bathroom.
Oh, I'll start looking around. There isn't.
What? That's a lie. The game's lying. Are we on the second floor?
Unless. Well, we are on the second floor. But
Is there a second floor in our sleeping quarter building?
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like maybe there's a different.
Because I mean, everything up until this point has been absolute quality, so I don't think it's a translation problem. But I don't remember ever having a second floor here.
There it is.
That's really weird. Jam key in hole. Damn it.
Doesn't
Fuck
create
you,
anything,
random
though.
stairs. Okay. Let's try the bio lab.
Biolab, that's on the 4th floor, I think. Let me pull up the maps. I think it's on the... Is it? Yeah, it's not on the same floor as the physics lab, so... Should be... That's the data lab, if we want to try that while we're here. Otherwise, the bio lab is elsewhere on this same floor. Headmaster's room... Is everything that's locked on this floor? Or is the bio lab actually on... Oh, the bio lab must be on the 5th floor.
Didn't we find the bio lab before this
No, the
chapter?
bio lab is one of the newest things. I don't remember. Because every floor since the 3rd floor...
Let's try that room at the end. The raw
bio lab.
door. Raw door. There's no keyhole on this door. But there's no keyhole on this door.
They didn't draw one, though. But, alright, so it's either the data lab or the headmaster's room.
Oh, yeah, data lab will make more sense. Because the key is covered in data.
Yeah, the key looks like a USB drive, so that makes sense for data lab. Yeah, that's the headmaster's room. That means the data lab is right here.
Damn you, computers! Let me in! Why is Makoto freaking the fuck out? It's a damn locked door.
Alright, we immediately headed back to the guardian cell, everybody.
Why?
I see.
I don't know, they've... We don't... I mean, if that's Kyoko, that might have been the next secret she found. That also doesn't make any sense. Well, yeah, we still haven't established that anybody's back in power. Mono Bear hasn't showed up anymore.
He always raising the question of, is this door rigged to blow up when we open it like the body was?
Well, we're the main characters,
In
so,
other words.
yeah. We're not gonna die. We have, like... We have fucking plot armor on.
Alright, well, it's open.
I love how Toko just immediately retreated into the corner.
It's time for I slowly open the door. Hopefully the bomb doesn't go off.
Maybe there's a person crucified in there?
I don't know, we'll find out.
I don't know why it cut to a black screen. So this is where the controller's been hanging out, huh? What do you mean strange? This is exactly what you knew was happening. I mean, it's, well, for some reason it's all black. It's really dour in here. It's got, like, two lights in the ceiling. What are you pointing at? Isn't that everything we know? We've been all those places.
Aw. Look at what they're showing. I mean, we knew there was cameras everywhere.
Yeah, which is why I don't know why they're surprised. It's like, bitches, you know this was happening the entire 3 months you've been here.
What?
We know! We fucking know, Kuya! Shouldn't Kuya be smug and sarcastic and not, like, surprised?
They're just saying this room is the room that watches.
It's all clear now.
Why would it be a private room? The only reason it's private is because it's locked.
That is enough to make it a private room.
Well, not when the door is like, just, hey, everyone can go to look at the door now.
So a bedroom's considered a private.
Yeah, that's also in your house.
Yeah, but like if the school is the base of this murderer, this mastermind, then it makes sense that they'd have a room that they'd hide in that none of us could get into, and that's this room.
I don't know why they branded the door with a mono bear. It seems kind of... Why would they be into the mono bear design so much if it's just a robot that they made?
Maybe it's their icon. Maybe it's their...
Okay, so if they had the key to the... Wait, so they think the person who blew up was the headmaster? Did we establish that Mikuro was the mastermind, or are we just suspecting that she is?
We found the body. We, as Makoto, told all of them about the name of the person Kyoko gave us, who was called the Ultimate Despair.
Okay, so it's established... Well, that's the name of the... Whoever... the 16, because they're an ultimate. That's who they are.
However, it has not been actually confirmed that they are the mastermind. We know that this is the name of the supposed 16 student. We know that they're supposedly called the Ultimate Despair. And we now think that might be their body.
You know what would be a really stupid twist I just thought of? What if the school is one of the characters? What if the school is one of the unknown characters itself?
What?
It's just like an elemental fucking with them. Oh wait, did she just assume that Kuya would have killed the mastermind?
What did she say? It's too bad they had to go and die before Master could kill them. So she would assume that given the chance, Byakuya would do it.
I still don't know if Kuya could kill anybody. I mean, he probably could, but I don't know if he'd want to.
So this is what the body looked like before it blew up.
Yes. A luchador, terrible luchador. who was wearing fucking Kyoko's shoes. Because that's probably Kyoko. But then, why the hell would Kyoko become a luchador? Is Hiro gonna try the mono bear door? No, just go try the door. It's right there. It's probably locked, but still. Also, we're gonna need the mono bear key, because that'd probably be the most likely door being open with the mono bear key. Is the mono bear door. It makes Resident Evil sense, which means it's right. But then where the fuck is Kyoko's missing key? Where did she put it down?
Such ignorance.
Who could have stabbed someone with a knife? It's so impossible. Fucking shut up, Hiro.
You.
Why the hell are Hiro and Toko even here? They're not adding anything to this. They're just screaming about
Nowhere
nonsense.
else to be. They're here because they have nowhere else to be.
I love how half the cast is useless.
I mean, they are just high schoolers. Alright, let's check the door.
Yep. I don't think that would work.
Just in case, though.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you, I don't know, swimming school at it to make it open? And go hi-ya.
That's true. Technically, if the mastermind's gone, we can break down doors without punishment.
Oh, yeah.
So that is a thought that might occur to the characters eventually.
Because he's an asshole. Does he need another reason? If that's the guy? It's kind of weird. Why would they have ancient technology and good technology in the same building? What's the importance of owning like a 30-year-old laptop?
Well, according to Monokuma at the end of the last chapter, he intentionally left that laptop for us.
What?
Oh.
An older laptop could be something he's willing to give us over a higher-end, modern-day thing that could do more.
Let's check the wall of computers. I mean, they could do that thing that, you know, other security cameras do where they can flick through like 12 different feeds. Not every feed needs its own screen.
I mean, it looks like some of them do flicker, so
They
maybe not all.
They flicker, but I don't... For the cameras?
No. Yeah, I think she is. I think, yeah, a membership to watch Byakuya on the cameras. I think that's what she was joking.
Oh, she wanted...
Thirstily saying.
It falls in line with her character. I thought she just wanted all of them, and then I was confused. Oh my god. Why did we talk to her? She's falling apart. We're doing that. Just look at the wall of computers.
The TV.
Or the television.
That's the only thing I noticed that I haven't.
Why do they have an old style television and a DVD player? Is it?
How about that?
A high def antenna?
You know?
What?
Okay.
You know?
Why are you into television? Television's terrible.
I mean, it's information on the outside world.
Yeah, but it seems like she's actually like, I want to watch cartoons.
You know? Huh?
Let's watch a murder on the television. It's gotta be something fucked up, right? Just hit the button, Hiro. Stop fucking around.
What the heck?
Wait, is he just getting annoyed at Mastermind being like, why is he watching TV all the time while we're getting murdered? Wait, what? Okay.
What the heck?
That is really weird. Why would you
Come
need
on.
that?
Huh?
You really think he did that on purpose? Hiro's too stupid
But-
for that. Okay, so it's an antenna that's being directed to a camera in this room? I don't know why you would need an antenna to do this.
Every channel is apparently us on the TV. Just a live
Why would they need
What
this?
the
This is
heck?
ridiculous. Why the fuck would you need a
Could it
feed
be-
of this room? Ah!
Actually,
That was fast.
what?
It's been 5 hours.
I have to go pick up my food. Yeah, it's been like a day. Or like half a day.
Well, I can bullshit. I was gonna put something on the agenda anyway. Oh, I think he's gone. This week, since he's gone, I've been playing Mega Man Network Transmission, which, the more I've been thinking about it, I think the reason why the game is what it is because I believe it's an adaptation of the Saturday morning cartoon. I haven't double checked that, but I think that's what's happening, which would honestly explain a lot. It was actually a game that was outsourced mostly by a company called Erica. And it is one of the most bafflingly terrible Mega Man games I've seen in a long time. Like, just a very bad, weird game. Where, okay, so what they did was that they decided to take, it seems like an appropriate music track to talk about this. What they decided to do was that they decided to take Battle Network, like the mechanics, the iconography, and all the stuff from Battle Network, and they tried to turn it into a platformer. Which was, I mean, Battle Network is a trading card RPG. So I don't know who the hell thought it would be a good idea to turn that into a regular Mega Man platform, because it's not just the characters, it's literally like, they tried to take the card game and shove it into a regular Mega Man game, and it works about as well as you could expect. I mean, it's a completely useless mechanic. It's incredibly limited because, you know, they're respawning enemies and instant action, so it makes absolutely no goddamn sense. And on top of that, the game looks fucking terrible. Like, this is the really weird part about this, is that the game has fucking terrible graphics. It looks horrendous. But this is the one and only new game from Mega Man put on the GameCube. This is a fucking GameCube game. It's a GameCube exclusive to this day for the obvious reason. I don't know why it looks so bad. Like, it's like cell shading from like, it's like the Wind Waker art style cell shading, but like done at 1/5 of the cost. And these are characters that are trying to be taken directly from Battle Network. They were completely redesigned, and the redesigns look terrible. Like, for the main characters, they look awful. They were redesigned for no reason, and they just come off looking terrible. For some of the bosses, it kind of works, because the designs are so, like, out there. A couple of them are actually very interesting, like Starman. But then you have people like Pharaoh Man, who are complete garbage, because Pharaoh Man from the original series was a fantastic design. Now he's literally like a sarcophagus with a platform under him, and he hops around like a chess piece. It looks ridiculous. Shadow Man is fine. He's always been just a ninja, so they just made him a ninja, and it looks really good. The Zero Virus that they had as a character, who's supposed to be directly designed from Zero from the regular series, he almost looks like how Zero's supposed to look. Like, it was almost a perfect adaptation, but then they decided to make him like twice as big as what he should be, and then they just fucking mangled his starting weapon. Like, they just made his sword huge, and it just looks terrible. And his combat looks ridiculous. The fucking boss fights of the game are just almost universally terrible. Especially the final battle, but that's kind of Capcom in a nutshell, even though this wasn't from Capcom. the final boss against the life virus is one which you have to use elemental attacks to take down the boss's shield and then attack him for a little bit. And it's so moronically stupid because, like, it's supposed to be like old Pokemon. Like, there are 4 elements in the game, and it should be easy to figure out, okay, the green era is probably done in by fire attacks, or, I don't know, maybe water attacks. It's like that sort of thing, but it doesn't make any fucking sense because green does not get undone by red, blue doesn't get undone by electrical, and it's on that level where it seems like it's so restricted, even to the point. It's already restricted, but they restricted even more and fucked it up, because all you have to do is you need to hope that it's the typical trading card game problem where they make it super restrictive on boss fights, so you just have to hope that you nail into a card that you need. Otherwise, you're just stuck waiting for your next turn. And turns in network transmission take ages, especially when the boss is hitting hard and for huge damage. Like, the final boss is completely ridiculous, but the bosses in general are kinda garbage. And here's the ultimate problem. Is the actual plot of the game is directly ripped from Battle Network. They just took that plot and redid it 1-to-1, which is incredibly cheap and shitty. Where they couldn't even come up with a good fucking idea. Alright. Oh good, I was just, I was talking about the one thing I had on the agenda, which, I wanted to talk about Network Transmission, the game I finished a couple days ago, because it's one of the most bafflingly terrible games I've seen from Capcom. Like, it is bad in such a weird way. So, I don't think I'm gonna get back to that later, so maybe we'll talk about that next week. Yeah, you're gonna be having a sandwich or something.
I eat my sandwich and my bowl of chili from Firehouse.
Of course.
You don't evolve, you're a robot. Also, you look exactly the same. Okay, so you're the next Mono Bear that just got activated? He's not the same Mono Bear! You know this, hero! Why is Otto taking so long? These sentences are not this long.
Because some players are slower readers than others. So there's gotta be a delay.
Oh, whatever. You can get your accessibility out of here. Don't want this shit sped up.
Why did they give me a fork? They gave me a fork for my chili, not a spoon.
Oh.
Alright, I gotta run to the kitchen to get a spoon.
I mean, you're a fucking city man. You should own a spoon. What kind of terrible bachelor doesn't have a spoon? Ah, crap, we're back in the game. Fuck. I mean, I kind of knew this was gonna happen because otherwise I think the game would end up being kind of... Okay, Hero's freaking the hell out. I think the game would end up kind of being paced like garbage if the game wasn't here. Because at least the game provides some pacing to it.
What's that?
No, I'm talking to the audience that theoretically exists.
Gotcha.
Because they were so riveted by my half review of Network Transmission. I mean, the ultimate thing that'll keep Capcom in good graces after Network Transmission was that mostly Network Transmission was outsourced to a company called Erica. So it's not really Capcom's fault, even though it's still Capcom's fault that they produced such a terrible game. And what really gets me about the game is that it's one of the sole Mega Man entries on the GameCube, so it's even more awful than usual because it's on a console, which just gives it so many negative points.
Anyway, I paused it quick here so that I made sure you read this line.
Yeah, he's saying the TV is somehow... I mean, the cameras and their monitors everywhere, so I guess technically that's true.
What?
TV is an ascent... What, the TV was what, the Monokuma Theater was hiding a clue?
He figured that the TV, whatever it was...
Wait, it's still a clue?
Blue.
Well, is it where the camera's located is where the clue? Because I don't... I guess he might be saying that it's a camera feed from, like, another dimension where we are. Where, like, copies of us exist. Okay, so it's displaying what's coming in on the antenna, which means that it's a signal from somewhere else or something.
Unbelievable.
Is it just like a puzzle? Is this a puzzle that was created to be like, oh, we're really clever? It's just a really clever puzzle.
No, you're just overthinking it, Jeff. He's about to explain it, as he says right now. But...
Oh, he's actually just gonna reveal it?
Thrills, chills, kills!
Oh.
Security
Poo.
camera just coming in on the TV antenna. It means the TV is being broadcasted.
Extreme!
But then how is this gonna relate to the tragedy that happened if we're just on a TV show?
We'll have to find out.
Well, Makoto, there's not even a puzzle to this. He just literally said it straight out.
Yep.
There's no deeper meaning to it. That's what it is. I don't know, society's fucked up.
But that's...
No, they just really like it. I mean, if Mono Bear says it, it's probably true.
Phew.
It's not really overconfidence, it's more that Kyoko managed to flip the table over temporarily and that they did like break you. You got broken because the controller got distracted.
Of course.
It's not overconfidence. They didn't take over the whole thing. Makoto, just get over yourself, okay? Either have a panic attack or go unconscious or something. You haven't been giving us hints. You've been hiding us. You've been hiding your hints in your hiding. You haven't been giving us anything. How do you have a captive audience of the whole planet? What? Despair Entertainment.
Disparity.
I mean, this can't be it. We still have another whole chapter to go. There has to be something else to
There's
this.
still a lot more to this.
I mean, there has to be, because
This is just a part.
that's just dumb. Otherwise, it's really dumb. It's like, no, it's just a death game because people like it. It's like, that's not interesting, though. So there has to be more to it.
Yep.
Seriously, how is the tragedy factor into any of this beyond the school closing?
We'll get to it.
This can't be.
Why would you think that? Wouldn't this be in one of the possibilities that you'd be, like, calculating constantly? Haven't you been thinking about why you're here? Crap, there's another secret. Fuck.
Of course.
Aw, shit, he's turning it into another trial. Fuck.
A body has been discovered.
It was discovered an hour
A
ago.
certain amount of time.
Fucking
which
idiot.
You may use however you like. The class trial will begin.
How can we have a class trial? We haven't even established that they were murdered by one of us. How are we supposed to find them if we can't even establish that one of the participants did it?
No, we're gonna figure it out. Monokuma's making us do it.
But, what?
It's the Monokuma file!
Is it gonna say in the Monokuma file?
Heart
establish that it's within the
excitement.
rules.
I
Otherwise, it's gonna be kind of a shitty trial.
I can't wait! I can't wait!
What if we're doomed to fail? They might not even be on the slot machine, and then we're fucked. You're thinking that now? Your entire reality was incomprehensible the moment you got here, Makoto.
Alright, let's put the goddamn Monokuma file.
It's a really I mean, it's a death game. They've been making movies about this exact thing since the 80s. Has Hiro never seen a movie before?
Yeah, but
Stop talking.
This is real.
It's not real. You're a fake person. You're two-dimensional. Look at yourself. How can you exist?
What the heck?
No, it was Kyoko. Sure.
If Monokuma is still alive.
Oh, that means that the mastermind isn't dead.
the
And
mastermind
he believes that the mastermind is Makuro and not a third person.
is-
Don't we know
So it must be Kyoko.
Don't we know the name of the old headmaster of this building before?
We do. Yes, we do.
He's like 30 years old.
Yeah, Byakuya abandoned that idea when we mentioned that Kyoko told us about a 16th student who was called the Ultimate.
Well, clearly there's still a character in this scenario because they were deliberately mentioned. They have to be involved.
There is still the name of the headmaster.
The headmaster and mastermind might not be the same person. Probably not. Why would you think that's not possible? It's literally wearing her shoes. It's right there. Check under the robe. She might be wearing her pants, too.
Quiet.
We haven't even established that's a truth yet, the Kuya. We can't establish it without, like, deliberate evidence we can't research.
But
How are we gonna get all the clues we're
right.
gonna need to figure out who did it?
Must be that someone participating in our school life. So Byakuya is claiming if there's a trial, then it must be one of us.
I mean, can we just call the Ultimate Despair did it and just call it a day?
Huh?
Because if all of us have
Stop
pacted
talking.
not to kill anymore, then obviously it was the other person that we haven't even spoken to yet, who's the other student. Is the obvious answer, other than maybe Kyoko somehow slamming her own knife into herself. Because, I don't know, maybe Makuro stared at her and made her so sad that she had to kill herself. Because that's the Ultimate Despair's power.
Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. There were, however, dead before the blast.
Indeed. What
What
the-
the? Knife,
Why are we listening to electronic music now?
which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body is covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. So even
Oh,
though
there's the regular theme.
the victim was-
Why did this theme start out with, like, guitar and then just transferred into the regular theme? Why do you believe it's so impossible that it's her? It has pink hair and her shoes.
Does it have pink?
Totally does. I mean, the exploded body still does.
Alright, let's go look.
Let's go look at that giant plant.
We have to go back to the...
I mean, considering that the body is covered in day-old wounds, they might have been the person who, like, survived the samurai duel from the last chapter.
Okay, time to get started. To me, that body looks... That hair looks brown, not pink, but...
Nope. Oh, I can kinda see it, but I don't believe it. I'm gonna try and turn the game down again,
Okay.
because I think it's still kinda loud.
Don't you look at the hand? Because you mentioned the hand earlier when we picked up the key.
Okay, I'm gonna bump it down to 16%.
Okay.
Yeah, let's look at that thing on her hand. It's obviously important.
Alright.
Why you look at the fingernails? There's a thing on her hand. It's right there. You're looking at it now. Oh my god, a wolf. She's a Stark. Fuck. Crossover. I'm about done with Game of Thrones myself. I just got into Season 7 yesterday.
Gotcha.
That's all I'm going to talk about right now.
Alright, there we go. Tattoo on right hand has been added, and then also the fact that there's fake nails that have on the hand.
We can look at her tits, apparently, because the robe burnt off. Let's look at her lack of tits. Her exploded breasts.
Totally black, and also on top half of the body. Poured water on it.
Yeah, because I forgot about that, even though it happened yesterday. Or 2 hours ago. That wasn't a lot of analysis, though, Makoto. You kind of need more information. Makoto is explaining everything very slowly. Wait, we can't look at its shoes? Look at the shoes. Look at the stab wound?
Yeah, I guess the stab was nice though.
Why was the victim wearing a mask and a lab coat? Apparently there's nothing else important. Yeah, there probably isn't anything else important about this. Let's look at the giant plant. The giant plant did it. Yeah, why not? It's a fantasy plant. It's a device or a photo frame.
So we all have to try to remember where this is, because he just said quote-unquote there.
There what?
Well, he says, I feel like I've seen something like this before. I think it was there. But he didn't say where to us, because he's thinking to himself, and he's like, oh yeah, I think it was there.
Because Makoto is a dick.
So we have to solve that.
Let's look at the knife. Does Makoto seriously believe this is a different knife? I don't think the knife is big enough to do that.
It looks like to be about the size of someone's forearm.
Yeah, but it wasn't stabbed in the forearm. They were stabbed in the torso.
No. Like, the length of the knife is the same length as someone's forearm. So put your forearm next to your stomach and see if your forearm's longer than your stomach. It is.
I don't believe it. Have we seen this knife before?
Yeah, it's the knife that was found the other day that we were supposed to hold on to.
Why did Kyoko give us this knife again?
No, the entire group trusted us specifically with the knife.
So the group found this knife?
Yeah, it was when we got access to the 5th floor. It was just lying someplace. I forget where, but it was in one of the rooms on the 5th floor.
Was it the room with the samurai duel in it?
No, it wasn't that room. It was just like chilling on a table someplace. It was in one of the classrooms, I think.
Well, that's what you forget for. That's what you get for not locking up your knife, Makoto.
Yeah, the entire group gave it to us.
Cause we're the nicest guy. Why are we seeing this twice? We just came back from this.
If you recall, the morning before this day, so the morning before we found this body, we went to bed because we were feeling sick.
Yes.
We woke up to this, and then we also woke up to Kyoko.
Yes, but we woke up to the. But why are we seeing this flashback twice? Also, why is this? Why are there fake nails on the corpse? Why are we seeing this 3 times? Why?
See, this is the visual right now.
Stop flashing back to present then. Just stay there. You can do the fucking monologue staring at that guy's face. There's no way that... You know, what's he thinking? Hino, what are you thinking? But you never want to talk to me.
So, in other words...
Is it my alibi that I was with you the whole time?
I mean, no, because we discovered the body together.
I've had a fever and someone tried to kill me and also Kyoko tried to kill me. Kyoko didn't have the knife, though.
Happens.
Dude, you need to get closer to your mic. Stop stepping away.
What? My mic's in the same spot. It might have moved a little bit because of food, but it's exactly where it is. But what happened was this, right?
Yes, he was sick, so he slept, and then he had a bunch of visions.
Right. Then the next morning we got up, couldn't find anybody, wandered into the gym to find all of these guys had spent the entire night together because at one point in time, one of them found the Monokuma robot unresponsive. So they spent the entire night in the gym messing with the Monokuma robot.
That does sound familiar.
So then, when they finally like disassembled it enough, they were like, well, if the headmaster's not here, let's go knock down the let's go to like the headmaster's door or whatnot. So they tried knocking down the headmaster's door, only to find that it was too difficult for them to do. So we sent Toko to go get the like pick. There's like a digging pick that's in the shed here, and all of a sudden, Genocide came back and was like, "Hey guys, what's up?" And we're like, "The fuck? Like, one, where's the pick? And two, why is it Genocide?" And she's like, "Oh, you sent Toko to go get a pick because Genocide doesn't know what Toko's supposed to be doing."
Did she black out from seeing the body, and that's why she transferred over?
Body, yeah, she blacked out from seeing the body. So then we were like, "Well, shit." Then Genocide told us about the body, so we all went to the body, and then that started where we were today.
And then for some reason, all the tools are branded by Mundo's gang.
No, only the pick was.
Well, we were separated at night, so that's what it's got to do with it. You think Mono Bear is going to discover the fact that we broke down locked doors while he was away and going to kill us for it?
Break any locked doors.
We didn't.
We sent her to get the pick to break down the door. She came back without it because she transformed into Genocide. Genocide told us about the body. We went to look at the body. We haven't gone back to that door yet.
Well, shit.
We got pulled away because of the body.
So it's just super convenient.
And then we found the key on the body, decided to figure that out first, and then Monokuma showed back up, so now we can't break down that door.
So sometime during the night, they also came here. Oh, so we're the only wild card he can't account for.
Yeah, we're the only person he can't account for, which is why he wants to know our alibi.
But why doesn't he suspect that Makuro did this? Who's an even more wild card than anybody? We can't even establish where they exist at any time. So they're obviously the most likely suspect. Because there's no clues.
That's right.
Then you're the only one who could do it, Makoto. Even though there are 3 other characters that are hidden in the background that could have also did it.
What?
Hell, the plant probably did it too. That fucking plant. It's probably sentient and gonna kill us all.
Last night, they did try to come and get Makoto. They pounded on his door to get him to bring
Yeah, but he was delirious, so obviously he didn't answer.
Right. But now he's wondering, like, you didn't answer, so were you even in your room?
I don't know. I was so delirious I could have been anywhere. I could have been sleepwalking. I don't even know if what I saw was real or a vision. Even though it'd be kind of hard for my visions to be so coherent.
Yakuya's account has been added.
Let's talk to the sprinkler system again. Maybe it's got a clue on it. Because obviously that sprinkler system knows something. So it'd be entirely wet, which establishes a timetable. Wait, did Baikuya already establish a timetable?
Established part of it.
I knew that would be a clue, it was too obvious. The chicken coop is a clue. All the chickens know something. Give it up, chickens, I'm fucking here for the real clues. Must have been a heck of a duel for this person to get, like, stabbed a whole bunch of times, hit in the head with a pipe, and then stabbed in the gut.
Apparently the other wounds are,
They're days old, but the pipe one isn't.
yeah, the pipe one isn't.
Okay.
I should probably close that door entirely. Get back in a sec.
Okay. I'm gonna use this opportunity to eat some of my sandwich I haven't been eating because we're in a gameplay session.
Here, that'll probably help. Chickens, you know something! Give us the dish. Give us the beef. Oh, come on, talk to the chickens.
I'm trying to eat a sandwich.
Wait, why? I thought there were 6 chickens.
There was 5, I think.
Yo.
A chicken escaped. This is the ultimate thing we have to focus on. Let's get that chicken. So how did a chicken escape? Why would somebody unlock the chicken coop? Seriously, why would someone unlock the chicken coop? I don't understand how this is gonna factor into anything, but it's got to somehow.
But
Can we go back into the data center and get the recordings?
what? Conspiracy.
The Hero, that's not how the world works. Okay, how the hell are the chickens a clue?
I don't know.
They're just chickens. I don't know, Toko. Why don't you investigate? But it's exploded. It barely looks like a body anymore. Brilliant. Brilliant deduction, Hero. How's that gonna help?
Well, so the timetable's really goddamn important in this case.
Well, it is.
Which is why 3 of the things I've so far been talking about. The,
Okay, so 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock's when we woke up. 7:30 is when the sprinklers go off.
Which means that we can establish where we were at 7 o'clock. But not before. Because we were so delirious we could have been somewhere else.
Coco went to go get the big axe.
Yeah, but we don't know the time of that.
And that time was then.
Was it? Do we have a time for it? Oh, she's just guessing.
So it was roughly 9 on the dot.
You know?
So when the body was discovered, it was 9 on the dot. All night, last night, everybody was in the gym except for us. The sprinklers go off at 7:30.
It's gonna be kind of a shame if it turns out to be... It's gonna be an unknown character and then none of this timetable matters. I mean, it still matters, but... I don't know. It's gonna be kind of a problem if it's none of us. Why would there be a tarp here? There wasn't a... Was there a tarp here?
This tarp was not here before.
It's muddy. Okay, so it was outside. Which means it was probably outside when the sprinklers went off, because how else would it get wet? The pick? The hose? I mean, might as well look at everything in case there's dirt on something. Why would the flower pots be important? Well, at least he knows what's going on. You, fertilizer, what do you know? It's got money! Flower pots, give us a clue.
Okay, that was everything.
God damn it. Check the plants.
Well, we can figure out where this fragrance came
Well, why don't you just go... Makoto, just tell us where to go. Seriously. I don't know where it's from.
I'm trying to remember personally, to be honest. So this might be a bit of a stumbling around.
To the fuck that. Let's just Wikipedia the next clue.
Well, so right now he's talking about Kyoko, so we're gonna go to Kyoko then.
Can we get into her room? But the keys. You can't get into their stuff. Wait,
Yes.
does
Why?
Kuya still have her key?
Byakuya thought she was suspicious, so Byakuya took her key. Remember?
Well, yeah, but does he still have it?
Give up.
Yeah, because that was this chapter. That whole thing happened this chapter.
Kuya, let's go. Shove him. Him in his big man shoes. Why does he believe that we did it other than we were the only one who could have done it? Oh, fuck you, dude. Come on.
Goodbye.
But it's got clues!
You have to find
Kuya.
out
It's got clues and shit.
that one area.
Makoto, just tell us. Stop fucking around.
Trying to think. What?
Let's go to the samurai duel room just for fucks and giggles. I don't think it's in here.
I mean, he said go to this room for shits and giggles, so I did.
Yeah, but no, the battle classroom.
Oh.
I thought you understood what I meant. Why would you make a locker out of wood? Make them out of metal.
Anyway, I'm gonna jump around to look around different,
Apparently the game thinks that the gym is important.
Did it have an exclamation point on the gym?
Yeah, there was. But I thought we already did that.
I mean, maybe that's still there.
I mean, it's important. But what's in here that's... Well, there's the old mono bear.
You know?
Oh, the
That's where we saw it
bomb.
before. It looks like a part of the same bomb that's in Monokuma.
Huh?
So they used the mono bear bomb to blow up the guy.
What?
So how's that gonna help us?
Apparently the bomb from this one's missing. Like,
Yes.
we pulled it out earlier, but it's not here anymore.
So someone found this bomb to blow up the body.
I mean, we all knew
And
about
they
the
did
bomb.
that in between the time that they were killed and they left the gym.
Let's find out.
I mean, it has to be. It's not like they fucking picked up the bomb before they found Mono Bear.
Anyway, now it's Kyoko.
Or maybe they did. Yeah, but we don't even know where the fuck Byakuya's... Where is he?
What did it say?
It said go find
Byakuya's
Byakuya.
in the middle of his own investigation right now. Once he's done with the search, he should probably... Oh, he'll probably head back to the garden.
Okay, let's go back to the place we already were then. Why the fuck not? God, I hate fucking games running us around. I mean, at least we have fast travel.
Let's go.
Oh, now you listen to me even though it's been only 5 minutes? You dick. Oh, Kyoko's lucky and got the first room. Kyoko, Jesus Christ, can you open the fucking door?
If it helps you, we got the second room.
Yeah, but that means we're only second fiddle.
Unless you count this as the second room, in which case we get the third room.
Ugh. Crazy guy got the second room. This is pretty sparse for a room.
I mean, all of our rooms are pretty sparse.
Yeah, but our room's got stuff in it. Our room had a sword in it.
That's true. Well, no, so our room didn't initially have that sword in it. That sword was originally in the pre-area to the gym. In the first chapter, what's-her-name convinced us to take it.
So is this thing from the 6th locker that we looked at earlier?
What?
I don't get why the fuck would there be just a wood block with a 6 on it? Oh, this is a tradition that I wouldn't know about.
I think it's an old style
It's
Japanese
certainly
lock key.
possible.
How is this thing a key? It's just like, isn't it just like a check-in ticket or something? Made out of wood?
Also, the grooves on it push things, slide things.
Yeah, there's slide things, but why would you literally make a key out of wood?
I think it's an older kind of thing. Okay, wait, look.
It seems like very silly. Has she never slept in this bed?
Probably has.
Let's go to the bathroom. Away! I want to look in the girl bathroom. Yeah, I shouldn't look at her bra, which is just hanging up.
What?
That would be weird. Except it wouldn't.
I mean, high schoolers.
Is Makoto that much of a baby?
Come on.
They're a bit more prudish.
Ugh. Why can't Byakuya understand that there might be clues in the fucking person who got murdered's room? Seriously. I don't know, Byakuya. This is what you do. You look for clues. What was in this letter?
Don't open it yet. Only open it if something ever happens to me. is what she
Well, there we go. I put it in my pants, so now it's here. It's another key. And I was too much of a baby not to listen to her. It's just a nice coincidence that she happened to die immediately after she gave me this letter. You think it's gonna be another picture of them being happy?
What?
Makoto, are you being serious? You needed a letter to look under the bed?
Not under the bed, under the bed sheets.
Makoto, you are the dumbest detective.
So somewhere in between the mattress and the sheet.
It's... oh, it's the registry for the 16. I mean, I kind of bet on the name that it was a girl. It's just kind of a dumb bet. It's a 50-50 shot. It's not that hard.
I mean, yeah.
So the key and Makuro have something to do with each other?
Oh, let's find out.
I didn't catch what Mono Bear just said again. I didn't catch the flashback. Okay. God, I wish he gave me the previous sentence. I don't know what he's referring to.
So we met Kyoko in the bathroom the other night.
Yes.
That's when she gave us that letter. But she also revealed to us that she stole that Monokuma key, like the key that had Monokuma's head on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we walked out, we bumped into Monokuma, who was searching for it. And he claimed he was searching for two things that were stolen from him. A key and then something he actually did.
Oh, so 16 somehow has escaped their control. And they're fucking around.
But he claimed there's two things that were stolen from him. That key...
What do you mean stolen? Who would possibly be able to steal this person?
But no. The key was one of the
Yes.
stolen things. The other thing is a blink. He's thinking it's this piece of paper, not the person.
He's thinking that he's looking for this piece of paper. Also, that's not what they're the ultimate of. Otherwise, they're lying to us. They're lying! How dare
Either
they?
the paper's lying or the information about the ultimate despair is a lie.
Did
One
we
of
get the ultimate despair from Kyoko? Why the hell would Kyoko be lying to us? Other than maybe Kyoko's the ultimate despair and she's flipping it on us?
Well, for her age, she was a military specialist trained in every weapon type imaginable. She showed an interest in the military from childhood and soon found herself completely absorbed in it. In elementary school, she won a survival game tournament and began writing.
She was very, very fucked up.
Just before entering middle school, while she and her family were on vacation in Europe, she disappeared. The The story of a young Japanese girl being kidnapped quickly took over Japanese media outlets. An intense international investigation turned up no information. She was never found. However,
Fucking tabloids.
she reappeared in Japan 3 years later, alone and completely unannounced. She revealed that she had joined a mercenary group known as Fenrir.
She joined a demon and used it to kill people.
I mean, technically, it's a Norse mythological monster.
Oh.
But yeah, because Fenrir is the name of the Norse mythological wolf monster. That's like a giant wolf.
That's
So
kind of
she
lame.
could have been kidnapped. I mean, just just the name. So they named themselves after.
I don't know, it's just a coincidence. People do things. That's not that surprising. Also, apparently this is class 78, so has this happened like tens and tens of times for some reason? Has this been happening for like 50 years? Because it doesn't seem like it.
Oh, that's luck.
I mean, if this is supposed to be a televised death game and this has been happening over and over again, I figured people would know about it.
Naturally.
Well, of course he does. He knows everything about this shit.
He's literally like an Illuminati member.
Exactly.
Like,
He knows the shit. He at least knows this shit. Yeah, I would imagine mercenaries have their uses. Fucking Kuya. Can you say something intelligent now?
Found it.
Why did he have to interrupt that? That's not like damning information.
What? What? Hey, come on now.
Well, it's not like you stole it. You're just holding it. Wait, why don't you hold it against her? Oh, because it's not against the rules.
no rule against stealing.
Huh? Which one's Ogami?
Sakura.
Oh yeah, she did say that she did. Didn't she say that in her suicide note?
Yeah, before she died, she apparently broke the door to the
Because she was like, "Fuck your rules, I'm breaking out."
which, well, she's gonna commit suicide, so she's gonna open it for us to get into. Monokuma repaired it before the rest of us got to it, but, Kyoko managed to slip inside. So Kyoko's
Well, considering the rule violations get people literally killed by like extra dimensional spikes. Yes. I don't see how this would be entertainment like a reality show, considering it's kind of slow. It's like Dragon Ball Z, where you have to wait like 11 episodes for something to actually happen. Is he giving us more hints? I thought you were writing it, or the headmaster was. What? Someone in the game were writing their own rules?
Hold on, scroll back some. Are rule violations really so unforgivable? You're quite adamant.
Yes, they are, Bayakui. Yes, they are.
Of course I am. My proper school life is built on dedication to the organization and order, which is why even I, as school headmaster, have to follow the regulations.
God damn it. He's the headmaster.
Apparently has to follow. I mean, he claims to be the headmaster. He claimed to be the headmaster right away. Like, this isn't news.
Well, he's also a robot. He could just be like voice act. It could just be a microphone in him coming from the guy.
So you're saying you have to follow your own rules as well? Absolutely. I can't have you complaining about how unfair it all is, now can I? In fact, on the subject of fairness, would you like to know something interesting? It's about the one writing all those rules. They're actually one of the participants in this killing game.
Why is it like 20? Is it gonna be like a silly number like 18?
Never actually told.
Is he even gonna tell us this one?
Or did I? I was thinking I should probably clarify that.
Hey.
Hey, it's the first room.
We all got together. When you all first got together in the main hall back then, there were 15 people there, right? I think that was the first meeting may have led to a little misunderstanding among you all.
Can we just get to the fucking point?
There weren't actually 15
Yes,
of you.
indeed.
Okay, good. We don't have enough game to have, like, 18
18
people anyway.
The 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
Or... So, Kyoko was either the ultimate despair or the ultimate soldier. I guess it'd make more sense that she's the ultimate despair, considering she was the only one keeping hope alive this whole time. I mean, she was the one figuring the shit out. You're gonna wake up to that anyway, considering you're the most popular TV show
Well, now.
now. That's just what happens. Oh, he's giving us more hints? Who are you getting revenge on here? She wants to get revenge on Kyoko.
Hey,
Because she was covered in tats.
Yeah, she always wears gloves. Well done, man. Apparently covers scars that she doesn't want to see.
I mean, that would follow if she ended up being the ultimate soldier, because she's tattooed with the fucking Fenrir thing that you just revealed outside of the game itself. And the person who got hit had day-old wounds all over them anyway.
What do you mean outside of the game? Well, how was the Fenrir thing revealed?
Well, you said that Fenrir is a wolf in mythology, and that was a wolf tattoo.
I mean, I think that's common-ish enough knowledge.
I don't think it's that common. Plus, the game didn't say it. Which means that it's definitely Kyoko.
What?
Is it a trap?
Such ignorance.
I mean, all the trials are traps. This one's the most trap-filled one yet, considering we can't even establish the person in the trial did it. Makoto, you're not that dense. Of course they are! They're a participant! They've always been a participant. They've always been involved. Makoto, of course they are!
Certainly possible.
You ding-dong! Ugh. Either that or it's a real trap and Mono Bear's just trying to kill you either way.
What? It's all clear now.
Okay, so who does Kuya think did it?
Like, if he's saying
If Makuro is the mastermind, then what Mono Bear is doing, even though he's controlled by whoever's running the school, doesn't make sense.
yeah, but if the mastermind,
Because Kuya believes the mastermind and whoever's running the school are the same person.
yeah, I mean that's been what it is the whole time. Like we've been trying to figure out who's controlling Monokuma. That's whenever they say mastermind, that's who they're referring to. Who they thought that's who they've been trying to figure out since the beginning of the game. It's not suddenly it's a different person.
So, in other words,
So when he says he thinks whoever controls Monokuma is the mastermind, like that's just the thing. But he's saying if Makuro's the... Yeah. Anyway.
Well, it's kind of hard not to do that, considering we don't have any evidence of anything tying it to them. It's kind of hard to tie evidence to someone we don't even know about or exists. We've never seen before. Oh yeah, we need to do the locker thing. Click on number 6. Oh, it does that. It is missing its wooden slot thing.
I see.
I can see it,
Very
Kuya. I
strange.
know.
That's right.
God, they really need to have text for literally everything. Okay. I mean, that's not weird. Why would you have titanium arrows? That seems kind of a bit hoity-toity. What do the arrows have to do with anything?
I see.
Okay. So someone was injured or murdered, tied up, and then brought somewhere else. Because I don't know how else you'd get bloody duct tape.
Very strange. Why?
Because because Kyoko took out the locker before she died, and then... Well, let's go back to the library, then. Oh my god.
Let's go.
So the reason why the game talks so much is partially because, one, some players forget. Two, if you came back to this game like 3 months later, you probably forgot about things like the archive. It's just trying to make sure that players always know stuff.
I don't know, I think they could probably just design in, like, reminder cutscenes when you do a save load, if that's the case. Just like, hey, here's what's going on. Here's a rough overview of it.
I see.
Yeah, but that would be a lot of potential details to keep repeating.
Well, yeah, but you just do it when you save load. Like, it's
Yeah,
not just gonna happen all the time.
But you get literally every detail of everything that happened the entire game?
No, not the
Every
entire
time
game,
you
just
get-
like an overview of, like, the most recent thing.
Well, this hasn't been recent, though. This archive hasn't been recent. This archive hasn't come up since the second chapter.
I think there's a way you could do it.
We've had a couple murders since then. We've had at least 2 full court cases.
Well, yeah, but overall, not just for this specifically. Is Fenrir French?
I don't think so.
Oh, is the file in French? Why is the file in French?
Yeah. I mean, it's a European organization, so...
Byakuya is the most extreme person on the planet.
Fenrir is an elite fighting unit based out of...
Is he just reading it over our shoulder?
Apparently.
Why? Yes, they're mercenaries. That's what mercenaries... Well, it's... I mean, the most direct mercenaries will do that. Okay, so now they mentioned it. That is kind of weird. They haven't appeared before or after.
I fully wasn't reading. Some time ago, they completely ceased all activity. At present, their continued existence cannot be confirmed. There are unconfirmed reports that key members of the group were all neutralized.
I don't know, I think that the mercenary group could defend themselves. And plus if the government took them out, like it'd be like pretty highly publicized considering they'd have to go through a whole battle. They'd probably have to stomp them out so people would see that. Or it was an internal thing like he's saying and they exploded.
What?
This is an alternate reality. Even in your universe, this is an alternate reality. Byakuya wouldn't go to war. It's not.
I feel like he wouldn't go to war as a soldier, but I feel like he'd go to war as a general.
I don't think he'd be ballsy enough for that. I don't think he'd be respected enough for it either. He's too sarcastic and a dick. Is Kuya gonna point out the obvious thing now? That cute. Oh, come on, he's calling us to the trial now.
We got everything we apparently need to solve
But we
this.
did it! We got half the case
Time
left to
utterly
investigate
silent,
yet.
And yet it constantly assaults us organisms. The
Why is
Earth,
he being
natural phenomena.
philosophical
it
now?
Damages us little by little until the end. You should really think about that. Anyway, it's time to begin the class trial.
Way to give us
So,
more pointless
please meet
information,
up in
Mono
the
Bear.
usual spot. See you later.
These trials are so unfair. We haven't gotten everything. Somehow.
That's right.
Are we going to establish that Mikuro and Kyoko might be the same person? I guess that'd be an interesting out for the secret. Kyoko stole Mikuro's identity. No, wait, the other way around. Mikuro stole Kyoko's identity. Which means that the real Kyoko is very bad. A very bad person.
Ah,
I guess that would explain the amnesia. Or the deliberate amnesia.
Hey.
Well, considering the three of you haven't done anything. This case, you guys have literally done nothing but stand around and say obvious things.
I mean, most cases, there's only been a couple characters who actually ever do anything, and it's always Byakuya, us, and Yoko.
Well, they have the capability of doing something, they just never do. Wait. But I thought that the elevator, like, activates instantly.
Oh,
Like, when we all show up, it just goes.
Well, Monokuma shows up.
Oh, are they
Monokuma
doing
shows up.
are they doing the dickish thing and being like, no, you have to wait until Mikuro also shows up because you're not all here?
We were
Why
waiting
are
for
you meeting us here when we could have been in the trial room?
Well, because Monokuma rides down with us.
He does?
Yeah, every single time it shows us going down the elevator, he's there, and he always gets the last word in before we go down the elevator anyway. So
Yeah, but I thought that's because he likes to fuck around. I mean, he can teleport. Why would he need to go down with us in the elevator?
I don't know, he just does.
He's going to establish the thing I just said, isn't he?
In other words,
Oh, I knew it. I knew it 30 seconds before I said it. Do you even know where they are? You said like 3 days ago you couldn't find them. Oh, good. You're finally here. Jesus.
hey,
What? How are you here? You're supposed to be dead. Kyoko, go back and be dead. Somehow Mikuro stole my shoes and got stabbed in my pants.
is that right?
Is there a school rule about being late for this?
I don't
Because I don't think so.
think it's there directly. Can I pull the rules?
So seriously, how is Kyoko alive?
Students may reside only within the school. The campus is unacceptable.
It's not an unacceptable use of time. That's really weird.
Nighttime is from 10 to 7. Some areas are off limit at night, so please exercise caution.
No, that's
Sleeping
technically
anywhere
a
other than
rule.
the dormitory will be seen as sleeping in class and punished accordingly. With minimum restrictions, you are free to explore Hope Speak Academy at your discretion. Violence against the headmaster Monokuma is strictly prohibited, as is the destruction of surveillance equipment. Anyone who kills a fellow student becomes blackened. Once murders takes place, okay, class run. If the guilty is exposed, they get killed. If they are not exposed, they get
Yeah, we got that. And no loaning your book.
Guilty party may only kill a maximum of 2. Attempting to break into locker rooms is strict.
And is
So
punishable by super death.
Well, all of the rules are punishable by death, but no, there is no rule against being late.
So, Kyoko, you survived. You want to explain anything about what happened? How the fuck the exploded person has your hair and your shoes and is your height? Probably.
Indeed.
Once again, I think the hair is brown, but
Eh. I mean, I guess it is kind of suspicious that the hair also isn't that long. So maybe you're right. Because Kyoko has really long hair.
Let's go.
also Monokuma told us apparently her hands are scarred.
Well, she's wearing gloves.
Well, yeah.
Isn't she?
Yeah, no,
She wears gloves.
But Monokuma told us during the investigation that the reason she wears gloves is because her hands are apparently super scarred. The hands on the body weren't scarred, they had a tattoo. That's just something I'm stating.
Yep, there's it. Well, yeah, we need to fucking establish, like, literally. Also, I thought you wore the heels. Are you wearing boots now?
Correct.
I swear you were wearing those heels on the body.
That's right.
So she claims she was on the second floor of the dorms this entire time.
Wait, how did you get? How?
Not sure.
Do you have all the keys now? Also, what was so interesting up there that you missed the entire day and night? Or are you just up there during the day?
Well, so she claimed that up there's no surveillance equipment.
Really?
Or television sets that are set up or anything. So she's claimed she missed the body announcement because she was up there and couldn't hear it because it wasn't on anything up there. And two, that she was completely off of Monokuma's radar while she was up there.
Yep.
She then states that she came back down just in time to hear that we're supposed to show
However,
up here, so she took the liberty of investigating more.
Kyoko, are you Mikuro?
Wrong. In other words,
When did you get that? Why have you not told us about that before?
Just a second.
Makoto.
I'm glad she's just assuming that she's gonna live through this one. Because this is gonna be the one that reveals her secret that she's not actually Kyoko. I mean, it's gonna be real shitty if it turns out that Mikuro just died, even though we didn't learn anything about them. So, it's probably not gonna be Mikuro. Does Toko always wear that dress?
Nope.
Huh.
No one's outfits have changed.
I guess I've never seen it from the back, so it looks really weird.
But yeah, no one's outfit has changed at all throughout the entire game.
Why is Byakuya always standing like that? It was the blinding light of despair, and also it was techno-colored. I technicolored the room for some reason.
Chills, chills.
Is there a betrayal? Who betrayed? What's going on?
I think he always says betrayal. Essentially, one of our friends killed another one of our friends, hence betrayal.
Well, it had to be Kyoko, or it had to be us, because everyone else has an alibi. So it's gotta be one of the unknown roles. Makoto or Kyoko did it. Or the victim killed themselves.
Let's begin with a basic explanation.
Either that or they're gonna pull that shit where...
Then I'll punish
Well,
everyone
no, that was a suicide one.
Well then, Let's discuss the specifics of the victim.
We don't know enough about the specifics.
First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
And he's really pissed about it.
Kyoko. There's no other explanation.
What?
But Kyoko's standing right there.
He's an idiot, remember? He's also media.
That's a ghost.
He's also
Oh, okay. That's what...
here he could
She
argue
has
the ghost.
legs and stuff.
Ghosts can have
Well,
legs
that's just because
in fiction.
she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology.
We still haven't established that
There's a
there's
limit to how
supernatural
much
anything in this
ridiculousness
world
I can
yet.
tolerate.
Okay. So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right?
Can't Kyoko
Then
do
let's
that?
compare
She's
Kyoko's
there.
Traits to the traits of the dead body.
Okay. Why not?
Traits?
Yeah, like the things that would establish that Kyoko is her.
Makoto just has to,
Well, it's not her... Is it the gloves? It's because the face in their gloves doesn't
I'm
make
talking
sense.
about her gloves.
Or, well, face in
They'll
her
give us some
eyes.
insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
I like gloves.
And would you happen to know the answer?
No, that's why we're asking you
In
the
fact,
question.
Monokuma told me. Apparently, you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
How ugly can your hands be if you don't want to reveal them ever?
You know, now that
I mean, how
think
fucked
about
up can hands get?
the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
They probably just got burnt up in the explosion.
We can't even establish that all of her hair would have gotten
I'm not
burnt up in the
convinced.
explosion.
The ghost is just trying to fool us all.
Oh god.
you just have to convince the stupid person.
Can we take the duct tape out from the evidence and throw it on Hiro's face? He can't talk if he's duct taped. I'm gonna have to shoot all the testimony with bullets. Maybe the fake nails will do it. Nah, the tattoo's probably gonna be the right answer.
Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove
I
it.
can't even see the
Prove she's not
fucking...
a
I
ghost.
can't see the text!
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Or not.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
The fake
This entire
nails?
discussion is idiotic.
Did we get anything in the analysis that would have proven the gloves thing?
Only the upper torso and face were
Okay,
exploded.
then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body
Is that
they got
far
burnt
enough
up
away
in the
from
body.
her
She was wearing
hands?
gloves before the
Yeah.
explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
Oh, apparently not.
So maybe the fake nails prove it?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, 'cause you can't wear fake nails and gloves. That might be it.
That
Eh.
Kyoko
I don't know if
there
the tattoos would prove it. I don't think so.
The tattoo definitely
Then she was wearing
Tattoo
gloves
definitely
before
doesn't,
the explosion.
do it.
Well, yeah.
Well, apparently we got 15 minutes to solve this one.
No, that's wrong.
I think some of that I think that time carries over.
No. There's no way the corpse was wearing gloves. Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been a pretty big pain.
I mean, it's technically possible,
Besides,
just really
Kyoko
hard.
wears gloves to hide her hands, right? It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands. to wear
Oh,
fake
that
nails,
actually makes more
don't you
sense.
think?
Makoto's getting intelligent now.
Jeez, man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
Said the guy who was like, absolutely no way, gloves.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life.
Sure, why not?
If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit.
Wait, we're
properly.
still trying to establish that she's not
That's that.
Kyoko.
The dead body
Yes, we
doesn't
have to
belong to
convince- we have to
Kyoko.
convince the idiots that,
Which should have
it's
been
not a
obvious
ghost.
since she's standing right here.
Oh my god.
Okay, so then, who's the real victim?
I don't know, maybe we can figure that out if you stop asking stupid
The first
questions.
thing I said.
Like
You're the
she's
one
a
who's been
ghost.
dragging us around in circles.
It's not circles, it's just like really stupid dead ends. How are we going to identify the victim? We don't have enough information to get a concrete enough proof about it. At this point, we're just guessing.
If Kyoko really is still alive,
Which she is.
then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond
Well, that's not a...
recognition, and there wasn't any
That's not a
description in the
contradiction.
Monokuma file.
I wasn't shooting it.
Well, if we can't identify the body,
Then
Eh,
there's nothing else we can do, right?
maybe hit the second to last with the analysis. Because I mean, we could have a starting point at least.
then who died? There's gotta be. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition, and there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Well, if we can't identify the body,
No, that's wrong.
I don't know. I feel like the analysis could have broken that too.
There was one clue left behind that we
Analysis
can
is
use to
about how
identify
it
the
burns,
body.
Not. So we can't
What?
use how it burns.
For real?
Or like where it
if
burns.
you're lying.
Well, is it an analysis of the explosion or the body?
Cruel and
Analysis
unusual
of the body
death.
before and after the
This I gotta see.
She's just being stupid. Ignore them, Makoto. Tell us what you're talking about.
The key to figuring out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh yeah. The designs.
I mean, if it's gonna be that straightforward, we can just call it Makuro and end the trial now.
Her master
But then we'd have to
must
figure out who
been
killed him.
To be like, you're my bitch.
What?
Seriously? They really did something that humiliating?
It's just a hand
No,
tattoo.
that's not it.
It's not that
The identity of
embarrassing.
the victim is hidden within that tattoo.
Toko just made a claim that maybe the tattoo is a like BDSM thing of it's a dog so that they're their master's bitch.
Yeah, but that's a wolf, so that wouldn't be it.
Oh really?
No, they haven't gotten to that yet. I was trying to say what.
Yeah, but we just put it in the file. It's there.
I got it!
Oh, they made us pick
Fenrir
testimony.
Mercenary Corps. That's the name of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Okay, so to show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Fenrir?
Is this gonna be Hangman's Gambit or something?
Yeah, this is gonna be the shoot the word.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, just put in wolf.
Wow, they could have done it like big rock. Maybe on a higher level.
I mean, it's a 4-letter word. I mean, how hard could they make it?
Understand?
Also, apparently they gave you 7 minutes to do that.
They could have done
The representation of
Ragnarok.
Fenrir is
Like they
a
could have
wolf.
literally done the entire
Fenrir,
phrase
the
of
Wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology.
I think if they made it that complicated, it'd still be that easy to figure out.
He's the child of the trickster god.
If you knew that, why were you confused about it?
He wasn't
Or-
confused about it.
After all
Aoi
this
was the
time,
one
we
asking
finally
what it
got a
meant.
glimpse of the literary
Yeah, but she
all-star.
was the one like, it's a bitch symbol, and then she's like, no, I completely understand what this other symbol means.
exactly.
So
The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf.
that was she said the bitch symbol thing before we said it was Fenrir.
Yeah, but we
Well,
did
a picture
did
of a
we
dog.
say that before?
No. we
That
brought
she
up
was a
the
member
tattoo
of Fenrir.
Yeah. So the order of things happened like this. I can literally pull it up if we want, but I'm just gonna say it. We used the evidence of. There's no way to identify the body. No, there is. She had a tattoo on the back of her hand. Oh yeah, a tattoo. Yeah, it was of a dog, I think. That was Aoi. Then it went to Toko, who said the thing about maybe it's separate, the BDSM thing. Then we're like, no, that's not it. And then we had to pick an evidence, and we picked that it ties to that other piece of evidence being the file on whatever her name is, Mukuro. And then
Whatever
there-
her name is,
they-
unlike
that's
she's
when
an
the name-
important character.
That's when the name Fenrir finally came up. That's when the name Fenrir finally came up. Was after that.
Which
So she-
means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir. So it must have been Mukuro.
What?
Hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
You sound surprised, but you're absolutely right. Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
I mean-
Are you saying the mastermind is dead?
I mean, it can't actually be Mukuro. It has to be like an identity swap thing, because there's no way they'd like introduce this character and then kill them before we knew anything about them. Like got to know them as a person.
Well, you'll get an answer on that, Jeff. Like why they did that.
Well, I think it's the identity swap thing. I think it's a bit too convenient to not be that. Considering we don't know anything about Kyoko's backstory, and she has to be involved in that somehow.
We'll get to it.
Maybe we should
Well,
have
we
been
will.
thinking of her as the ultimate despair in the first place.
Because in her profile, she wasn't listed as that.
After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description.
She was very scary, but it didn't
All it
say
said
that.
was that she was the ultimate soldier.
She was the ultimate soldier who somehow got
If I
she
remember
got
correctly,
defeated and
that other
stabbed.
Information came from Kyoko.
We'll get to
That's
that
what
too.
you
I
told
mean,
me
that sounds
before, right?
really hard to believe.
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
We'll get to
Well,
that.
how do we even know that? We don't know that Kyoko has perfect information. She's really shifty.
Who was she?
She keeps getting things
Who
off
was
screen.
Mukuro Ikusawa?
We don't even know where she's
been
getting it
gone this
from.
whole time, and when she finally turns up, she gets
If you're
killed.
wondering, Jeff, how
Usually
someone
when
gets
there's
the
a
upper
scene
hand
where
on
an
the
important
ultimate
character
soldier, we'll get
dies,
to
it
that.
has a lot more detail.
Well,
So you're saying
they can't be
she
pulling the
wasn't an
Sakura
important
thing
character?
again.
Which
Unless
would
she
mean
somehow
was the
got
same as us.
she
Just another
well, no,
participant.
because we're still establishing that she got killed by a participant. She didn't get killed by her like
He must have
handler.
been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
How do you know?
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
My information was not wrong.
But it was
Okay,
wrong.
Okay, we're in the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost. Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as possible.
Fine. Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this. No matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name on it.
Well, they're just calling it out now.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation.
Who's
No,
provoking you?
Just so nobody's confused.
We're talking amongst
Let me
ourselves.
state this one more time for the record.
No, right there, what Byakuya did is like, fine, we'll move on with the trial, Monokuma, but I'm promising you, I will find out who is who is the man behind the curtain with you.
Oh, I thought he was calling out Kyoko again.
No, he was calling out Monokuma. Because Monokuma is who is behind Monokuma is the mastermind.
Yes.
The reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place. Hammer that point straight into your big ol' brains!
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
It kind of has to be, otherwise we're completely
One of us
fucked.
killed Mukuro?
Wait, no. There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's
I mean, there's a
hiding all
chance,
along.
but it's really unlikely.
Nope. There are only 16 students in total that have been taking part in these events.
Has Mukuro been taking part of these
Seriously?
events?
Then
Or just like
one of us
hiding in the
killed
corner
Mukuro?
somewhere the whole time?
Who did it? Who's the killer this time?
Get a hold of yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible
Well, we've already
suspects.
narrowed it down by surviving. There's only 6 of us left. And one of us
I'm
doesn't
sure
count.
You realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
I mean, it's either me or Kyoko.
I got it! You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do you say that?
Because we don't have alibis.
Allow me to explain. Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden.
And also, we've
I can
established the
confirm
timetable, so it could have only happened
that
last
at that
night.
point, there was no dead body there.
Ow, fuck.
So, the murder must have taken place.
It's not like there
after
was
I left the
that
garden.
important of information there.
However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
They're just reestablishing the alibi thing.
That's right. The 4 of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma.
Dude, I don't know what you're doing on your
Time,
end, but I
we were
can't
very
hear you
careful
anymore.
Not to go anywhere alone. We even went.
You're
to
gonna
the
have to get
bathroom
closer to your
instead.
mic or something.
My mic is literally
All
up
of
against
which
my
is to
mouth.
say,
Well, then
the
how the
four
hell are you
all
so
have
quiet?
alibis.
I don't
The
know,
only
did you-
ones without alibis.
I'll look into it quick, but
Oh, I'm not changing settings over here.
because unless I bump something, there shouldn't be anything on my end.
Well, now you're fine. I just don't know why it, like, occasionally does that where it, like, almost completely cuts out.
I don't know. So right now you say you can hear me fine? Because I literally didn't change anything other than
Well,
I tapped.
yeah, now you sound fine. It just sounds like occasionally you're like, you move like 5 feet away from the mic and get like really quiet.
Nope, I hardly moved the mic.
Well, not the mic, but you.
Well, I'm not moving either. The mic's attached to my head because it's on my headphones.
Oh. Okay.
Not a separate mic. So when I move, the mic moves with me. So
That
the mic
is
always
weird.
the same distance from my face.
Are me and
How
Makoto.
about now? Now that I'm back in the game,
That's
can
why
you
you're
hear me
able
fine,
to
or
narrow
is it-
down the list of
Yeah, now
suspects.
you're fine.
Okay.
Exactly so.
My only thought is like it might have like maybe my headset's like semi-busted, and for whatever reason when I like would move it slightly farther
I have
away
something
to
I'd
eat,
like to say regarding the whole
something in it
alibi
would
thing.
flicker or do something wrong.
Are
I
you
don't know.
thinking of raising an objection?
Or just, you
Well,
know, giving
before that,
evidence.
I just want to try and get a better idea of what time the murder took place.
You don't want to offer up your
Doing
alibi
that might
first?
reveal some kind
I
of
mean, you don't
clue.
have a good one, but still.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at... Well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock. So the murder
Yep, that's
must have
airtight
happened after
evidence
10
right
PM.
there. Hero knows what he's talking about.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was between then and when we found the body?
That's kind of a long time. That's like an 8-hour time
What time
span.
did we find the body?
The one who saw the body first was Toko, right? And she went to go get the pickaxe.
Happened at 10. We found her at 9. She wasn't murdered until
The body must have been
7:30.
discovered at 9 a.m. since that's when Toko
Wait.
went to get the pickaxe.
She didn't get wet by the sprinklers that went off at 7:30, so she would have had to be there after that happened. So was it only an hour that she was and wasn't there?
Well, in those cases, it'd be an hour and a half. But if that's your line of thinking, is that she had to be there after the sprinklers went off.
He's right.
Yeah,
It had to
roughly
be
an hour and a
around
half
then.
time period.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock. But I'm sure I met up with everyone else before 9 this morning.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right? That was around...
8.
Oh yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
Which doesn't matter because
I mean, in
we
my case,
wouldn't be able to murder her before 7:30 and have it make sense. Is this like is this the chapter where Makoto has been the smartest he's ever been?
maybe.
Because he seems to be ahead of the game by at least like a couple steps, which he usually isn't.
We've established a time frame.
It has
for
to be the
murder.
sprinklers.
It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
2 o'clock.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have
3
an alibi
o'clock.
for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock.
Seriously, game, you're just gonna keep doing that?
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
Maybe the analysis will hit it.
We've established a
Oh fuck,
time
we only
frame
got
for
5
murder.
minutes.
It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Damn it, it faded.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that
The
time.
sprinklers tell
Yeah,
us that
10 o'clock.
She couldn't have been murdered before
Yeah, the time
7:30.
period is
Commit
that
murder, I
it
should
contradicts
think.
because
So
the line that I
Makoto,
shoot
if
is
you
that
have
it
any
started at 10.
objections, now
The time
would be
period
the
starts
time.
at 7:30.
We've established a time. It took place
Somewhere between.
Wait, I thought you shot that the first time.
No, I missed it.
How did? Wait, you missed?
Well,
Is that even possible?
The murder
Okay,
couldn't
so
have happened
it
anywhere
depends on
near
what
10
exactly
o'clock.
you're asking.
It had
So-
to have taken place way later.
If you're talking about like a hair of a second before I hit it, I shot the silencer by accident. That's a different button. That does a different
Oh,
thing.
okay.
We didn't take damage. We lost a bit of time for accidentally shooting the like not purple words. Because I use a different button to shoot the purple words than I use to shoot the phrase. So if you're wondering about that, it's that. But also the whole cycle before, so like 30, 45 seconds before, I missed it because the words were fading away when I shot the sprinklers.
And what makes you say that?
Because
Sprinklers,
of the sprinklers in the garden.
which are indestructible
The
and
sprinklers
infallible
are set to go off
for
right
some
at
reason.
7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Oh, hold on. I remember this part perfectly.
Are you sure? I thought you were Genocide Jack when this
Body
happened.
was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
Let's talk about After Effects.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
You're wrong, bitch!
Wrong?
Slap.
How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet? How dare
What?
you spew such indecent words?
God, you are such a
He's saying
terrible
that the body
character. I'm
was wet,
real
but
surprised
not
you turned
because
into
of the
this.
sprinklers.
What do you mean? By denying the sprinkler, are you trying to deny my entire existence?
Man,
What?
totally wacko.
If you really think it wasn't the sprinkler, you'd better tell us why!
Can't Kuya just back us up on the bucket thing?
Anyway, we have to let the really do now, I think.
We have to yell at her until she shuts up.
I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no!
Why are you so pissed about this?
Hold on! Are you trying to blame me?
No.
I admit nothing. I hate you.
What button is to reload?
Tab?
It is tab, you're correct.
I don't know anything.
Well then why are you yelling at us?
Are you trying to blame me?
No.
I admit nothing. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing.
Toko's just trying to sink this case, isn't she?
No! I don't know anything. Hold on.
Tell her to shut up.
How can this should prove it?
We didn't put in the analysis yet. Fuck.
Just remember what the body was like after the explosion, and you'll see why it wasn't the sprinklers. The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was... If the sprinklers got the body wet, shouldn't...
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely
What?
I'm so sick of her.
What a
Let's
brutal
just
maniac.
move on. The reason only the top half was wet was
Only the
because
most evil people only get half of a person wet. They must be the ultimate
fire,
monster.
I doused it with water, but only the part on fire, the top half.
Oh yeah, why was the top half of the only Why was the top half of the body the only part
So
of it
if
that
the
was on
sprinklers
fire?
Didn't get the body wet,
That was the
then the
incinerator
murder
was in the
must have
mask.
taken place.
Like the incinerator, that explosive that went off was inside the mask when they went to remove the mask, or it was like something.
Wait, how do you put a bomb that big in a mask and it doesn't look completely obvious?
I mean, I don't know exactly.
Because it's like a cartoon-sized
Sprinklers turned
bomb.
on at 7:30 in the morning.
I don't know. We'll get to it. But all I know is it's
Means
the
she must have
explosions
been
linked
killed
to the mask.
sometime
I don't know
between then
exactly where the
and when
bomb
the body
is.
was discovered
but...
at 9.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
And we already proved that our alibi is
no way
not
Makoto
necessary
could've done it.
because we couldn't have done
I
it
guess you had
anyway.
an alibi after all. Good for you.
Clues.
In which case,
Crimes.
the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
Because she literally hasn't given us any details whatsoever. Maybe Hiro still did it somehow using his psychic powers. I remember
like to
Kuro
say
was so
one
dumb
thing.
he fell on his own knife.
If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this
Oh,
school
that's
will stay hidden
bullshit. She's
forever.
trying to fucking bribe her way
Which is
out of
why
it.
I can't let that happen.
Or she's just gonna take it into her own hands.
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone.
I don't
This
know,
is a
you
trap
could have
the
a reason.
mastermind has laid for us.
Is that because the trial is completely bullshit?
We're
Either that or
this far
Mukuro
into the
killed
game,
themselves.
And now you decide to blame me? Stop wasting time. Stop wasting energy. You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Probably not, considering you're in full control of the trial.
You got it, boss. Shutting up now.
Anyway, Kyoko, you actually did have a reason to kill her.
Dun dun dun.
Huh? She did?
Well, how does Kuya know?
Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind
Wait, is he just
everything.
guessing? He doesn't actually know?
So she killed her to try and put a
That's
stop to all
he
this.
believes that.
Isn't
He's
that
saying
right,
that's the
Kyoko?
reason.
But you
Well, yeah,
made
but he
one
doesn't
catastrophic
specifically
mistake.
know. He's just being like, this is the most obvious
And as
reason
a
that I can
result,
think
You were
of.
forced into another
He's
trial.
saying, well,
something
she
I'm
claimed
sure
there
you
was
weren't
no
at all
possibility.
expecting.
He's claiming there is a possibility. It's this.
So, that was her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then, I think it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
I'm not the only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is
How is it still insufficient? I thought we just broke the
The
timetable.
sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did.
What are you...
Well,
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided.
oh, is she
getting
talking
wet.
about the tarp?
Interesting. I'm listening.
Because I
All
think
it
it's the
would
only
take was
related
covering the body
thing.
with a certain something to keep it from getting wet.
I wonder if this has something to do with the fact that it's entirely covered in dirt. I mean, it has to be the tarp.
I got it!
I got it!
You're
The
talking
thing
about
that's
the
going to
tarp,
damn
aren't
me.
you?
Damn.
You catch on quick. You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water. In fact, that's exactly what the killer did. The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that. Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water. The side that faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean.
Okay.
This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
If the tarp was over the
Why
body,
did they
how was
go
it
to
covered
all
in
that
dirt?
effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
The top side's covered in dirt, not the bottom side. The side that got wet is the side that has dirt on it. So, like, the water makes the dirt run.
Yeah, but if it was on a body, like, it wouldn't be on the ground then. It'd be on a body.
The water's splashing dirt onto it, I don't know. Because, like, the whole garden got muddy is the thought. And so, like, as water hit it, mud flew up.
Most likely,
Eh.
because it
I
could
thought
cloud
at
the issue of when the murder actually took place. In other words, to create an
Because
excuse exactly like
Wouldn't the
one
more
that
obvious
Kodo
answer
just
be
gave
that the
us.
tarp would have to be on the ground? And they put the body on top of it? I guess no, it wouldn't, because then, well, if the sprinklers went off, then blood would still not be on the tarp. Okay, contradiction. How are we gonna get our way out of this?
Something's not right.
And what might that be?
It's fishy. And we're all gonna die for this because Kyoko fucked up. Body before the explosion. Fragments near body, which proves that the explosive happened, so I don't think that's gonna help.
The killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
No, that's wrong.
I want to see what the explanation for this is. Because I find it hard to believe.
One side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it.
Yes.
Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yakuya said it himself. Not to touch it, or you might get some on you. If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Well, maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Oh, yeah, true.
More than that, what if the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage?
Huh.
What if?
God damn it, we're battling
killer used
Kyoko,
tarp
the most
to avoid
intelligent
the
character.
sprinklers?
And she's completely
They then
destroying
covered
us.
The body in blood that didn't belong to the victim.
So how do you stab someone and they don't bleed?
Someone else's blood? Where would they get something?
Because, I mean,
like
even if you
that?
stab a dead person
I know.
who didn't
You
die
could
that long
grab
ago, they
some
still
of
have
the
blood
bags
in
from
them.
the nurse's office.
But the blood doesn't splatter because it's not pumping.
That's what Hifumi did, right?
You can probably
When
get
he
blood
pretended
out
to
of
be
the
dead?
body still.
Potentially, I guess.
No, that's not what happened this time.
So what is your
The
explanation?
killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
Their own blood?
I got it!
Okay.
Chicken blood?
What? Chicken blood?
I mean, it's
When I
possible.
checked the chicken coop before the murder, there were 5 chickens.
We can't really establish this one because
But after the
all we
murder,
know is that
there
there's
were
just a
only
chicken
4.
missing. That's all we got.
We're not
So,
saying
we're
this
saying
is the truth. We're saying
someone
this is
killed a
plausible
chicken?
because-
And then
Yeah, but this is
covered
the
it with blood?
flimsiest. This is pretty flimsy.
Yeah,
That's
well,
messed up.
remember
Killing a
that
living thing just
once
to do
again,
something like that
the
is
goal
awful.
isn't to get the
They should have at
concrete
least eaten it.
This is 100% what happened.
Well,
I
tell
wonder
Makoto
if
to
the
poke
killer
a hole in
hid
it
the
because
blood
it's
from the
flimsy.
scene so they wouldn't be spotted
Defeat
walking around.
Kyoko.
Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for
And
my
I'm
theory.
really smug about it.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right?
Okay.
But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body.
Unless they did a really good job at it.
But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
I have to agree. That certainly is strange.
If you're trying to make up these excuses,
they
why are
didn't apply
you
the
saying
blood
that
at
they're
the scene.
weird and strange?
Maybe
Shouldn't
they
you be
covered
like
the coat in
committing to
blood
them?
beforehand.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the
And
body,
put it on the
was
body
it
and
wearing
then
the
threw
coat
it,
like you
stabbed a
normally
knife
would?
in it? Because they actually killed them by
think so.
beating them over the head with a bat?
Wait,
And then put
no.
a
The
bomb
head
in
was
their
through the neck
face?
hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
That is
Then
weird.
that settles it.
I mean, also the code's
Sorry, I'm
on
having a
upside down.
tough time keeping up.
Is it?
What settles
Yeah,
what?
the back of the code is on
Here's
top.
what happened. The murder took place.
I don't know, I
before the
didn't catch where
sprinklers
the
went off,
collar was.
But the body.
And
did
considering the
get
body
wet
exploded,
because
now
the
we
killer
can't
covered
see
with
it.
The tarp. Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp, They pulled the coat over the body, the coat they'd already covered in blood. This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
But to pull all that off,
I mean, they had plenty of time to do it if they were able to get it done before 7:30. And they had like 8 hours to do
wouldn't have
it.
been all that difficult.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body. They'd be done in no time.
Maybe. But still.
Hina, after you met up with
I don't know, this
Makoto in
seems
the
really
dining hall,
super
did you
detailed.
two
It makes
stay
me think
together
that
from that
Kyoko
point
still
on?
did it.
oh no.
Because she has all the explanations of how it would have happened.
Makoto didn't show up till later.
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
That's not...
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
I must admit, Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
I mean, if you can't get out of it with the 7:30 thing, then yeah, your alibi is inadequate. I actually don't know either, because it's just gonna kill you all anyway. We're gonna be able to stab her with her own excuses.
Well then, it looks like we're back to square one. Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again,
Kyoko's
our
disappearance
suspects
really
are
fucked
him
up this
and Kyoko.
case.
For
Because now
serious,
we barely have
Some
any
of them
evidence to
did it.
counter any of her excuses.
Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50 odds.
I mean, that's better than the last thing you suggested.
See? Pretty good idea,
gamble
right?
our lives on a 50-50
No,
shot.
not that.
To be fair, it's still
just
better
wanted
than the
something
other
super
times he's
serious.
done, like, yeah, let's use random
Don't just
chance.
stand there. Out with it.
Wait, Hina knows something?
You know that knife we found
The
all
knife!
cracked and burnt?
We have more evidence. We have one
found
more
stuff in the
thing.
body before it exploded, right? According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back.
Somehow, despite having that much knife stucking
So,
out of
What
them.
about it?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before. That's what I thought when I first saw it. I
Wasn't
just
she
remembered-
there when they found it?
Yeah, so she's saying when you discovered the body, she's like, I'm pretty sure I've seen this knife before. And she's like, I just now figured out where I saw it before. It was the other day, blah blah.
I mean, she already has stabby things in her room. She doesn't need more stabby things to do stabby things.
Not only does she have stabby things presumably in her room, she has them hidden all over her body.
And that too.
That was stated when
Is it
genocide,
the
anytime
knife we
genocide
gave
kills
to
pulls out
Makoto?
random ass scissors.
You don't
it's because
seem
they're apparently
surprised.
hidden on her body
You must
someplace.
have noticed earlier.
Was this whole thing elaborately set up to frame
Then why
Makoto
did you
for
hide
it
that
specifically?
fact?
It's not that I hid it.
I don't know
It's
why
just-
they do that. What do they have against him? Other than it was just convenient for him to be the fall guy for it. Oh my god, I was the masked person.
Suspicious. The knife we found
So,
stuck in the
whoever
body
killed this
was
person
Makoto.
managed to get the coat off of the
Only
body,
convinced he
prep
did
the
it.
coat, because it's the
1000%
same
convinced.
coat in the vision that he was wearing.
You are correct. It does look to be the same coat.
We still haven't established that that was real, so it's kind of hard to base it on that. The fragments? How's that gonna help us?
We'll find out. It's
The knife we found lodged
Or
in
the
dead
disguise,
body.
because we're gonna be able to nail her with her own proof.
We gave to Makoto. It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that
Aw,
knife
Hina
before,
likes us a little bit.
then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
I mean, it doesn't look
Well,
good.
getting stabbed is what killed her, right?
No, it
So
isn't.
there's no question.
Wait, maybe it is.
You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
Did the file establish what killed her?
No, it just said that there was a stab wound and stuff.
Because, I don't know, I feel like the file said that the person was hit over the head with the pipe before the knife thing.
It really is, isn't it?
I got it.
I was afraid of that.
So I'm gonna explain why I'm shooting it with what I am. According to the description of how the body was disguised, they put the blood on the coat, put the coat on the body, and then stabbed it after the tarp was removed and the body was already dead. Which means the body was stabbed after it was dead. Thus
If he did have that knife before, and that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because
Well, I'm sure the contradiction will explain itself.
that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her.
No, that's wrong.
Because the stabbing was during the prep of the crime and not the crime
The
itself.
stab wound isn't what killed Mukuro. That should be clear from the
Stabbing
description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her.
No, don't you remember? The killer covered the dead body with the tarp, and then put the bloody coat on it, right? In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine. So what?
Monokuma file.
When we discovered the body,
Maybe.
the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body.
Yes.
Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
Is it in the file?
I got it!
Yeah.
The Monokuma file clearly states that there was
Oh,
only
okay.
one stab wound.
It's a Phoenix Wright thing.
Oh yeah, it sure
I
did.
should have just read the
Totally
file
forgot
again.
about that.
Then the knife.
Was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer. They probably stabbed her to draw attention
I mean, we
away
probably could have
from what
figured this out
actually
if we
killed
had the
her.
proper time to gather all this evidence beforehand.
We did gather all the
Exploding the
evidence.
body afterward was probably meant to do the
just
same.
Yeah, but
haven't
we
had
didn't
a
reach
lot of
these
time to think about it.
conclusions.
Yeah, we didn't have a lot of time to think about this.
The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her.
That's part of the reason why
It was
the game
all the
does
killer's
this, like,
attempt to
walkthrough
destroy
of
all
what happened,
evidence of their crime.
so that you can start to
So
piece
they
it
wanted
together.
us to notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward. They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Even though the Monokuma file got
question.
the other parts of
Kinda
it.
goes back to the beginning, but what's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up all of a sudden?
They were
like that?
rigged to explode? Isn't that obvious?
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
Well, if you're so smart, just tell me.
No, I want to be
I'll
obtuse.
tell ya.
That's my quirk.
Quantum particle
I'd be
atomic
weird and not
level
useful.
spontaneous combustion.
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make any...
Well, if you're complaining, why don't you just say it? God, they make us go into this thing so many times.
Yeah, I mean, this case has a lot of pieces.
Oh yeah, but they usually come out in like the contradiction shooting thing. Okay, so isn't it just a fragment?
Yeah, it must just be the fragment, yeah.
Doesn't that prove the bomb? What the bomb
Well,
was?
I was looking for,
We
like,
found a tiny
the
fragment of
robot
something
missing
on the
the
ground
bomb.
near the body,
That's what I
right?
was looking for.
Oh no, I don't think that
That
fit in this
fragment
case.
reveals the cause of the
It's a step
explosion.
away from it.
There.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
Why is this bomb fragment all
only natural.
brown and shit?
Because, of course, we saw
I mean,
the
it was a
same
black
thing
bomb.
when we dismantled Monokuma. It's part of a bomb.
Oh, then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Because how else would you get a
Anyway,
bomb in this
The
fucking
culprit's
school?
motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute.
Really?
They wanted the knife wound.
Well,
to look
yeah,
like
how
a
else do you
fatal
make
injury
explosives?
So that we'd suspect Makoto.
Well, that doesn't answer the
And
motive.
the only one who would benefit.
Well, no,
from
it doesn't
that
answer the motive.
But he said motive.
Is the only other possible suspect. You, Kyoko.
This is just a flip-flop game.
Hold on
That
a
is
second,
this
Byakuya.
case. It's literally
It's one then the other, then
problem?
one then the other, then on.
Well, I just feel
Back
like
and forth, back
we need
and
to think this
forth.
through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
Well, we can guess. We got
That's
like
true.
3 guesses.
It's definitely bugging me.
Do you have a guess,
What
Jeff?
really killed her?
What killed
I don't
I have
know.
no problem with
What
that.
in our
Let us
evidence could have
continue
caused
the
the
debate.
blunt force trauma to the back of the
It
head?
won't change the facts of the case regardless.
Do we have that evidence?
Yes, we do have the evidence. of
What hit her over the head?
Alright, we're doing Hangman's Gamut again. Oh, no, we're apparently not.
No, we're going back to the
We need to
contradictions.
concentrate and the image when we're doing Hangman's
Now we just got the file. I
Then
mean,
shall we continue
I
the
kind of want to
debate?
say it was the pickaxe, but that
The
seems kind of
victim's fatal
ridiculous.
Injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion.
No, no,
didn't
we
kill
don't
her
have
for
the
sure.
pickaxe in the evidence.
Yes.
I don't think.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when
I don't know. Maybe they hit her with the
Because
bomb
of the
itself.
knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma
Oh my God, Hero
file,
can read.
That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
Well, that's not a
And more
contradiction.
than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across
And that's
her
also not a
entire body.
contradiction.
Shoot!
I was thinking because they were old wounds.
Then shall we
we
continue
have
the
to
debate?
scan something in this.
Yeah, I'm
The
thinking that
victim's
too.
Fatal injury has yet
Is
to
it
be
fatal
determined,
injury?
correct?
This
The
with
explosion
with,
didn't kill
with
her for
back
sure.
of the head. That's what it's gonna be. We have to
Yes.
scan back of the head and then shoot
Well,
the previous
yeah.
scene with it.
She was already totally
Oh,
dead
we have
when
to
that
shoot
happened.
fatal injury with one of the other
And it wasn't
guesses.
because of the
Yeah,
knife,
so
right?
they're listing all these weapons and
then
ways of
there's
death,
only
so that
one
we
other
scan one
thing.
of them and shoot the first thing.
Oh,
with
yeah.
it.
According to the
And it's
Monokuma
gonna be the
file,
head, back of
that's
the head
gotta
thing.
be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And
Wasn't
more
she
than
hit on the
that,
top of her head?
No, it was the back of the head.
The victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Yeah, so
Then
we take
shall we
this and then we
continue the
shoot
debate?
Byakuya's-
So it has to be the only thing left in the
victim's
file.
fatal
Injury has yet to be.
No, that's wrong.
That's why that one was the way it was. The first statement's where we have to shoot it. The last
Mukuro
couple
died
statements
because
are
of the
all
blow to the
options.
back of the head she suffered.
Because they're all.
What about the wounds all over the rest of her body?
Well, they happened days
Does it have
ago,
anything to do with it?
which is also stated in the file.
Jeff, can you hear me
The
or am I quiet
Monokuma
again?
file makes it clear that
Wait,
those
I'm quiet
weren't
now?
fresh wounds.
No, am I quiet?
Well,
Asking if
Oh
I'm
yeah, good
quiet.
point.
no, you're you're at your old volume.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I was. saying
Okay,
stuff and I
then we're
wasn't
safe in
seeing because
assuming
it
the
was
blow
close.
to the back of her head is what killed her.
But then, what was the murder weapon?
It was you, Hina.
The
You're the
knife
murder
file
weapon.
Says she was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal pipe.
I mean, metal pipes can be a
Oh,
bunch of
I bet it
different
was a pickaxe.
sizes. Oh God, Hero said what I said, which means it's the dumbest
If you hit
answer.
someone with
Fuck.
that, it'd cave their skull in
Well, not if you
completely.
hit it with the handle, which would be the dumbest way to
Maybe
wield a
they held it the
pickaxe.
other way and hit her with the handle.
Oh God, I've become Hero now.
No way!
and then Hero
The
just says
balance
what
would
he
be all
said.
off. You wouldn't
Ah.
be able to swing it with any kind of power.
I don't know.
I
It's pretty
wouldn't mind
big.
testing it on you if you want.
What?
No thanks. I bet
How
you just
the
hit
fuck
me with
would
the
you
metal
even
end.
lift a
All in an
pickaxe?
accident.
You see how big that thing is?
I'd love to scoop out that nasty brain of yours, throw it on the ground, and spit
What
on it.
the fuck?
I feel the same way. Looks like we're on the same page this time.
What?
Seriously?
We want to figure out what killed her, right? It just so happens we already know.
Well, we need to figure out what specifically did it to tie it into the timeline.
So what was it?
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto. Surely you've deduced the real murder weapon?
What is the real murder weapon?
Well, you have 7 minutes, Jeff. What's the real murder weapon?
Well, start looking through things.
Alright.
Wait, what was the 4 pictures in the body found thing?
When the body
Okay, so door, gym, I don't think that's it. Oh, wait. Could it be the... It can't be the arrows, can it?
I got it.
How would it have been the
Was
arrows?
hit in the back of the head with something.
I mean, they're made of titanium, but are they that heavy?
And that something was the titanium arrow we found in the locker.
I don't know,
in the
it seems a
dojo.
bit silly. Unless you hit him with, like, all of them.
Arrow.
Ah!
That's
you're
what the
thinking,
culprit attacked
you're thinking.
Mukuro with?
How do you manage to hit him with all of them,
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Do you tape them all together?
That
though?
sounds
Bloody duct tape, yeah.
kind of weird.
Hey! You figured it
How
out.
dare you backtalk, Master? You have
I think it's a
no
really,
right.
really unique murder weapon.
That is an interesting one. Mostly because why the fuck would you make arrows out of titanium?
I don't know, but if you find that you can make them dense enough, and you wrap them in duct tape, now you have essentially a metal pipe.
But that's still
I think right now
ridiculous.
we're just using the tape. I think right now we're gonna end up using the tape one.
Yep.
Bloody duct tape.
Well, it's not gonna be the stupid key.
The titanium
How would that
arrow.
help?
It was in the dojo locker, right?
Well, you were there when we were
That
getting
was
to
the
it.
murder weapon.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, because in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
No, that's wrong.
It's too wrong because me, Makoto, says it is.
You're right.
I bet like if you saw this in real time, Makoto would come off as the most annoying asshole ever, contradicting everything.
Another weapon?
Himself. It's like, no, you're wrong, constantly.
We also found a balled up wad of duct tape. The killer probably uses duct tape to bind multiple arrows together.
Probably all of them.
Bundling them together using
Well,
duct
if
tape
they look like
easily
this,
create
then
a
they are a
solid
murder
as
weapon.
thick as a pipe.
Look at my artist's rendition of it.
And that's exactly what the killer did.
The killer is really
It's similar
smart.
to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks.
I don't actually know
One
Aesop's
stick
fable.
is weak.
No.
Put them together, and they become strong. It's meant to teach.
Well, I mean, it's a good enough story, I guess.
That's harsh.
What?
How is it
How would that be? What?
You even listening?
No.
Anyway, that explains the murder weapon.
But it doesn't explain
For
who
the
did it.
culprit is that stashed the weapon in
I
the
mean,
dojo locker.
it doesn't look good for Kyoko considering she had the key
It
to
was
the
you,
murder
Kyoko.
weapon.
I've never been to the dojo.
But then who planted this key in your room? The
You
only...
absolutely
This is the only object that is in your room. This is your only possession. And someone planted
we
it
have
there.
proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto?
How come you don't own anything?
What's the matter?
You don't have a fancy
Surely
painted
you don't
sword.
intend to protect a murderer.
Well, she is my best
You
friend.
know what will happen if you do, don't you? If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing.
Will
that
I
can lead
die
to
for my best friend? Who will also
death of us
die?
all. Remember?
Of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
I mean, it doesn't... I don't know if it's proof, but it's pretty suspicious.
I got it! The one thing that proves Kyoko was in the dojo is right here. The key to the dojo locker.
And how does that prove anything?
Because
It was in your
I
room.
found it in your room.
You want to explain that?
In my room?
Don't bother trying to play dumb. That key
But I was
is
upstairs
just the
all
final
day.
piece
Of course
the
I'm
puzzle.
playing dumb. I didn't see it.
Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, your attempts to frame Makoto for the crime. This all proves that you are the true culprit.
And yet somehow I
Hold
still
on
didn't
a
do it.
second.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending her, aren't you?
No, It's not that I want to defend her. It's just...
It's
there's one
really
more thing I need to
suspicious.
ask her. Kyoko, I want you to tell me something. Last night, you were in my room, weren't you? Why? What were you doing there?
I was becoming Mukuro.
That's what I need to know.
I was swapping identities.
I was just protecting you.
What?
Why? Why would Makoto need to live?
Okay, so if you want to remember the order, this one happened first.
Yes, that happened first, and then then she showed up.
Yeah.
But we can't establish how long those were apart from, considering he was apparently sitting there for like 7 hours sleeping.
Yep.
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
So Kyoko did do it.
I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
I knew
But are
were
you?
stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
Well, Kyoko, if
Really?
you did it, you did
But
it.
you should know better than anyone I didn't do it.
I don't know. It seems
Can you tell me
suspicious
I'm
that you
wrong?
did.
I should know.
The murder, the victim and you were at the same place and the same night. Well, no, the knife didn't kill them, so it'd be kind of hard to fucking do that. I don't know.
Those words you just spoke.
I'm still suspicious.
What
I
do you
don't
mean?
think Kyoko did it.
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
What could he
Master
be
would
hiding?
Never hide something from me.
Did he have the time to go and
Proof that
hide
you
something?
aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Because she was on the second floor the whole time?
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me.
There's
He doesn't
proof
even
that
want
you
to talk
aren't
to
the
you.
culprit.
No, that's wrong. If I'm right, Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get
Oh,
into her
because
room
she didn't even have her own key.
Why not?
because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
I
I
see.
can't believe I forgot the fucking
So
room
that's
key
what
thing
you
again.
meant. And if I had the key to your room,
Then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there myself. Am I wrong?
it would appear not.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
You're getting a lot of mileage out of her smug face.
That we kind of are. You're right.
Wait, there was a contradiction in what she said?
Yep. But this just isn't like her.
But I don't know what the lie is. It was obvious. It was the truth.
We'll get there.
Unless Kuya was doing something weird at the same time. What did she say before this? Why did she turn around to say this?
I mean, this is earlier. This is when we first got down here. She said that.
I thought this happened in the middle of the trial.
No, this happened at the very beginning when we got downstairs. I'm pretty sure, at least.
The mastermind is somehow making Kyoko fall on her own lies. Can you turn the world right side up? Because this is getting disorienting. Come on, Makoto, suss this one out. No, it's the other way around. The victim was Kyoko and Mikuro killed him. I still don't know what the lie is. What is he referring to?
I'm gonna wait for the game to tell you.
Well, if it is. I mean, you said this is the part of the game that you're blind to, right?
I mean, this is the part of the game I haven't played through the games aspect of. I have watched the anime, so I know how this game ends. I know how this case ends. I just don't know the gameplay aspects of it.
Wait, he's referring to this?
No. Alright.
Pursue the lie. We need to suss this out or we're gonna fucking die.
There was a lie hidden within Kyoko's
I mean, it's part of the trial. Need to fucking follow it through.
Isn't that right, Kyoko?
You said it. The burden of proof, so let's hear it. Where's this lie?
Let's pull up the gun again. Now, how many bullets do we get? 4? 1?
I didn't have the key to my
Wait,
room
her lie was in the thing
because
that she
I'd
said
given
before
it
we
to
even
the
got
Yakuza.
here?
There's no doubt about that, right?
You are correct.
It proves that you're a
So I
lockpick
couldn't
because how
possibly
else
have
did you
gotten
get
into
into
my
the second
room.
floor?
I hit the wrong button.
Oh, I thought it was like, no, you can't shoot
else
through
could the
pink,
key
and
have
that's like,
someone
that
other
sounds like
than
the
me to
dumbest
put it there?
idea. That can't
That's
be
the
it.
only explanation.
I didn't
Was
have
the
it
hit
because
really
I'd given
just,
it
it
to
was
the Yakuza.
something
There's no
really
doubt about
important?
that, right?
You are correct.
Hold on one second.
So I couldn't possibly have gotten
Is
into
that the
my room.
contradiction?
Yeah.
No, that's wrong.
Her account is how she stole the master skeleton key from Monokuma.
Oh my god. I totally forgot she said that.
Gotten into her room. You said so yourself.
Oh
didn't
my
you,
god.
Kyoko?
It's because we didn't put it in our evidence pants. We forgot to write it down.
We did put it in our evidence pants.
We did put it in our evidence pants?
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
it's
because it's part of her
Kyoko's
account.
Kyoko's account was added to us right before we went down the elevator.
Ugh.
Kyoko stole it from the headmaster's room. It lets you get into any room in the school. Which means she could have used it to get into
Damn
her
it,
own room.
Koto, why are you so good at reading all your evidence?
Then I guess that's it.
You're giving up just like that? You admit to killing...
No, I'm simply recognizing that I lost.
What are you talking about?
Well, she lost.
Like I said, this was a trap. And I wasn't able to escape.
Well, is it a trap?
So I lost.
It sounds like you did it.
That's all this means.
Huh? Then, are you saying you really didn't... Kyoko, you really aren't the killer?
Well, then who else would have done?
Time's up!
Wait, we're out of time. What?
I'm sorry to say, but your time is up. All done, all finished. The class trial is all
No, we're
over.
fucked.
But that's ridiculous! Since when is there any...
It's because you were late, so the trial started late.
What?
And time ran out. So then,
There's a
well, I
perfect
guess
schedule
we
for
already-
all of this. Wait, we don't even get a chance to vote. Fuck. Oh, she did do it?
I'm curious about something. Is there a split in the game, or...
Well, what do you mean a split? What's the split?
We'll find out in a second. Just play it.
Now then, I prepared a Let's give it everything.
Doesn't he always say that it's always extra special? Wait, we didn't even get to say anything. She just died. I swear everyone at least said something before they died.
Okay. Interesting.
She's gonna get killed by a mech? Or gears?
I hope... I hope we don't have to...
She's gonna get killed by a television. What the fuck is going on? I mean, we don't know anything about her, so how can we even know this is ironic? She's gonna get crushed by a weight. Being spun around like by a clock. No, you're gonna sit in that chair until you die, lady. You don't get to stand up, that's illegal. If the fucking thing is already on a conveyor belt, why is the chalkboard also on wheels? This is the one time she's, like, lost her composure. Which, you know, is appropriate, considering she just got turned into a pancake. Well, now what are we gonna do? We're still stuck in the game, and now all our clues got murdered. What are we looking at now?
Apparently, she died. That's interesting. I've never seen this. I didn't even know this was a thing.
Where did Toko die in the real world?
I don't know. No, this is them in the school.
What?
He said, here, I'll pull it up.
Well,
this is all new to me. So,
what does this mean?
That was the end of Mukuro's class trial, and in the end, it would prove to be our last class trial.
Wait, really?
Once that case was over, there was never a single murder at Hope's Peak ever again.
Oh, okay.
It changed for the lives of all the others. Peace, but only inside the school. Peace, but only for us. There was all.
Yeah, but why would Monokuma accept that?
Hope. Is this Hope? Like,
is it? Or is this just another vision?
Right.
So that was just his imagination.
I'm curious. Well,
wait, are we back in the trial?
Makoto, why are you staring off?
What are we doing? We're back in the trial. But she died. Wait, was all of that just a vision? Just what? So he just imagined all of that.
So I will state this: I do not know gameplay-wise whether we had to do it this way first and then it goes back. But I'll tell you, in the anime, that doesn't happen. Like that little.
Yeah, because that's very fucking confusing. Because it's very weird.
What I thought was gonna happen was the game was gonna give us a bad end and just give us a game over. It didn't.
How would you get a bad end in a visual novel? Wouldn't it just like start over?
Well, no. So bad ends. We'd either get a bad end, like bad end is when there's a split in the story and one choice you make leads you down a path where the ending's bad. So in theory, what we just did gave us the bad ending, but then immediately jumped back to the decision that gave us the bad ending.
So was it just an imagination or what? Well, let's try running away. Maybe that'll work. No, just run away. Run away.
I'm gonna explain. Yes, as far as the game's concerned right now, what we just saw of Kyoko getting murdered and found guilty, and then us, surviving but being trapped in the school and that weird picture of all the kids and stuff, that as the game's explaining right now is him thinking about what would happen if I chose this choice. That's what the game's deciding that is. In the anime, he never makes the wrong choice, and what I'm curious about is if we had to do that, or if when we were presented this choice the first time, if we chose the right thing, the game would go on the way I know it to go on.
Well, let's try running away. Maybe for once it'll work.
No, I'm pretty sure running away will just make us take damage.
Fine, let's get the only other one.
But yeah, so in the anime, he never.
Wait, doesn't. So it's just gonna end the same way twice?
No, so.
But she's got all the proof against her.
No. So, right now, what happened was, right? Byakuya was like, well, she had the key, or there was the key, and she's like, well, I couldn't have gotten into my room. The point we are at right now is we're
because of the
whether or not
skeleton
to reveal
keys.
That's her account, right?
Her
That's
account, the thing she said.
Yeah. So, in the anime, he never does. He chooses the first time to not reveal it. He chooses to trust her and not reveal it. But the game, so what I'm curious is if we chose to trust her the first time, if we were fine, or if we had to see that part first.
Does no one have a rebuttal?
But it's not
Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact?
Okay, so how are we gonna bend our evidence to get out of this?
I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room. That it was someone else.
But who else could it have been?
Makuro themselves.
Byakuya had a room key, right?
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of course, I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
Maybe we can
There's only
bend our
one
evidence
other
around the
possibility I
idea
can
that
think of.
Makuro killed themselves.
Someone could have had the key.
Because I don't
on
think
them,
we can bend
and
it.
once they arrived
I
at
don't
the
know what
scene,
other conclusion we could
pretended
make
to
up
find
to
it
make
there.
this work.
What?
Because we have to all survive
Had
this
to be
somehow.
Makoto, right?
I don't see any other option.
If Kyoko dying is the bad ending.
Wait a second. You've got it all wrong.
Which I still find kind of
Let's
fishy
think
that
about
that
it
was
one
an
more time.
ending, considering I
gotta
don't
be a
know.
hidden
I think
side to this
Monokuma wouldn't
case.
accept, like, there being no more trials.
A hidden side?
I mean, it wasn't an ending
First
because
of
the game
all,
didn't
there's
end.
something off about
But,
this
like,
entire trial.
it-
You all see it,
Instead,
don't
just
you?
gave us a weird, like, how things would have ended if that
Mukuro,
happened. But
who
then
we
looped
didn't
us
even know
back.
existed, suddenly shows up dead. And then we're thrown into a trial.
But that doesn't prove
Kyoko
anything.
even said, it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this has to be...
Okay, time's up.
Oh, fuck. We ran out of time again.
Time's up. Class trials all over.
But how are we gonna get out of this? We can't fucking
Time's up?
accuse someone else
What
of
do you mean
it.
time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we...
It's because you were late, so we had to push back the start time. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote.
This 2D
using the
character
lever
sitting on a
in front of
3D
you.
chair is kind of
voting
weird.
time.
Anyway,
Stop flipping the camera upside down.
Kyoko's correct.
Wait,
Normally
but
there
what?
isn't a-
What was the outcome
normally there
then?
isn't a time limit. We'll find out in a second.
How do we keep getting all these A ranks?
I don't know. We're doing pretty good, I guess.
Now.
I don't know. I think we keep.
chosen
I
as
think
the
with like,
blackened.
there's enough
Will
fuck
you
ups that we
make
should have
the
hit a
right
B or
choice
something.
Or the dreadfully wrong one.
Hey, hold on.
What's it gonna be?
Have we seen
What's it gonna be?
Makoto's worried face before?
No, not like that. Alright, who'd they vote for?
I don't know. Makuro? Did he do it? Oh, they voted for me.
And they got it right.
What?
We're
Wait, so it
You're
was
failing
sleep.
to catch what was said.
It was sleepwalking?
No, it's a trap by the mastermind.
But then they're all gonna
Monokuma's
die.
right. No, Monokuma's cheating.
He's cheating.
Sorry.
Yeah, Monokuma's cheating.
So what, are we gonna switch over to Kyoko for our character now?
Well, we'll have to find out. But
I don't know who's gonna be the main character now.
because in the reality where we revealed that
Yes,
Kyoko had
indeed.
the master key, she was guilty. In the reality where we didn't reveal
Yep.
it, we're guilty. So it shows that
Oh yeah, that's
someone's
kind of
gonna be
weird.
found guilty, right?
Yeah, that's weird. But if Monokuma is like in control of everything, then how the fuck are we gonna get out of this?
We'll find out. We'll have to see.
Do you think 16's gonna swoop in and save us during the punishment?
We'll find out. We have to figure out how to survive.
Well, I wanna punt it. I wanna
Or
guess
if
before
we're
it
gonna
happens.
switch characters, or if we're gonna switch characters, because that's a possibility.
Well, I wanna guess before it happens.
Yeah, no, keep guessing. I'm curious to hear what you say.
I don't
Um,
expect you to forget.
Maybe Kyoko will use her powers to
this is all
defeat
my
Monokuma now to give us more time.
Let's give it
Just punch his head
everything
off.
we've got. It's punishment time.
Makuro, please save us, we're fucked. Help. I don't know, maybe it's gonna be a fake execution and Makoto will become the new plant in exchange for him surviving. Wait, we're getting killed the exact same way? This isn't ironic at all.
Because we're just a bland student, so, like, we don't have a special ironic death.
Well, then why don't you, like...
I was curious what they were gonna do when I was, like... Because I thought it was gonna just give us the game over before we saw, like, a kill, like, a punishment for Kyoko. So I was really curious if we were gonna get an entirely new punishment. We did not. They just replaced Kyoko in the punishment I already know, which is the one that Makoto's supposed to get, not...
Well, I'm surprised she lost her composure while, you know, I figured she would go out all stoically and shit. It's kind of weird seeing Kyoko get all worked up about dying. Why are you teaching us about sex?
Because Monokuma's weird. That's my only thought.
This is completely inappropriate. Well, it was a good run, Makoto. You were the most character we've ever had. What? Are you serious? Somehow the Chihiro program got uploaded into the punishment machine? I don't know how that makes sense. Also, this is just gonna kill Makoto too.
Depending.
Like, this is exactly how Link died in Majora's Mask.
What?
Wait, you saw that?
Yeah, because the screen became... He was supposed to get smushed, and then the machine changed face from Monokuma to Chihiro.
Were the punishments always, like, televised to them?
What? We've always had to watch everybody die, yes. Not televised, like we literally were in the room watching it.
I mean,
This is evident. The best way to evidence that is the fact that in Leon's execution...
Yeah, we saw that one.
We're all along the fence line.
Somehow the Chihiro program got uploaded into the system, which I don't know how that happened.
We plugged it into the mainframe, remember?
Yeah, but did Chihiro's program, did Alter Ego make copies of itself all over the place while we weren't looking?
We don't know. Alter Ego asked to be plugged into the mainframe. We plugged it into the mainframe. The next time we saw it again was when it got punished. For when Sakura...
Yeah, the original laptop got destroyed.
Yeah. But, yeah, it was connected to the mainframe. Who knows what it did? And what it did, apparently, was upload itself, or a copy of itself into the mainframe.
This is...
It seems kind of cheap. I mean, if you knew he was in your network, why didn't you check it for this?
It would seem...
You didn't double check it?
Monokuma made a miscalculation.
What the heck?
What do you mean? What did he miscalculate from the very beginning? Oh, that's what she's saying.
He underestimated the group.
Don't you know where he went? Don't you know what's underground? I don't think that should be a secret from Monokuma on where he ended up.
Maybe I didn't get to smash him flat, but you're never gonna see him again.
Does this building have like a giant sub-basement?
No, so Monokuma's stating he knows where he is, to waste away in the garbage screw pit. And away, that's even better special punishment.
Yeah, but you don't have like a landfill under the building. You incinerate your garbage. You don't have a garbage pit. How is this gonna bring despair to the world? Other than it being terrible entertainment? It's not gonna turn the world into a despair-filled world.
Calm down. In other words...
What did you say?
So...
And then we're just going to happy times. Is this the past when Makoto was looking at the school?
Not exactly, but it's a refresher of what got said at the very beginning about. Because I'm pretty sure this is still word for word, yeah, something that got said at the very, very, very beginning.
Well, it's a very elaborate fake building. Because I don't know, I don't think this school and the school they ended up are the same building.
I mean, that's the building we were outside of at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, that's the fake building. Because we got taken somewhere else. Wait, is this related back to the fact that he's the luckiest student? Why is this text green? How are you in a classroom? No, wait, this is where you woke up at the beginning, wasn't it? Is this still a flashback?
It might be. I don't know. This isn't in the anime, so.
And it's probably not that important of a detail. I don't know, you died? Okay, so you're not dead. It's the ruins of something. Is this the ruin of the school that got shut down? They literally built the demon school on top of the ruins of the shut down school. I mean, I don't know if I'd call this garbage. It's like, it's all construction materials. You gonna try the door, Makoto? I mean, if you can still walk. I know there's a lock on it, but you could try. Yeah, but you didn't see that. It was on it was on the TV monitor up there. Sure, look at the Monokuma statue.
No, do you remember? No, this isn't a statue. Do you remember this? I'm curious. The very first time we booted up the game, we watch a punishment time, like one of those, you know, cinematics, of a random nobody who gets launched into space, and then it comes back down, and then there's bones inside of it. This is the thing that gets shoot up into space.
No, I do not remember that.
Oh, hey, there's also a tank. I didn't even notice that.
Oh yeah, there is a two-dimensional tank.
There is like a JPEG of a tank. Same here. Oh, this is
Are
a
they?
helicopter.
Is it supposed to be a real tank? Because it looks like a cardboard cutout of a tank.
I mean, it's because stuff's 2D in this game, but it's apparently the real thing. Anyway, let's go.
Okay. Okay, so they lock... Why would they put a lock on this pit? What are they trying to hide down here?
Well, the ruins of a tank, some planes, and the space thing.
So there was a war for some reason? Someone had war? Well, that's not gonna help. It's full of war stuff and food. I don't know. When you start dying of dehydration, buddy, you're gonna start drinking anything. Because I have belief in my friends. Power of friendship, bitch. Or survival. Okay, so... Can we turn around and look at something else? How are you going to sleep? How did you sleep here?
I don't know, you just slide down and eventually fell asleep eventually.
Yeah, but it looks like there's just like a pool everywhere.
I mean, it's just metal, it looks like mostly. You just lie on the steps, I guess. Like to the door, by the door. You just lie by the door. lean against the wall. I don't know.
To be fair, like, Makoto can't really do anything to get himself out of this, so he is gonna need a Hail Mary.
Well, as he said, he's got to conserve energy for now.
Crunch. That was just garbage. Well, one man's garbage, one man's treasure. I don't know, root through it, buddy. You got no other options. It's full of poo! Huh? They stuffed Kyoko into a trash. They put a cup noodle on her head.
Indeed.
In what part of the school did you find a trash chute? I feel like there was a trash chute, like in some sort of like wood shop or shop room somewhere.
There was a trash chute. I will state that there was one. It has come up.
Hey.
I don't know if I'd want to eat that bread, to be honest.
I mean, it's that or garbage right now.
Yeah, but it's covered in garbage.
I mean, if it was like on the inside of her coat, like, or something, then it might just...
So why would Kyoko sacrifice herself to dive into the trash for us?
What do you mean, sacrifice yourself?
Well, I'd imagine this is kinda dangerous, jumping into a deep trash pit. It's something that would hurt, like, a lot.
I mean, we fell down and we survived.
Oh, that's kind of protagonist dumb luck. What kind of shielding does she have? Also, can you just tell us your backstory now? Like, Jesus. What are you? We're up to the final chapter, like, come on.
We are about to begin the final chapter, you were correct.
Tell her to get her shit together.
I actually do think this is when we do find out Kyoko's backstory. I do think it's right now.
So...
It might be.
Oh, no, she's just gonna tell us straight up.
You...
And that's because I can trust you, even though we've been working together, like, for the half of the entire scenario.
Yes, she's been our main side person the entire game. The other main side person after her being Bakuya.
I think you've done that multiple times, lady. You did try to frame us for the crime.
However...
Well, let's ask her.
It's true.
I love how she waited until, like, jumping down a trash chute to tell us this. She could have done it at any other time.
What I came to this school to do.
She was gonna bring down the scenario from the inside out.
Indeed.
What? Oh, it's because of the amnesia.
Makoto.
I don't know, I didn't ask everybody where they woke up.
That's right. It would seem...
So why was she specifically amnesiafied? Okay, so she couldn't tell us even if she wanted to.
Hey.
Yeah, it does.
Indeed.
You can't steal memories. You can take them. But you can't steal them.
What do you call taking something by force?
Well, they took them from them, but it's not like, I have your memories on a shelf. It's like, that doesn't make sense.
Taking them by force, so you could still call it stealing. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
not
telling you
really.
Right now, she's not stating that the mastermind, quote unquote, has like her memories in like a magic bottle. That's not what she's saying. She's saying they were taken from her against her will.
I mean,
That's
stealing implies that the thief has what they stole.
However,
I think the technical definition of stealing is just taking without permission.
Why would they invite you to the school if... I don't know, it seems kind of suspicious that they would invite the threat to their operation to be in the school, even if they did have control over it, because if they fucked up with the amnesia, even a tiny bit, then she would be able to use her power to knock it down from inside. Because, I don't know, they would have to cheat and bend their own rules to get rid of her. And then they couldn't guarantee that she would be gone. I don't know, it seems flimsy to do this.
Yeah,
Other than just like...
I'll state that there's a reason, again.
Other than just, I don't know, just like organizational, you know, just assassinate her sometime outside of this.
however,
How do you have limits, considering you have the ability to do so much other shit from behind the scenes that... Why do you need us?
I should... My goal isn't to get out of here.
Oh yeah, it's Vision.
To stay here.
And help Kyoko?
listen.
No, I keep having weird visions.
Hey. Correct.
I don't know, did we learn anything new from this?
We learned that Kyoko believes the reason her memories were taken
So...
was because,
Oh, she's finally gonna tell us. You know, that's perfect.
I mean, you already kind of pieced it together a while ago.
Didn't I say, like, in part 3 that she could have been the ultimate cop?
You thought she was the ultimate medical examiner specifically for a while.
Oh, yeah.
There was like 2 different times you thought she was the ultimate medical examiner.
That's because she kept poking the bodies.
Which, I mean, detectives do as well. Just not to the same degree. Because, like, a detective doesn't do, like, a full-on autopsy, like cutting the body open and stuff.
Yeah, just poke it more. You were looking for Makuro because she's a war criminal?
So...
Oh, never mind. How do you know that?
She figured out who she is. She was saying that when she came down here.
Does she know who the headmaster is?
Yes. I mean, we know we got the name of the headmaster at one point, I think.
Oh.
In other words...
Well, I mean, if we're gonna believe she's the ultimate detective, then it just makes perfect sense.
No matter what?
So,
I felt very angry, considering that I've never had emotions before. Damn it, I thought this was gonna be a bigger bombshell and, like, blow the doors off of the scenario. Not just her backstory, and that's it.
No, right now, this is just her backstory.
Oh, fair enough. At least it came to light.
Yeah, so she came to the school to look for the headmaster, who's her...
You're a very ridiculous-looking detective, lady. Like, look at you.
But yeah, so... She came to the school to find the headmaster, because the headmaster...
is murdering people.
Well, no, because I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind. So she does believe her father is not the mastermind. But what I'm saying is she came to this school. We came to the school because we became the lucky student who gets to join the class. She came to the school, one, because she got recruited because she's the ultimate detective, but why she chose to come to the school upon being recruited, or maybe why she strove to be recruited, was because she wanted to find her dad because she never met him.
But she doesn't want to protect him?
Not necessarily.
I only said what I felt based on what I had seen when I snuck. Okay, so what did you see? Like, the family picture on the desk?
The room had been ransacked, the shelves were a mess, the drawers...
So did you find anything?
The only conclusion that someone who didn't know where anything was had been in there.
It's true.
That was my assumption, yes, and to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I found.
Wait, that's not the key to the Monokuma door?
I think that might be the key to everything.
Oh, okay.
Because I also found this in the headmaster's room.
A floor plan.
Some kind of map.
Indeed.
It's the layout of the entirety of Hope's Peak Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room.
But why is this suspicious?
Mine was Makoto's profile.
What did the headmaster have all the profiles?
Well, yeah, but the profiles. I think originally we found the profiles in that secret room that was connected to the bathroom, but that page might have been torn out for a reason.
Was there a torn out page in some sort of journal that we never got to because it just got all stolen when we got conked out?
That was in that secret room connected to the bathroom. So in that secret room, there was a bunch of files there. We found a file, but there was a page ripped out, and then we got knocked on the back of the head by the masked individual, and then when we woke up, it was all gone. She's claiming she found the page of that in the headmaster's room, and that it was the 16th student's page.
So so does this mean that Makuro was actually the victim of the last trial?
We cannot say for certain at this time.
I don't know who else it would be, because if it was the headmaster, the headmaster wouldn't be that short. Because he's a big strapping man.
Correct.
Probably.
However,
maybe that's where they took all the nice pictures of the students. Is it? Is there something else going on?
I don't know, let's wait till we give ourselves
so...
Is this gonna be related to the battle classroom? Because, I mean, that was really fucked up. Considering it was the only room in this school that had actual blood in it. Why do we have to keep talking to her? Shouldn't we just, go, poke the door again?
However...
Oh, so Monokuma was cheating and it was bullshit. I don't know. There's probably another couple of people we don't even know who... Well, we know the headmaster, so there's probably only one other person we don't know who has a role in this.
Indeed.
Yeah, so she's claiming the whole thing was a setup to get her killed. Like, that
Correct.
Monokuma's goal was to have her be found guilty.
That's right.
So going up to that second floor is illegal.
In other words...
It's not illegal.
Well, then what are these areas that we're not allowed to go to by Rule 4?
So, well, we can explore at our own, at our own leisure with some restrictions. Restrictions being things like certain areas are closed off at nighttime. Things like that. Like, those other restrictions. But if you have the key to get into places that are just locked, you can explore those. There's no rule against going into places that are locked, except for...
Breaking the locks.
Breaking the doors is against the rule. So, in order to play the game, or at least appear to be playing the game, Monokuma couldn't just pull her out and be like, you've been sneaking, you stole a key, and you've been going through doors with it. I'm gonna kill you, because then he'd be breaking his own rules. So instead, he
can't write his own rules because he doesn't have that authority. Either that or he was lying about not writing his own rules.
And he went around the rules, but yeah. Because he's to save face essentially to us in a way.
Well, no, it's to save face to his public audience, I would bet.
Yeah.
Because that's the whole point of this.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're to believe this is all for a TV show, which apparently is half the point, then, like, people are... I mean, he already said himself, even if he was, like, making bullshit up or trolling us, like, he's apparently concerned about getting hate mail for this.
Hey.
What? I don't know. What else is there to point out? Huh. There was a point where Makuro... What? There was a point where Makuro wasn't himself? Herself?
May not have become the victim. It could have been you.
Are you talking like an alternate... Like they were planning on using me instead?
Yeah, that's what she's saying. It's grammatically... Like, what she said is grammatically correct.
No, it is correct. It's just odd.
It's just an awkward way of saying it.
Indeed.
But yeah, so the idea is that...
If she's supposed to be the ultimate detective, why does she have all this flowery dialogue?
But yeah, she's claiming here that, like, that we were supposed to get killed by that guy then.
The footsteps of the god of death. What?
Anyway...
I'm just naturally acclimated to finding crimes.
I mean, I will state here and now, if you haven't noticed, the abilities of the Ultimates are absolute bullshit levels of how good they are at it.
Well, yeah, but this...
They
doesn't...
can do the impossible if it fits under their category.
It doesn't even sound...
Sense when crimes are about to happen, or sense when shit like that's about to happen, makes sense under this universe's rules of what the Ultimate students can do.
It doesn't sound like a good description of it. It's like, I can hear footsteps, and I can see shadows. It's like, what does that mean?
No, what she means when she says, I feel like I sense the footsteps of the god of death is a very metaphoric way of saying that she has a second sense that connects when there's crimes. What she said is, as I was going into when I was around the first floor dorms, I had an insatiable sense of dread. So that's that second sense kicking in, right? The spider sense is kicking in. When she decided to look, because she had that dread, she saw the shadow, or she saw evidence of the person, but not directly the person, so she decided to follow.
I ran into your room because he left it unlocked like an idiot.
However...
I had to murder him, too. Oh, wait, I didn't do that.
Stop them, but that led to...
That led to him dying instead.
Whoever the mass assailant was, they ended up dead.
Correct.
Whoever did it did a really convoluted cover-up, but fucked it up anyway.
And their murder was disguised, and the dojo key wound up in my room. It was all to be the work of the mastermind.
I mean, there's no better way than doing a conversation, a really long conversation between just two people. It's all reactions from here on in. We're not in the trial, Makoto. Shut up.
Correct.
Who else is it? They needed it to kill me, but... everything was a contradiction. They broke their own rules. They killed their own guy. They ransacked their own office.
Makoto.
Huh? There's no...
Indeed.
You mean the the tragedy?
The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history was...
It would seem...
It's a pair of twins. I don't know.
Indeed.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was the subtitle for this, somehow. Damn it, this chapter didn't kill anyone.
I mean, there was like a 7 question mark, I think, at the end of the last one.
Oh yeah, the rocket from the garbage pit.
Yep.
Who the fuck wants that? Who wants a rocket?
Alright, the ultimate despair.
Yeah, what time is it? Oh, it's only 10:30.
10:30, so we can go for like another... I don't know exactly how far we'll get, but let's see how far we can get.
Well, I don't think we're gonna have any. I don't think we're gonna have any hangout days for this chapter.
Oh, I don't think so either. I am almost positive this entire chapter will be us solving the final mystery stuff.
And there's gonna be 3 murders. Well, our enemy hasn't been. We still don't know anything about this antagonist person. We don't even know if they're the guys who died. Considering that Monokuma cheated the fucking outcome of this. How do we know it's just not some rando who got put in a mask and then blown up?
Yeah,
That's
well,
right.
we'll get to it. Trust me, we'll get to that.
It's gonna be evil twins, isn't it? Because how do you turn one person into 2 people?
It's true.
Maybe some fucked up Metal Gear Solid 5 mind control or something?
Indeed.
No, but speaking of Metal Gear Solid, give it a second. Give it a second.
Are you serious?
Give it a second.
Metal Gear?
No, are they... Maybe it's gonna come in a second here. Okay, ultimate pain, ultimate suffering, ultimate despair, ultimate execution, ultimate death.
It's not that edgelordy, okay? It's not that sad.
Wait, no, Deadly Life might be the original part. I don't remember. There's different phases. But after leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in a tunnel extending straight up like a chimney.
Wait, there's another
There's a metal
trash
ladder
pit?
leading up into the tunnel.
Oh, come
So I climbed
on.
the ladder in the intent of reaching the surface. That's why I said Metal Gear. I said ladder. And in the anime, you see them. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
What a thrill.
Well, at least they put a shadow in the right place.
Yeah, this show's not, or this game's not, you know, as horny as other anime-esque stuff.
It's not the anime about living clothes sort of thing. I forgot what that one is fucking called.
Kill?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. I always get confused if Kill la Kill's a Kami la Kill, because there's one called a Kami la Kill, and then there's another anime, and then the other anime is Kill la Kill. Kill la Kill is the horny one.
My brain keeps saying Gurren Lagann for some reason. I have no idea what that is.
It's made by the same people. Gurren Lagann and Kill la Kill are made by the same people.
Why is that name keeps coming up, but I don't know anything about it. I don't know why.
It's a very famous anime where that has like mechs and stuff in it. And if you've ever heard the phrase "This is the drill that will pierce the heavens," that's from that.
Oh, come on,
anime.
that sounds like it's straight from Evangelion.
No, but "This is the drill that will pierce the heavens" is from Gurren Lagann, which is a mech anime, like the one you just said that I already forgot what you said, but I know that's a mech anime. The other one is, if you ever heard my favorite line from Gurren Lagann is "Believe in the me that believes in you." Because then you believe in yourself.
Sure. That's
the idea is, if you can't believe in yourself, believe in
No.
the me that believes in you.
No, it's a good line, but it sounds silly.
Yeah, no, because the guy who says it is the sillier character. But he's like the optimist who helps the main character. So like the main character's best friend tells him early on in the series, well, if you can't believe in yourself, believe in the me who believes in you. And yeah, it's a silly way of putting it, but it's a great way of like, well, if you can't believe in yourself, believe in me. Like, trust in me, because I trust you. And in a way, you're believing in yourself then.
Well, it's an anime, therefore the power of friendship.
Yeah, no,
It's a law.
If if you ever want, do watch Gurren Lagann. But I will warn you that it is made by the people that made Kill la Kill. It's, to my knowledge, not as horny, but there is some just weird, awkward stuff at the beginning that, like, bothered me enough that I stopped. Apparently, right before where the anime is supposed to, like, hook ya, like, super hard. Like, the part that, like, everybody claims is, like, the best thing, and, like, where the show, like, pulled them in so hard that they had to finish it, was, like, apparently the next episode after I quit. And I quit because there was just some weird shit happen. Like, there was, you know, weird kind of humor, similar to stuff that's in Kill la Kill. Which is weird, because I have watched all of Kill la Kill.
I don't know if I have the patience for just a mecha anime. It's just, I don't know, I don't really have the patience for, like, you know, surface level action.
There might be more to...
Kinda need something a bit more than that.
As I said, I haven't watched enough of it to... I can't tell. All I know is it's considered really good. I have to one day go back and finish Gurren Lagann.
Wrong.
Haven't heard of the family, but they've heard of me. I'm the best cop.
Right.
We take
Indeed.
pride in being unknown. I mean, that sounds more like a private eye sort of thing, not a detective. I don't think detectives really need to be stealthy.
I think she means to say they stay stealthy. I think she's saying, like... Oh, I guess they do make a conscious effort to consider. I was like, they don't necessarily take credit for, like, the work they do. That way their name doesn't get famous.
It's true.
I thought they were going to go that way and be like, we need to stay neutral in our investigations. Well, that kind of makes sense, but then she didn't go that way. I mean, sure. Just seems kind of odd.
Came here, I was looking up info about the school online.
I was reading Reddit before I went to school.
Yeah, the ultimate pop star is gonna go in this there.
The ultimate pop star is going to go there and immediately die for no reason.
Same with the ultimate baseball pro.
Well, at least he did something.
I mean, in all fairness though, Leon did something because the pop star did something. Because it was her trying to kill him. He killed her in self-defense.
Which totally counts. Doobly-doo.
However,
Why did they at least make another picture for this?
System talking how they go up the ladder.
What did she do?
She had to get famous enough that the school, or at least famous enough that the school would know about her.
Oh, okay.
That way she could get into the school, so that she could find her dad.
I had to register and everything for it.
what?
I needed to find him to stop his murdering and crimes.
Wrong.
I just want to stab him with my
However,
knife.
So...
Wait, why do you need to do that face to face, though? Yeah, I would imagine that your father of the family would be next in line to become head of the family. That's because he was a shitty man. And he abandoned all his responsibility because he's a dick.
Right.
I've caught 1,000,000 criminals. I'm the best on the force. Is she a detective or is she a private investigator?
Detective.
Because if she's a detective, that means she works with the police.
Yeah, presumably she does.
So I don't know why she's being so private about it. I have to be distant from everyone, even the people I work with.
However... So...
Why were people giving you the
However.
stink eye? So? What does that matter?
Pity, not stink eye. Everybody took pity on her. She didn't like that.
Yeah, but I don't know. How is severing ties with him going to stop that? If the pity is the thing you want to avoid.
She wants to several. She wants, you know, maybe it's more. Of
Does she just want to like eject herself from her whole family?
No, but she wants to get out from her dad. Because like the thing is, the people, you know, her whole family when they look at her, they pity her. They see the child, you know, her father left behind. So like her entire life, she's always been connected. Like when her family sees her, they see her through connection with her father. So while maybe telling her dad off wouldn't necessarily stop the family from seeing that, maybe it's something she feels she needs to do for herself so that she can feel 100% confident in being out of his shadow.
Sure.
That's potentially my thought.
So how long was this ladder climb in the anime?
A while. I don't know. I don't think they talked about this all in this much detail, because a lot of this stuff is new to me.
Hey.
I mean, it is. If you ask the medieval times, they would say yes.
Both a yes and a no, like depending on what constitutes family to you. Like
Well, to you, but I'm talking about like the prestige and the roles that you would have to play in a stringent society.
Yeah.
Which they're probably not in.
No, yeah, but back in the day, definitely yes. All that matters is blood.
No, you didn't. You were talking for like 20 minutes.
Well, no, after they got done talking, then they climbed the rest of the ladder in quiet.
So they just stood there for 20 minutes.
No, it's a stupid long ladder. You see a shot of it from the ground up in the anime. It's a stupid long ladder, which is why when you brought up
The sub-basement?
Well, no, when you brought up Metal Gear, I had to be like, yeah, there's a Metal Gear moment, because this ladder I already knew was stupid long.
Indeed.
Just like the ladder in Metal Gear whatever game that is.
How could you forget Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, the best of the series?
I've never played it.
How dare you go? You go dust off your PS2 and fix that right now.
I don't own a PS2.
Then go find one in the garbage.
But
it'll probably work fine.
I watched a friend do the sniper fight with the sniper guy, and then after that, I think the ladder part's like right after that. So I think I did watch him do the ladder part.
I still swear that I swear that the ladder part happens immediately after the Fury fight. I might be mixing it up in my head.
I don't know. The things I know I've seen in that game, I've seen like random like not boss fight stuff that I like don't exactly know. Like, okay, you're sneaking into like around a base area. Like, that's real specific for Metal Gear. But like, I remember watching the sniper fight happen where he was fighting the sniper guy, like the old sniper guy who you can.
You watched it for the whole hour.
Yeah, the whole fight, yeah.
Damn.
But, I know you can turn off your game and like wait a couple days or something, and then you win automatically.
Yeah, which is, you know, the shit way of doing it.
But my friend didn't do that. I watched my friend do the actual fight, and then once he was done with the actual fight, I remember seeing the ladder part.
Oh, so the garbage room that they don't need to use is right below the garbage incinerator room. I don't know. We need a secret garbage pit that no one knows about.
I mean, not everything can be burned. Like metal and stuff.
Well, there is no magic in this world, so fair enough. Kyoko, what's the plan? If they catch me, we're gonna... Well, I guess they can't just out and out kill me. Maybe they can.
Listen.
What's the ruling if the punishment game can't kill me?
In other words,
Do they just get to kill me again?
however,
Shit, they saw us already.
because
Oh yeah, she didn't tell us what she said that before. What does it mean?
So-
What's in the box, Kyoko? What's in the box?
right.
How are we going to do that? What are we gonna negotiate for here? What leverage do we have?
Indeed.
Are we gonna kill your
Shall we
father?
go?
Or hit him with a bat?
We're going to the gym.
We're going to Japanese it up. We're just gonna go to the gym?
Yeah, because she said Monokuma's probably in the gym.
He does like being there.
This is the area where you can easily most find him.
Damn, I didn't think the gym would be on the other side of the entire hall.
Yeah, it's on the other side of the first floor from the dorms.
It's so far. My legs are tired.
Well now, well now, well now.
He's really pissed.
I don't believe.
How do you not believe it? You saw it happen.
Pung pung.
No, she just fell down a hole.
Shing. You're making me angry.
He's just gonna pull out those extra dimensional spears again, isn't he?
However, now, if
What does Monokuma lose in all this?
Hey.
because in other words, however, right. Indeed.
So we're trying to get him on the cheating? And then we're gonna completely destroy his TV show over it.
However, am I wrong?
I don't know how to kill computers, I'm a robot! Wait, what? Monokuma killed that guy?
Listen to me.
You're not on the slot machine, Monokuma.
Well?
Well,
I don't
doesn't
know
matter.
what she's going with. I'm gonna sniff it out using my brain.
He's saying let's reopen the case.
that's right.
It's gonna be chapter 5.5, everybody. That there's evidence.
Pung pung.
And now you're trying to...
Wait, does Monokuma not know?
Because
No, he does.
She's just got everything, like, found out, and now she's just revealing it page by page.
However,
What the heck?
indeed.
It's your controller.
It's not you I'm trying to convince. If you're to execute it, everyone out there watching this would be extremely
Indeed.
Oh, that's what she's... That's the ensnarement. It's the audience. It's actually kind of clever.
Listen to me.
I mean, it can, if we allow it to happen. Because it's entertaining that way.
That's what we have to do. It's true. It's time for one last showdown. One
This is
final
supposed to be the
battle
final
between
battle,
hope
the Makuro trial
and despair.
again?
kind of.
Hey,
It's not only
I mean, it can't be.
trial again, but it's also
Because
we'll
It-
get to that in a
it's not
second.
going to be an interesting trial, because most of the details are going to be the same.
This would be our chance to explain the true identity of Kuro's killer, of the mask. But in order to prove that it's Monokuma, we have to prove who Monokuma is.
We have to prove that the mastermind did it, because the Monokuma can't actually do anything itself. It's a remote control robot.
Very interesting indeed.
Is that the one time he's done a bear pun?
No, he's done a couple sprinkled throughout.
Let's get the puns out.
I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little.
The puns!
Now, what you suggested might be possible. It would certainly make for one honey of a climax.
in other words,
You guys!
I mean, they're the viewers. We can't really control what they do. We don't know what they're gonna do.
Prepare. Despair.
I can barely contain myself!
One grisly showdown.
I think this is gonna be kind of funny seeing Monokuma trying to defend himself on the stand. This is gonna be pretty interesting.
But yeah, if this is supposed to be the long-awaited climax, just guessing the killer is barely a
You
fiction.
guys!
So for the final show-off, you'll have to unearth all of the mysteries that have been...
Wait, we have to do everything?
You have to answer every remaining question.
Oh, that's gonna take ages.
It's a whole chapter. It's a long court case.
It's gonna just be Hiro consistently saying the dumbest bullshit ever.
Actually, most of the dialogue...
Maybe Kuya will
At least-
figure
at least
everything
up
out.
to Previous games, most of the dialogue during the very final showcase, which once again is typically very long in the other games, is mostly between some of the main protagonity, the big ones, so us, Kirigiri, Byakuya, and then the Monokuma or the bad guy himself.
And then for no reason, Toko's gonna freak out because she
Yeah,
thinks that she's being blamed again.
Contain myself!
Qualify. That's a good one.
That is a good one.
That'll be enough to qualify as a victory. That's
I'm-
right.
I mean, if we can reveal all the mysteries, then the game's over because everyone's just gonna get bored.
it's true.
Yep. No, you're correct. This is the final case. We will reveal everything, and the game will end.
The audience will get bored and move on to season 2. There better be a second thing to this whole TV show bit, because if there's not, I'm gonna be kind of checked out. Everything's resting on Makuro doing something interesting.
Listen to me.
I'm sure as a detective I can also be the best lawyer. Why not? Does the ultimate despair have their own baggage?
Hey.
Or they get rid of all of it to inflict it on other people?
Before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing.
Which rule? There are 12 of them.
When one student kills another, That's when a class trial.
Yeah, but the
What's
corpse has
wrong?
already happened.
Remember that first. For sure. So what?
Hey,
Just want to confirm that is what you said, right? That is what you said.
Are you saying that Mikuro didn't die because he's two people? Because she's two people? What's the loophole here?
He's saying if we prove that you killed them, you die to Monokuma.
Yeah, but what's the point of killing Monokuma? We'd have to kill his controller to actually do anything.
That's what she means. Like, the person behind the mask. If we figure out that the mastermind, you did it, then you die.
So Mikuro killed his other half? If Mikuro is the mastermind? Polarizing. You gonna give us a hint? So what, the headmaster has been off-site this whole time? Or maybe the headmaster never existed? Or died?
Or the headmaster's one of the students, which has been brought up a couple times now.
listen.
Now I'm really.
Whew.
Hey!
Well, that's Monokuma's whole bit. He's just really loud and random.
Hey,
We gotta go dig up more evidence to figure out who the controller is. Or where they are, I don't know. Okay, Kyoko, what's the plan? Should we go have a lunch meeting?
however,
Well, considering everything, I think having the ultimate detective in our back pocket was probably the best thing that could have happened to us. Who else would have been the best at winning this game?
so... Because... So...
The mastermind forgot about the audience he was catering to?
I don't know what the mastermind said. They said they had hijacked the airwaves to broadcast.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, they definitely said.
Listen,
What did you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean,
indeed. However, in other words,
Because the world's all fucked up.
so... It would seem...
They wanted to show the human condition, bent to the extremes.
In other words, correct. Hey,
They have a name for us as a group?
that's right.
This hope and despair nonsense has been bubbling up for quite a long time.
hope and despair is the theme of the entire series, so get used to the words hope and despair.
Oh, they can't come up with something else.
No, it's hope and despair across the entire series.
It's true.
It is irrational. But to the world that had seen the tragedy, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, they wanna...
I don't know how that makes sense.
Hope. They wanna prove that despair is over hope.
Well, yeah, the suffering is the point. All the negativity is the point. Makoto.
In other words,
So the mastermind was the one writing the rules. Who was the ultimate despair? Who was Makoto? Moo Man.
You're saying we're the mastermind, the player character?
No. That'd be an interesting twist. Makoto is actually Makuro. Oh, that'd be a good one. I guess I would explain the visions. The visions that he can't
at the very
remember.
least,
Oh, come on, that's silly.
indeed.
That'd probably be the silliest thing this game would do. God, what a waste of a character.
Right.
Yep, they couldn't just kill you. We already established this. So where are you going with it? I mean, it had a right answer. It's just we couldn't pick it.
Yeah.
Which is why it was a fucked
It's true.
trial. I mean, it was you who had the skeleton key, Miss Purple Pants. So, yeah, you were the one person who could have done it. You're the whodunit, ironically.
In other words,
That's why in the ultimate timeline you were turned into a pancake. Kind of strange that alter ego didn't save you in the alternate timeline, but they saved me. Me. Person who has no skills.
wrong.
It's kind of fucked up. Why does Chihiro hate Kyoko?
I have no idea why that is.
Whew.
I'm still personally curious if you can, the first time through, pick,
I mean, if we're gonna accept that as a canonical thing that happened, then Makoto didn't know about the alter ego thing. It would have been the longest yard bet ever. Also being really smug all the time. You're really easy to push over, Makoto. And at least you realize it. Yeah, we have to go to trial again. We have to go get dirt on Monokuma, on the fact that he's an evil murder bear. Except that he's not on trial.
Hey,
Yeah, we have to go have the lunch meeting. I mean, we're still assuming it's Makuro.
however,
What if it's someone else? What if it's you, Makoto? What if this has all been a dream because you're actually the asshole?
shall we
But
go?
why are you an asshole? You have no personality.
alright. Time to figure out who the mystery is. That's not the room I need to go to.
What is the mystery left to figure out? Oh, except all of them.
Yeah, basically, you were correct. Are we supposed to go to the... I'm pretty sure we go to
Actually, let's go to the second floor dorms. Let's look up there.
Not yet, we can't.
She has the key, right?
Yeah, she does, but...
Kyoko, stop being a bitch and give us the key. You already saw what was up there. This is my... Why are we going to our room?
Because it's nighttime, my brain said maybe we have to...
Yeah, but everyone's all stressed out. Obviously, they're all in the lunchroom.
Fair enough.
Just stress eating. Why are you... We just talked! Why are you freaking out? What the fuck are you doing?
Whew.
Oh, wait, so he's melting down?
However,
What the fuck was that? What did that even mean and do?
Is that...
So everyone was just like in the corner?
You guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it. That's Makoto.
Well, fair enough.
You
Hina does have giant tits.
Jeez. You're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
I'm just asking.
And
to
also,
make sure,
Byakuya is
but
insanely
you're not a
tall.
ghost, right?
Yeah, Byakuya is weirdly tall. Like, I think the other day we flipped through, like, everybody's,
Yeah, we did, like, a couple of parts ago.
Yeah, and we remember finding out that Byakuya was much taller than we thought.
Is he like 6'6"? Because that seems about right.
We can look it up again in a second.
What?
Yeah, it's not important.
Actually, now I'm really...
It's probably Toko.
Okay.
At least he's number 3.
6'1".
Huh.
Is he the tallest out of all the boys?
Yeah, I
don't
think
I don't
so.
think so. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Mundo's the tallest. Mundo's
Really?
only taller than 1 inch, though.
Mundo, you're a big dude.
Out of all... He's not taller. No, he's not.
He's not... That's not that.
Yashihiro is 6 feet exactly. And then I think the tallest is still...
Yeah, it has to be Sakura.
What the heck?
Oh, I forgot we were in garbage. Also, Kyoko was in a trash bag. Well, I'm sorry we had more important things to do.
Who do I want to talk to first?
Let's get the worst out of the way. Let's talk to Toko.
I thought Hiro was gonna be the worst.
Well, no, like, after the trial and everything she said, like, she's the worst. Like, Hiro's annoying, but she's insanely disgusting.
Alright.
And she's not getting any better.
Our next
Hiro.
Yo. You know?
Well, I'm still surprised that Makoto, didn't die falling on his head. Hina, what do you got? You don't get new access to new places because we already went to the top floor. They're not gonna give you the second floor dorm room. It's all incriminating shit. Well, somehow I did. Somehow I saw Alter Ego even though the screen was on the top of the room.
Makoto.
What does she have left to say? We've been talking to her consistently for a half hour.
Yes.
We're betting on our lives
It's
here.
true.
We have to react. Oh my god. What could it mean?
In other words,
Huh?
How about that?
wrong.
I see.
We need to defeat 16.
That's right.
And it's because it's and it's sussed out by me, the ultimate medical examiner.
However,
I have all the hints and all the clues.
What did you say?
I thought she sussed out everything. We just been along for the ride.
Huh?
Well, yeah, because if they reveal that he broke the rules and cheated, then his entire life would be dead.
correct.
Naturally.
It'd be ruined, and this would be the only Danganronpa game.
Don't be mean.
we're gonna go back and redo the trial. You're gonna say stupid bullshit. Hiro's gonna say something completely useless, and Hina's just gonna stand there. We're gonna have to go collect evidence 3 times as much.
Anyway,
I hate you.
Well, it's the terms of every other trial we've done.
anyway,
Interesting.
So how are we gonna get the evidence for this? Are we gonna go to, like, every locked room and pick up everything?
Yes, we will be going to every locker room.
I mean, there's only, like, 5 of them.
There's the entire second floor of the dorm room, apparently, which I don't remember from the anime, but maybe they washed over at the same time.
I don't know, maybe there's...
Evidence in the anime doesn't do enough to help you put together what some of the twists are in the final one, but I've already noticed in this game they do a better job at hinting at some of this stuff. Like in the game itself, they do a better job at hinting at some of the stuff.
They do the better job? I haven't sussed out any of this shit.
It's there.
It's totally
Don't worry,
not.
we'll find more of it.
What? But, bitch, we need to fucking get all the evidence. We need to have everyone have it on hand and shit.
Oh yeah, Monica gave us that hint a second ago.
I thought the hint was obvious. Yeah, the fucking person isn't here.
I see.
What does that mean, though?
So, in other words...
Yeah, but they're counting the 2 Makuros as one person, though. Was he lying?
No, they never said anything about counting. 1, they've never said anything about there being 2 Makuros, and 2, they've never said anything about counting them as one person.
I mean, that's our assumption.
That's your assumption.
No, that's Kyoko's assumption.
No, Kyoko's assumption is that there is another ultimate despair.
Yes.
That doesn't mean that person is also Makuro.
In other words...
That just means there's another person with the title.
Someone's got a double title?
I mean, technically so did Mukuro. If we're gonna accept the fact that Mukuro, if we're gonna accept the fact that she is Ultimate Despair, or at least one half of Ultimate Despair, or a part of Ultimate Despair, and that the other half is Ultimate Soldier, then she herself has 2 titles too.
That's right.
So wait, one of us is supposed to be the mastermind?
Apparently.
One of us has been bullshitting this whole time? Who's Makoto yelling at?
Everybody.
Indeed.
He's freaking out like everybody else is.
So it can't be the headmaster.
The headmaster would go against the count of 16 students.
And that too.
Because only since the killing game began, only 16 students have stepped foot into the school.
Well, but
Maybe they snuck out, is your conclusion?
I'm right?
That probably not.
Yeah, I mean, here's your answer to that, why that's probably not.
That's silly.
Anyway, we'll have to
We
figure
didn't
it
even
out.
get a chance to do the evidence. They're just calling the trial now.
No, they're calling like the body's been discovered announcement.
They still.
Because it's not a body's been discovered, but it's.
This is a school announcement. You've all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered.
Why would you just admit
true
that,
ending
other than
mode.
they can
So,
only
in
add
the
one
name
way or
of
the other?
fairness, I will unlock every room in the school. Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit. Then
Wait, we
can
actually
all
get
meet
true
up at the
freedom?
class trial, okay?
With for everything?
We get full room of the school. We can't go outside the school still. But all the locked rooms we'll get to go into.
That's fine.
Which at this point is the bio lab, the headmaster's room, and this dormitory second floor. That's literally the only locked rooms, because we did go into the data center. Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
but
no,
the
there's
data
locked-
center has an internal locked door.
That is true. There is an eternal locked door inside the data center.
We have to go to the Monokuma door. Whoosh.
In the name of my family.
Okay. That's very stoic of you. I didn't really see it coming, Kuya. He never took you with him anywhere. Why are you surprised?
Coffee with cream without the cream, or coffee.
Toko, you are a useless character. What are you talking about?
No, she was calling us, like the rest of us. Coffee with cream without the cream, or coffee.
Indeed.
Which leaves Hina, Kyoko, and me.
Just a second.
In that
How
case.
about that?
Hero is such a wet sack.
But,
You're just gonna go to the pool, aren't you?
I mean,
Yep. Didn't she try to kill you and everybody?
but,
No, I don't think she tried to frame Makoto for that.
No, she didn't try to frame Makoto for that. She tried to frame herself.
Yeah, but then everyone else.
But, yeah,
Well, no, they framed each other.
she tried to throw as many people under the bus as possible, with an option of leaving herself as, like, a good target as well. As long as they ended up on the wrong decision, she didn't care.
Indeed.
Hina's kind of a terrible person. No, you're gonna work together, aren't you?
So,
Damn it, I thought you said we were in this together.
so then,
Endless, huh?
correct.
I don't believe that. This place is finite, it's not made of infinite
Makoto.
randomness. Kyoko, go check out the battle classroom, it's really cool.
Wanna go first, Joe?
Let's go back to the battle classroom for no reason. Okay, let's go to the biolab and see if they start making clones of us.
Oh, it gave us some. Oh no, it says Monokuma file in the last one. Due to the explosion, the victim legend is the unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim has been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went complete to the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old.
To the biolab, Voosh. Superman, fly there.
Where should I start the investigation to figure out who killed her? So the room they're locked, it's on the headmaster's side, the bio.
Oh, really, Makoto? You're not just gonna go to all the unlocked classrooms for no reason?
Second floor doors with the gate 1 to 4. Shall we go for now? After that, I'll have to double check areas that are connected to the murder, which means the garden and the dojo. Okay, time to get started.
We just have places to check as a truth bullet? What?
probably just there to remind us where to go. Okay, sir, do you want to go first?
Biolab. Let's go.
Alright, we're gonna go to the biolab.
Oh, they're all on the same floor?
The biolab, the plant, the garden room, and the dojo are all on the same floor. So the place is connected to the murder and one of the locked rooms.
So why does this say raw on it? Hey, there are no clones in here. What kind of bullshit is that? Specimens? I don't know.
Alright, so
Tarps.
You can check the desk. You can check this.
No, the tarps. Why are there tarps on the floor?
There's stacks of tarps here.
Way to have no information, Makoto.
Alright, desk or this stuff?
Let's look in the freezers. What's in the freezers? It's really hard to investigate, guys, when there's a jazz fucking band behind us. It's hard to concentrate.
It's not gonna let me hit the button. Why is it so cold here is the first thing I have to figure out. Is there something I missed?
The other blue lights? Why are they off?
Okay, so there's these ones up here.
Oh, this is supposed to be a morgue? I bet Kyoko would love this. Kyoko, you're a coroner, right? No, I'm not.
Alright, so now if I click on this again, will it say something different? Okay, yeah. The right lights are off. Yeah, okay. Fuck, game. Start opening shit up.
No, they're all frozen tight. We can't open them. We're just gonna keep back and forthing this.
Yeah, because apparently we have to do them in a specific order.
Why the fuck did he not pick this up the first time? What is this an instruction manual for? Is it for dry ice?
Ingredients. We offer a more equal-friendly alternative to standard dry
This
ice
is-
for all your cadaver needs.
It's actually dry ice.
No, it's an alternative to dry ice.
Is it wet ice?
I don't know, we'll find out. In addition to German cattle labs, we also provide a ozone
Ugh. I'm actually gonna get up for a minute. I'll be back.
I might go get water then while we do this. Because I need to stretch myself.
Hey, I'm back to save you from being alone in the morgue. So what are we looking at? Oh, he abandoned me too? Yeah, fair enough. This is the proper punishment for stream crimes. Kinda wish I had more to talk about to fill the space, but the only other thing I've been doing this week is next game after network transmission is a 0-2, which is you know, it's a nice bit of a break from the terrible fucking RPGs. If anything, Battle Network has been incredibly tedious, which is real bad for RPGs because when they start getting tedious, you're stuck with that fucking shit for like 12 hours instead of, you know, the more appropriate 7 to 8 hours of game. So it's just it's a nice, real super headache to deal with. But you know, I do it in the hopes that possibly something will be a bit better in one of these sequels.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, good.
I went to get water and then went to use the bathroom. Alright. Simply insert a cadaver and the blue light will let you know that the automated systems have activated. Temperature and humidity levels will be adjusted automatically. The system
As a daisy, huh?
Fresh as a daisy for as long as you need. In the unlikely event of a problem, the red light will activate and an alarm will sound immediately. The exterior is stainless steel and we can...
Ooh, what? Why would you need that?
And we do offer an optional leather upholstery upgrade. I don't know if you want the bodies to be extra soft or if you're a vampire, I don't fucking know.
Well, at this point, there's not going to be any supernatural elements to this. Unless they're just going to pull it right out of their ass. Yeah, why do they need a morgue? Why do they need an advanced morgue? So is Makoto going to be smart enough to open one of these damn things? Open the fridge? Hey Makoto, why don't you open the fridge? Or are you still being dumb about it? Oh my god, you are so useless.
I'm still being dumb about it.
Okay, the medicine cabinet?
No. We're allowed to leave as soon as it's done.
Okay, the headmaster's room? You wanna go see it ransacked? Maybe Kyoko didn't see something. Which one of these doors is headmaster's?
This one. I know where it is. Don't worry.
It's got a giant... this isn't ransacked. This is perfectly fucking fine.
There's paper all
Why is there a photo of Woodrow Wilson on the wall? Why would you need that? Why is that up there? What was that? Oh, that's what that was.
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's this much paper on the ground.
Yeah, that's... they didn't even flip the table or the sofas over. Neither the desk. Here's my cutout of Byakuya. Sure, why not? Is it all the paper on the floor?
Student roster. So class 17.
Yeah, we saw that already. Well, we saw a page from it already.
So, in other words...
So this TV show has somehow been running for 78 seasons? I don't believe it.
In other words...
What was the interesting part, though? Wait, Kyoko ransacked the office? Quote unquote.
He stole the sheet.
So she had to hide it. Who was she hiding it from? Just Monokuma? Oh my god, there was a second page! Is it because it's two people?
So, in other words...
Is Mikuro more than two people? Well, you read it. You have the page. The headmaster wrote these profiles?
Interesting.
Well, I mean, if the headmaster never stepped into this office...
Photo of Mukuro. In that photo, she has blue hair. Interesting.
Isn't that black hair?
Yeah, but in the photo to me it looks blue. But yes, it is supposed to be black.
Okay, so... I guess she is a completely new character, because I don't think she looks like anybody else.
No, that is a completely new person.
Which is dumb.
And in the background, an entity floats close but just out of reach.
What does that mean, Headmaster?
The entity known as the Ultimate Despair.
So what, the Ultimate Despair is a ghost that she fucking hangs around with?
Right now, I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group.
But you took the photo! It's a person, though! It's right
now,
there!
That person of Murkuro.
Yes?
He said, and I quote, Murkuro reappeared suddenly, but in the background, an entity floats. So behind her, there's someone behind her.
You mean like metaphorically or literally?
I'll let you decide that.
Well,
Whether
I
that means
can't
someone's
believe it's a
bullying
ghost
her,
because it sounds
or if it's
incredibly stupid. Why is it the entity? Can't he see it? He claims it exists.
It's not literal behind her. It's clear that it's when she came back after being missing, someone or some group was, you know, there was
So
a
she took
person
over
or
Fenrir and turned it into turned it into her own group.
No, because someone's behind her, meaning she's a pawn.
Wait, that's what they mean?
Yeah, well, if someone's behind you, it means they control you, like in that sense.
I mean,
The man behind
not
her,
really.
The person behind the man. It's like the other, you know, whatever. Anyway. I'm not sure if it's a single person or some kind of group, whatever it is, Murkuro definitely has some sort of connection to it. I have a bad feeling about all of this. I need to push forward with my research into
Okay, so he doesn't know what's going on.
and I need to pay attention to Mukuro's behavior too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous.
Yeah, I would imagine that the fucking Ultimate Soldier is dangerous. You idiot.
Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Fenrir, when she entered Hope's Peak,
Oh, so she wasn't
display
the...
any signs of battle wounds or scars.
Okay, so fair enough.
That fact alone proves her tremendous skill in battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's one of my students after all, but if I decide she's a danger to the other students, I'll be forced to take all reasonable measures.
But they didn't, apparently. So who did they kill?
What do you mean they... I mean,
Well,
once
Makuro's
again-
not the masked guy. They just
don't
said
know
that they
yet.
weren't.
What? We don't know yet who was killed.
Yeah, we
It's
don't.
up in the air.
But they're claiming that Makuro died. At least in the trial sense.
What?
I mean, that's because that's who the trial was last
That's fine.
Yeah, but how are we gonna... Can we get out of the trial, knowing that it wasn't actually the victim?
time. Anyway, Byakuya has another thing he wants to point out in the file.
Is it because it's really recent, or... It's... Well, what's wrong with the file? Well, what's funny enough about that?
Stop talking.
I think that's the only time I'm actually going to agree with Kuya. Like, that was an incredibly stupid thing Makoto said. I think he's just going to make you figure it out. But how can we confirm it? We can't even...
all clear
We
now.
know that it isn't her, but we can't figure out who it is. Maybe... I don't know, I don't think it's the headmaster either.
I will once again state that no, we don't know one way or the other if it's her.
Well, we already know it's not her, but who is it?
How do we know it's not her, Jeff? Please tell me.
Because the body's covered in problems, and her file says that she's not.
What do you mean the body's covered in problems?
Because the body's covered in scars, Makuro isn't.
No, the body's not covered in scars. The body's super burned because a bomb went off on it.
No, the fucking the file 5 says it's covered in days-old scars.
Oh yeah, not scars, injuries.
Well, that too, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, you're correct there.
Let's take his advice because we have to. What, should I put faith in you? Or should I just put faith in cynicism?
Alright.
The plant knows what's going on. Can we look at the flag? No.
No, I can look at the desk though. Okay, so that's just that again.
Well, that's not helpful. Let's take a look at the photos on the wall.
Did we not talk to Byakuya? Or did we?
Maybe we didn't.
Because, like, the desk had the file again. But I thought we
I
talked
don't
to
have time to
Byakuya.
play.
Apparently we didn't talk to him.
No, we did. Because... So that must be everything for this room for now? Alright.
Let's do the last thing in this building.
Well, the last thing in this area is the locked door in the data center.
Perfect. Monokuma door. Woo! Oh, Hina's here.
Hey, Makoto.
You can look at everything in here.
Yeah. But... Cause, I mean...
That is super mean, Hina. Thanks. God, she's just being a bad person. What do you think? Someone, like, blockaded the door? Wait, is this the Monokuma robot controller?
Huh?
I mean, it makes sense. Someone had to be controlling it from somewhere. It's got white hands and black hands.
Okay.
You're just gonna start randomly hitting buttons, huh?
One of those buttons presumably makes Monokuma explode. So...
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. There's hundreds of him. Is this his teleporting command?
Yeah.
Alright, so now we're gonna go check what happened in the data center when she pressed the button.
I mean, Monokuma's just gonna be there, isn't it? Yeah, he's just here. Okay, let's start dismantling him. Oh crap, he's alive. And Hina's controlling him.
What? Say what? Hello. Found it. Too bad.
Why does Hina just want us dead now? Can we somehow use this to our advantage? We have a teleporting robot.
I like to think what happens is a different Monokuma pops up.
Oh, or that.
Huh?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Didn't you know?
Because the anime doesn't explain whether or not there's multiple Monokumas or one Monokuma.
Well, I mean, in this they do.
I mean, yeah, okay, they do in the sense that, like, at the beginning one explodes and another one pops up, meaning, yes, there is more than one. But I don't know if that means there's more than one at a time, I guess I should say.
Huh.
Like, or if it's the same robot popping up everywhere. And then if that one happens to get destroyed, another robot starts popping up everywhere. Or if every room it's a different Monokuma. I like to imagine it's a different Monokuma every room, because I think, like, if you were to do it, I feel like that would be the easier way to do it. Instead of trying to find a way to get Monokumas to travel, the way to make them feel omnipresent is to have a different one in every room.
I mean...
Hey.
I think if you were gonna go through this much effort, I don't think the ease of making it happen is really on your mind anymore.
But...
Because this is also apparently the same organization that riveted every single window in this entire place with giant metal fucking sheets.
That's true. Yeah, we get it.
So what's the clever trick? Who is this masked guy if only the 16 of us were here? Because obviously the ultimate despair is not a ghost. Or an ethereal being. That's just silly. I mean, there is still that really dumb theory that the antagonist is the school itself. Which would be real dumb.
Alright, time to go to the second floor. Oh, click.
What clicked?
Heard a strange sound. What was that?
Well, yeah, it's the tech room. So that means there's some way for them to control the lockness of the doors? What? That because someone's controlling you from off-site?
I mean, presumably because they needed to control Monokuma now. So if that's
Yeah, but then how the fuck did they get in there?
Hey,
Or are they just hanging out on the ceiling?
secret entrance, maybe? Or, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, our benefit, Mono Bear. Sure.
Manage how depressed everyone to be. The school mascot just up and stop for a bit.
yep. Yes, indeed.
You're a liar!
Not really. Sure. But... was there a hatch? Is that the hatch in the ceiling?
Yeah, maybe.
It kind of just looks like an air duct or a
Floor.
fan.
Look underneath the text box. Very bottom of the screen. Center.
I think there
Little
is.
mat,
Oh,
little square.
yeah. What, we could have just found Makuro or whoever in there?
Nah, my guess is you can't click on it.
Ow. Poo. That's some real bullshit. I mean, he probably had to have been.
Huh?
I mean, we could just run down Kyoko and be like, hey, can we get your key? Then we could just get back in there. Because if it's supposed to be a skeleton key, then it's a skeleton key.
True.
Okay.
We found his controls.
You got it.
Too bad that doesn't help us at this point. To the second floor. Let's do it.
Oh wait, this is gonna be better than fast travel. It's not only the second floor. It's the second. I have to go all the way back to the dorm area and then to the second floor.
Yeah, it's a different building. I'm surprised there's a teleport directly to the stairs of all things. These are really nice stairs.
That they are. They do look very nice.
They're like, whoa, holy shit. Someone bombed the shit out of this hallway. Is there only one door in this place? And apparently we're also in a void. Someone got crushed by the ceiling. And, yeah, someone just bombed the shit out of everything.
So we have this
Was
door
the
to go
was
to
the
and
tragedy
door
just
to
like a
go.
was the tragedy like a world war? Why is there just oh there's another corner. I was like, why is there just a bathroom there? Don't you want to look at the graffiti?
Someone wrote the eye. Someone drew the eye of Ra on the wall.
Someone drew a giraffe poking out of a locker.
Except to me, that looks to be in blood. This looks to be in marker.
Another person got murdered. Why are we not going in any of these rooms?
Well, because I wanted to scope it out and then ask you which room you want to go in first. So we have
I just want to go. I just go like front to back.
Alright, we'll just start
Because
here
I.
and then we'll work our way around.
That's probably how they wanted this paced out. Wow, someone really hated this bedroom. It's not torn apart, it just doesn't have sheets on it. And it's got black lines on it. There was a coin in it. What about all these papers on the floor? Can we look at those? Okay. Okay, so nothing in there. Let's head out. Apparently a couple people got killed in there. God, this is so... I think it's weird that there's, like, nothing outside. It's literally a void outside. Oh, come on, man. Makoto, there could have been a clue in there. You idiot. Wait, what? How is this in pristine condition?
Yeah, the bathroom's fine, and there's nothing to click on in it, so...
But that's the weirdest part of this! How is that possible? Look at that wall right there! That wall's completely gone!
Yo, so, like, once again, I think these are, like, indoor-outdoors, right?
What?
Well, so, I don't think this is the outside world. Like, this isn't an open window, and that's the trees outside. It's like an indoor garden.
Well, yeah, that's an interior room, but what about the outside?
Well, so if we think about where the stairs are positioned downstairs, this should be indoors as well.
Should it?
Yeah.
But then why is there just a void inside? Why is there just a room of nothing?
I don't know, they just didn't want to draw a far away back, like, other wall.
I mean, there has to... It's an establishing part of the game. It's like, well, where is this building? Why are some of the lockers riveted and some aren't? What? This is so random. What the fuck are they doing? Also, why are these locker doors so absurdly fucked up? I mean, you somehow found a coin on it. Can you wave your handbook in front of it? Mono Bear didn't assign us lockers. Makoto, do we have to go through this every time?
Oh, that's my thought.
Oh, come on, one of these has to open.
Look.
I hate this, Makoto. I hate this so hard.
Oh, we'll try it on every locker.
Because you know I want to try every locker. And you're gonna fucking do this.
Last one, I think.
Yeah, that should be the last one. That's not fucked up, at least. Damn you, game! How dare you! Okay, so the remaining door. What the hell could it be? Apparently fancy office. With a not secret door in it.
Correct. Indeed.
You have a regret about this room? Let's check out the secret door. It's not a secret door, but I don't know what else to call it.
So... Indeed. Indeed.
Push on it? Oh. The password could be fucking anything, I don't know. Could we tell Alter Ego to get at it?
Whew.
Alright, do you want to take a crack at the password?
Sure. Maybe Makoto's stupidity will accidentally unlock it.
It would seem... However... In other words...
Okay, so this computer points Ultimate Despair being a group.
Yeah, but apparently only one person from the group came here.
That group is responsible for the tragedy.
But why would they name themselves after the ultimate
However.
classification of these high school students?
Whew.
Why would they crib on that brand?
We'll have to find out.
Seems kind of a weird decision.
Correct.
The Ultimate Despair is made entirely of shadow elves. Apparently. Or just 5 copies of that guy we keep drawing manga of in the trials. Can't we just, like, get a heavy thing and bust down the door with it? You think
What?
Kyoko is the password? Maybe she totally overthought the puzzle too. Knowing how she is, smarter than me, infinitely better than me.
Well,
But not a fan of her dad, and a person who doesn't think her dad cares about her in any sense of the word. Meaning she would have never thought about it.
It's not Kyoko, it's Kyoko 2.
It's Kyoko than her birthday. We just never tried that.
I've never told anyone my birthday. How did he know? He's your dad, Kyoko.
Here goes nothing.
They even animated this?
Oh, didn't turn the computer monitor. Let me just
Just type it. It's right there.
Typed in her full name.
That's a long-ass
First name,
password.
My answer to...
What was that? What?
door opening.
That wasn't a door opening. That was something blowing up.
Why?
Because he... I kind of want to say he cared, but he clearly didn't. Maybe there was some sort of... What? What the fuck? What? What is this? I had a secret back study for some fucking reason. Yeah, but the only thing I could bet on is something that her father was working on was somehow more important than him being a family man. And that's why he abandoned her.
There's a brightly colored box here. It seems totally out of place in here.
It was clearly left behind for you. Just open it. What do you think? There's gonna be a bomb in it?
Makoto. It would seem...
What? What is it?
Anyway.
Well, let's get to it. Wait, Makoto's gonna open it? Huh. My joke from an hour and a half ago somehow came true.
It's a joke from an hour and a half ago.
What's in the box, Kyoko? What's in the box? I'm surprised that came around.
I see.
I mean, it's not a fresh head, though.
Wrong.
Your father got put in a box? Wait, so someone killed the headmaster? He got killed a long time ago. Well, doesn't it make perfect sense? A guy gets stuffed into a present box.
Given all the information we have already, that's the only possible answer.
I mean, I guess that technically makes sense, considering dead people can't take steps anywhere.
In other words...
Well, she never cared about her dad, so... I don't know. I can't imagine she put much stock in seeing his corpse. She wouldn't care that much. Well, Kyoko, do you have, nothing else to live for? Is that a filing cabinet?
Hey.
Just looks like a cabinet.
Well? Now, if...
You don't even want to look at yourself as a baby? Or a
Not baby, but
4-year-old? Apparently she always had pink hair.
Why would you...
Yeah, she's an anime character.
Do you want to smash that picture? I mean, you can. Well, who else would it be?
Why?
He abandoned me by dying. That asshole getting killed while I was looking for him. How dare he? Wait, how is that photo gonna help us at all? Is it gonna help us prove who killed the headmaster somehow?
Hey. Because...
Yeah, Makoto, stop being a baby and poke all the women's bodies. You fucker. Oh, so we can use that to start opening all those damn lockers.
In other words...
Well, let's get to it. Beep, beep, beep.
It would seem... Hey. So... Hey. Correct.
I would like to break every single thing in this room.
Just a second.
It's an issue that can be settled with my sledgehammer.
Anyway...
We're not gonna stick around for all the smashing sounds.
But now we have all the booze we want.
Oh yeah, we do have a little stash there.
Well-stocked liquor cabinet in here.
So does that leave Mikuro and only Mikuro herself as the remaining role person we haven't met, considering the headmaster's dead?
Looks like it.
Are we ever gonna learn? We still don't know who actually died, though.
We will.
Who's the victim?
We'll get to it. We'll get to everything.
Were they just like a corpse that was brought in to sell the illusion?
We'll get into it.
We don't need to see every death. Why? Why did you just, like, have all the flashbacks simultaneously? It's me and my vision.
Griner is just letting you know who's all alive and who's all dead, I guess.
And somehow Hina made it the whole way. I mean, she's not pure anymore. She tried to kill everyone for revenge. I guess there is nothing else to look at here.
Liquor cabinet.
No, let's go to the locker. We have to go to the lockers.
Now we can open all the lockers. You're correct.
There's gonna be clues about the apocalypse in here. Or maybe there's gonna be just a bunch of
Pick a locker, any
corpse-
locker. Pick a locker, any locker that isn't smashed to hell. Pick a
Let's
locker,
just,
any locker.
well, let's just go left to right then.
Alright.
Oh my god, he's gonna go through the whole fucking speech. Makoto, are you serious?
I think we can do that once, and now I think I'll open all of them.
Oh, thank
Alright,
Christ,
what's
we
the
don't
first
get...
one?
What?
This locker looks totally disorganized. Whoever it belongs to probably has organization problems in every part of their life.
I'm not sure what any of this shit is.
Oh, well, okay, so the thing on the far left looks to be incense lit sticks. There's a bell, a deck of tarot cards, a crystal ball, some dice.
What's that bottle of?
Beads. It looks like a gourd bottle, so probably sake.
A rosary?
No, it's not prayer beads, Eastern style prayer beads, not a rosary.
Is that a knife?
Could be. I'm not sure.
Okay, and those Japanese seals that you see a bunch of times? Sealing cards? Sealing tags?
Yeah, there might be seal tags or spell tags or whatever they're called.
Is this supposed to be Hero's locker?
Yes, that is the thought that we're supposed to be thinking.
Oh, there's his name on shit.
Hagakura's name on it.
So, what, he stashed all this shit in a locker a long time ago?
Well, but we all walked to the school for our first day of school, and then, all passed out and woke up in the killing game.
I mean, it's only been 4 months, so how is this dust possible?
I don't know, let's find out.
I mean, what? You got, I don't know, he got conked out, lived his life for a long time, got amnesia, and, like, the time between arriving and getting conked out is supposed to be, what, like a year?
I don't know, it just appears Hero was a student here before.
Maybe one of these things is our locker.
Well, let's continue down the road.
Maybe we'll find Celeste's locker.
Let's find this locker. Alright, what's inside locker number 2?
A photo that'll tell us what's going on.
What?
This is gotta be
Don't see anything in that locker, that might be a clue. Okay, fine.
Wait, really?
Apparently. Okay, so this one's got things.
It's got a card in it. It's a checkbook?
There's a date written on it, so I can't say whose it is for sure. There's some writing inside that could be important.
Just fucking open it.
It looks like a girl's handwriting. All the letters are spaced out evenly, like whoever wrote them was measuring them. Whoever wrote this must have been really meticulous, huh? There's a plan to turn Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolate the students here in a communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly.
Huh.
It just so happens to be the headmaster and my father. He was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan. Here's what he said. The point is to keep our student prodigies safe, to keep them as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster, and only their hope can overcome despair.
Such as the hope within the ultimate gang leader.
For the future of our country, our home, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate our superior youth from the corrupt world to serve as the foundation for a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. So that's what my father had to say with me. As usual, he made a selfish decision without consulting anyone else. I can't imagine a worse father.
Okay, so we found Kyoko's checkbook.
Kyoko's locker that she keeps nothing in other than a book.
Well, she's the one who's like, I gotta keep myself as secretive as possible, even to myself. I can't have any personal belongings.
I know it was exactly.
So, she met her father, like, between the time that she said she never did?
Apparently.
Or the game's just gonna establish it anyway, so why am I even bringing it up? Why'd you pick it up again? Did you just forget to read the whole thing?
Oh, she's rereading some of it.
Well, she said she had amnesia, so doesn't that explain it?
So the last page apparently made him even more confused.
Someone took her pocketbook and started scribbling in it. Well, we already know that.
What did it say? Despair walks among us. There's seconds.
Yeah, there's a second despair. I mean, does it really walk among us if we never saw it before? We never saw Makuro. We still have never seen him. Her. Wait, we only need to look in 2 lockers?
No, we'll still look at the rest.
Just keep going. One of them's probably your locker, Makoto. I mean, you were conked out, too.
Okay, nothing in that locker. None of the 3rd locker. 4th locker. Damn it.
Okay,
Alright,
final locker. Ugh. I mean, this is really shitty.
Yeah, I feel like they shouldn't have made that many lockers to be opened.
No, this entire room is one of the fucking worst rooms in the game. Like, I don't know who designed that so badly.
Why? What do you mean? I mean,
like the constant speech repeating just to, you know, constantly kick you out and be like, no, there's nothing here.
Fair.
It's like,
where do we need to go now?
and then having to do the speech and having to add extra sentences to be like, oh, now I can use the emergency book on it. Should we go back to the lunchroom?
Well, we have to investigate the murder again. I know is one of the
Oh, okay.
So let's go do that and see if that's everything.
I'm just wondering what kind of new details we could find at this point.
We'll have to find out.
Or the body's just gonna be missing. Oh yeah, after the trial, don't they get rid of the body?
Apparently.
So, yeah, of course the body wouldn't be there, like, they don't plan on ever redoing anything.
Anyway, we gotta go to the biolab and finally open a tray. I was like, I know they open a goddamn tray in the anime. Oh, we have to look around at the tarp again, or what?
What's the tarp gonna tell us? Oh, that is a biolab tarp.
It's just to connect it to the biolab, which makes it further proof that it could only be...
Whatever. Why did we not notice that before? That could have been important.
Oh, we overlooked it.
You didn't look at the obvious red stamp on a plastic white tarp? I know Makoto's a shitty detective, but come on.
Well, go back to the biolab, so... Fuck. I thought I knew which way the biolab was, but apparently I didn't. Is it?
Yeah, it's over here.
The classroom at the end of this hall is the sword classroom, though.
Is that why you were incessantly clicking on the fridges?
Well, yeah, I swear to God that we get to open one.
Makoto's just being too stupid to try.
Okay. Maybe we have to complete everything on the to-do list before we open.
Well, what's left on the to-do list? The body went missing and therefore all the evidence is gone. What's the other place? Oh, the dojo.
There's the evidence at the...
And Toko's gonna be in there and useless. And be like, hey, I hate you. Go away before you ruin my life.
What do you want? What's your problem?
Well, my problem is that you're insanely freaking out and might actually try to attack me. You're looked down upon because you're insane. Like, I can't imagine that people like you, like, a bunch. I can't imagine Toko is anybody's favorite. Wait, we ran out of time again? Still feel like we haven't done anything.
If we're willing to stay up a little bit past 1, I think we might be able to finish the game.
Is everyone working hard?
I'm willing to go for it.
Since you're all giving it your best. For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASA possible.
Oh, apparently we're going to the gym first. So maybe the investigation's not done yet, but we'll find out. But there can't be more. We've been to every room, unless we're finally gonna need to go back to the.
Oh, Hero's here.
Okay, here. Yeah, he's the only one we didn't bump into, I don't think, across the entire thing.
Was he talking to us individually?
Gotta go.
Why did he just panic?
I don't know. Whatever Monokuma said.
Oh, come on. Hero's not the other despair. That's silly. It's Makoto, isn't it? He's the guy.
We'll find out.
He's the second guy.
First, we gotta go meet with Monokuma.
I don't know if I'd call it a decent twist, because I don't know if it's been alluded to, like, at all.
What?
If Makoto is, like, involved in Makuro.
Oh, gotcha.
You put an envelope in front of us? There's 8 stamps on it?
I don't know. I feel like putting stamps on something that's not actually gonna get mailed is still something Monokuma would do. He'd be like, well, I wanted to make sure it had proper postage, and then he'd just, like, say that and that'd be the end of it. Single photograph.
Oh, it's our first day.
Of everybody together.
Why is Junko not in the shot? Why did they not retake that?
I don't know. Maybe they did retake it, but Monokuma's not letting us see any other photos? I don't know.
Apparently, even in the other universe, Kuya is still a giant prick. Wait, is Makoto not in this picture?
You're correct, we are not in this picture.
Were we taking the picture?
Maybe we are the person behind
But
the
why
camera.
isn't Fume taking the picture of the person taking the picture? What the hell? So apparently while we were conked out, we went through an entire year of school, even though this whole thing was set up to be like this reality show of like meaningfulness for Makuro and their organization. So why would they conk us out, make us go to school, and then amnesia us so we didn't see any of that? I don't get the motivation for doing this.
No. The picture has all 15 other students, but not me.
Well, maybe you were an afterthought, Makoto, but it doesn't make that much sense.
Taking a picture like this, I went to junior high with Sayaka, but the first time I met everyone else was when I arrived at Orphan Academy, so it's natural for me not to be in this picture.
What is unnatural about this picture?
Is that everyone else is in it.
I mean, sure.
I thought everybody was like me and didn't know each other till they got here. But if this picture is real, then could it mean everyone else and just me? Everyone except me is?
Does that mean Makoto's a fake person? Makoto isn't real?
Humbling soliloquy of yours, Havoc.
How could Makoto not be real?
How strange. Unbelievable.
Makuro is really pissed about not answering any questions.
Alright, I got the photo. Group photo.
We got the full photo for once.
Nope.
But the photo didn't have any windows in it. How do we know it takes place in our world?
That one didn't have photos in it, or windows in it. Some of the other ones that we've seen, though, students together.
I doubt this is fake. They didn't get Junko's face in this picture, but they got her tits. Which is the important part, apparently.
Got her tits, I guess, yeah.
Why would they know anything?
I don't know, we're gonna go talk to everybody.
Okay, let's go talk to everybody.
My guess is gonna be the lunchroom.
That'd be convenient, at least.
That's my hope, at least, yeah. Otherwise, I have to literally try to run to every room everybody was in. But Hiro wasn't in any of the rooms himself. Which is why my brain says it should be the lunchroom if I had to take a guess. Especially because whenever you have to talk to everybody...
Well, Hina's here.
Those where you've been hiding. Listen, I was hoping to talk to you. Kodo. Sorry, gotta go. What? You ran off so fast.
Dude.
You didn't even have to find out.
Did Mono Bear tell them something they didn't tell me?
I don't know, who knows?
Because I don't know why they'd be freaked out by my mere existence.
Let me hit the map, because the map should show me where people are.
I don't know, it seems like kind of a silly twist, but I'd kind of be impressed by it if it turns out that the main character just never existed.
Okay, so Byakuya's in the archive.
We're a fake human. You were never real.
Koko's in the biolab. Hiro's in the garden.
Well, let's go up there and talk to the two worst people. Is this just gonna be 5 copies of the same thing? It's be like, no, we don't want to talk to you anymore.
I don't know, someone's probably gonna.
I don't think Kuya would, like, do that. Maybe give us the cold shoulder, but we might get some, like, intelligent something from him. I don't think Kyoko would spill the beans. I think she would try to, like, protect us from the secret. Why does Toko keep looking at corpses?
I see. Have you reached that?
Makoto's too pathetic to be a rapist. She really just does flit from, like, she flits from every thought you could possibly have after 1 second. What are you talking about, her memory? None of that made any sense.
What did she say? Let me see.
What did she say? I thought it was all just random nonsense.
Okay, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, last thing I remember was me waking up just now.
Is she talking about Toko?
What did you do to
Miss Morose.
That's cute. I think that's her last name. Oh, that's right. Your memory stops and starts when you switch. Bingo Bazinga. We share some basic knowledge, but our memories are pretty much separate. And don't say it's like a bad thing. It's a blessing as far as I'm concerned, because even if she forgets something, I totally remember, so it's like double memory.
Okay, so Genocide Jack knows more than she's been letting on.
But all I want to know right now is where is my little darling? Tell me, or else.
I don't know, I haven't seen him.
So Byakuya's around somewhere doing his own investigation.
Yes, yes.
By himself? I assume so.
Oh, I'm on fire.
Well, for any faults this game has, they definitely got grade A voice talent for it. Everyone's having fun with this.
Why did Kyoko faint?
I don't know, but it has something to do with the open door right next to her. Wait, how did she get this open?
Must be why she passed out.
Wait, why were you hiding in the corner?
Kodo.
No, I think she came in after us.
Yeah, but then how did you get over there?
Indeed.
Because the door's behind us?
Listen.
Well, ever since we found out that she was the ultimate detective, she's been a lot more forthcoming about everything. So, who's in the cooler? Or is Makoto gonna be too much of a baby to not look at the body?
To investigate, and when she opened the slot there, that's when she saw the body inside and dropped like a big rock.
Anyway.
Because she's just a terrible character.
Makoto. Listen.
Yeah, maybe look at who it is. Oh, so this is where all the victims end up. Sure.
So...
Yeah, that's what I said. How can we get a good look at the body? It's half fucking, like, arsonized.
I mean, she didn't get to look at the body at all, so for her it's a good look.
Oh, yeah. I forgot you were fucking around in the ruined second floor the whole time.
Nope.
You were just, like, trying passwords over and over and over again. Well, why don't you check it out, Makoto? Get some more clues going. Oh my god, Makoto, are you serious?
Whew. Because...
I mean, that's fair. No, I think everyone else was given a hint about Makoto for some reason. And we didn't. But you did. You did.
That's the same thing again. Okay, because I'm like, what am I supposed to do now?
Because
I can't leave the room. It doesn't give me the options. So clearly I have to do something
look at
weird,
other fridges?
I guess.
it would seem...
We needed the number... No, didn't we already get the clue of the lights?
No, I think we just got the... look at the tarps and let me know the things from the...
Do we have to reestablish the tarp we just saw?
Apparently.
Whew. Indeed. Indeed.
Wait, so a third thing killed her? Are you sure you're not the ultimate coroner? Because that seems to be the one thing you're the best at.
Due to the explosion of the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which was completed to the body. They had also inserted the head with an object to stick as a metal pipe. The body was also covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old.
Are these Monokuma files just filled with random facts regarding the case instead of all the facts?
Kind of, yeah. They're whatever facts he wants to give us. So, depending on the case, there is something.
Didn't it just say that they're old? Didn't it? That was the last sentence, wasn't it? They were several days old.
Well, old in the fact that means like old in like a long time ago old. Is what I think she's getting at.
Wrong.
Because there's a difference between recent
but not today.
So do you think, like,
a year ago?
You think this relates to, like, the battle classroom, where it might have just happened, like, last Tuesday?
We'll figure it out, I guess. My mic, I accidentally bumped my mic. I want to know if you can hear me alright.
I think you got it slightly quieter, but it's pretty much the same.
Okay, I moved it a little closer.
Yeah, you seem fine.
However,
It doesn't?
Old wounds, it makes it sound like they've been there forever, like they're not related to the murder. Are you saying they are?
Maybe.
We all got the Monokuma file right after she was killed, right? So if the wounds were at least a few days old, there's no way they could have had anything to do with it.
so then,
But what if Mokuro herself wasn't killed within the last few days?
at the very least,
I mean, we can. It might be, like, extremely slow poison, but then why would you need to stab her, like, 20 times?
in other words,
Also, how do you stab the ultimate soldier, who is the ultimate soldier, 20 times, then use that to kill her? Why would she need to be in, like, the world's most ridiculous sword battle to kill the ultimate soldier?
hey,
I mean, can you give us more hints? You have a reaction, so I assume you do.
so... Indeed. Indeed.
So the measurements all line up.
Okay. I'm kind of surprised it is Mokuro.
So then,
There has to be another bent to it. We have to be introduced to this character.
why?
Somehow.
Hey,
I would be real disappointed if she went out like Junko, and even worse.
whew,
At least we had a fucking scene with Junko. I'm naive and somehow useful to your investigations, Kyoko.
so then,
Yeah, we got another, like, what, 2 people to talk to? Oh yeah, her book thing. Well, let's talk to her. She's probably still there.
what? What? So... Indeed. I see. And? Why is that? Because...
I don't know, they might have. There's way more than 15 of them. 16 of them.
What? If that's
What video?
Makoto.
The video from, like, chapter 3?
Chapter 1.
Really? It was that long ago?
Yep, it was the motive for the first murder.
God damn. I forgot all about that. Didn't we see our family disappeared?
We saw a picture of our house with our family, and then we saw it, like, all destroyed. And then it was like, find out more if you graduate.
So...
Could that line up with the Makoto is fake theory, like his family never existed because he's not real?
Anyway, she gave us a DVD she found called Class 78 Urgent
So...
Interviews.
Where did you even get this?
Apparently it was in that hidden room
Anyway.
someplace.
I mean, we didn't look at any of the cabinets, so sure. Maybe these are pre-amnesia interviews?
Makoto.
Oh yeah, we can go to the TV and slap it in the
words.
thing. Wait, can we... We can't get into the data room anymore, can we?
Not the data room, but the TV room is not the data room. TV room's on the first floor, or whatever it's called.
Well, that was the one that had like a specific DVD player. Those
No,
giant
it had-
monitors could have everything players.
It had a bunch of DVD players because what happened for the first motive was Monokuma gave each of us our own DVD at the same time. We all sat at a separate booth and all watched our DVDs at the same time, and then no one wanted to talk about their DVDs.
However,
And the only DVDs we actually got to see was ours and then Sayaka's.
I'm gonna kill that Makuro jerk. Or whoever's left, I don't know. And then we get to the final room, and it turns out to be a mirror pointed at Makoto. He did it. And he didn't even know. And then everyone stabs him in the back.
hey, Makoto.
I don't think this game's gonna have a tragic ending. There's probably gonna be some hopefulness at the end of this.
So then,
It's gonna be a nice, solid ending, and they walk off into the sunset.
Yeah, the AV room, that's what it's called. It's on the first floor. Alright, to the AV room, away. Unless we want to talk to Byakuya, but...
We should probably finish the talking before we do the DVD.
Okay.
Who do we have left to talk to? Is it just Kuya?
Just Kuya. Oh, and Hina. No, we did bump into Hina. Yeah, so it's just Kuya.
Yeah, didn't Hina just run away from
Hina
us
was-
too?
Yeah, Hina ran away from us. We didn't even talk to Genocide about it.
Well, Genocide doesn't have the memories of Toko.
Yeah. And
He went back to this library?
he's in the archive. At least that's what it said earlier. There's...
It's just Kuya doing Kuya things.
That's enough.
Alright, so he didn't do it the same way as the other ones. He kind of was...
Yeah, he
basically
just
like,
blew us
"Fuck
off."
Yeah, he was just like, fuck off, and walked away. The other ones were like, ah, you, and then ran away. So
Well,
he
if Kuya... If someone as cold-hearted as Kuya is still freaked out by our presence, what the hell was the truth?
I don't know. Well, let's find out.
You think it's gonna be an inline thing where it turns out there's only 15 interviews on the disc? And it's gonna be like, well, why the fuck didn't they talk to me? Which, I mean, I guess the reason for that could be, well, Makoto, you were an afterthought, like, they didn't really plan for you.
I think this one's probably the closest.
You were invited last minute, dude. That's why there is no
We did
interview.
technically win a raffle.
Yeah, they didn't know.
Alright, let's watch it.
The tape box
Yeah,
is still here.
So each of these things technically is supposed to have a screen that we watch it on. Alright, let's watch it.
So what is the ultimate secret of this stupid thing?
Alright, what's on the interview? What's the interview DVD
Wait,
about?
the disc is only 5 seconds long?
Okay then, are you ready to begin?
It was collective hypnosis. Wasn't he in his 30s? It's not really middle
I
aged.
hope you don't mind if I record our conversation.
That has to be the same guy,
I'm
the
a little
headmaster.
slow, you know.
It looks
I
like
never
the
really
guy
got
in
the hang of taking
Kyoko
notes while
child
having a
picture.
conversation.
He's not a good psychologist? Is she supposed to be hypnotized?
So this video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute.
What?
It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like...
What are you
insurance.
interviewing them for?
So please
To
don't
fuck
worry
them
too
over
much.
later?
Now then,
This is
let me
really
get straight
weird.
to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
And it turned out she only lived there for 6 weeks. Or, I don't know, 3 days.
Thank you.
She didn't even say
I'm
it.
sorry about all this. Well, I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, I give you my word.
And yet you were killed like 3 days after this was recorded. Wait, that was the only interview on that thing? I figured if it was going to be labeled 78 interviews, they would have gotten one from the entire class. Yeah, I figured that'd probably be the more obvious thing. I've been wearing this
So,
same
Makoto,
jacket for the last
before we begin,
3 years.
I should let you know that I'll be recording our...
Yes.
I guess this would explain the visions.
Now, shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Yes.
I'm sorry I'm putting you through all this.
Well, I mean, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
But I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
I wonder if we have to watch all 16.
Okay, so we're definitely real, apparently. We're not a fake person.
Okay. It said the
Kuya?
video. It said the video did the same over and over again with the others. Is what happened next. So I think it's just gonna show us a photo of everybody.
So this is consistent with your little TV show. Okay, so what were they getting on with this whole double-sided premise thing? You accepted to be here forever, but we trapped you in here and now you all want to leave.
Say what?
Maybe like 2 different organizations were like organizing this and doing it completely for different reasons. Because the headmaster clearly wasn't working with the Despair group, they killed him. Probably.
So Monokuma cut the power to the room apparently.
Why? We saw enough of the tapes. Why, was there like a secret interview, a 17th interview that he didn't want us seeing?
That's right.
I'm not sure if we saw them all or if it just said the others, as in it kept going and showing more of the students.
So do you think those interviews were recorded before or after we had a nice school year with all of our school friends here?
I cannot answer that question. Because you can't ask me if I think it, because I know it. I know how this game ends.
Well, why don't you make up a false opinion to throw everyone off?
I think it happened. I think it happened 48 years ago, but also 7 decades in the future.
It's a time travel mystery. Who would have seen that coming?
Somehow it's 48 years ago in the past, but also 7 decades in the future at the same time in that video.
At the same time in the interviews.
Well, you see, time loops in a circle, so at one point in the circle, you're 78 years forward from this point, but also 48 years back from this point.
We're gonna time travel theory the shit out of this and figure it out. And it'll solve it for all of fiction for the rest of time.
If you're watching the DVD, we got another bing bong bing bong.
What do you mean another one? Isn't this where they're calling the trial?
Yes, I think this is called in trial.
For anything that has a start, and if the end comes, there is no night. Although that dawn is there is no storm that won't, of course, then that lead. But as I said, which is why I'm sure we'll get anyway. Let the beginning of everyone gather once.
All right, time to stay up late and finish this game because we're just on the cuffs. But before we go down the elevator, I will ask for your final thoughts. Before the final trial.
Well, we're definitely not a fake person, as was just revealed.
No, this is it. This is the time before I go to the store.
I don't know. It seems like there's just a lot of baggage. I'm surprised that Mikuro actually died.
What do you think of the fact that there's lockers on the second floor that seem to belong to some of the characters?
I do like my theory where we were conked out for probably. We were probably agreed to it originally, and the school year happened. That's why they were able to take the photo, and why we have belongings here that we don't know about. So we did have a nice school year, and then I don't know, maybe the ultimate despair took over the school and killed the headmaster, and then just took up for their despair plan. They just took over the whole thing because we were all ultimates who conveniently were recruited by the headmaster. And then they just amnesia'd us for their own ends.
Well, let's find out if you're correct on any of that stuff. Also, do you know have you figured out who the bad guy is?
Makoto.
I kind of want to say it's Mikuro, but maybe it's second Mikuro, the other Mikuro person.
We'll have to find out.
Because I don't know, it seems like it would make sense that Mikuro is two people. Because I'm pretty sure they're going to do that fucking clever thing where they're like, there was a second Despair who was a completely different person. Are they staring at us like we betrayed them? Like, we fundamentally betrayed the whole group without knowing it?
They're still bothered by whatever bothered them after Monokuma.
I'm late to... It's a really weird way of spelling that.
I'm late. It's late is what she's saying, but she's saying it apparently so fast it's all one word. It says I'm late.
You. Go away, Jill.
Yes! I mean, I feel like what Toko would have said would have been 8 times worse, but you know.
I think she would have said the exact same thing.
No, I think she might have gone into more detail. Or been like super masochist about it, like even more masochist about it.
Why are you killing on his behalf? I thought you killed for your own benefit.
Back.
The disappointment? You called for this.
I think that's sarcasm that Jill disappeared. That's what I think it was supposed to be.
Well now. Thrills, chills, kick.
That's fine.
I mean, this is gonna be the thrilliest, chilliest one. It kinda has to be.
I'm a bear in good standing, you know.
Unbelievable.
If there was a Mr. Fair Guy Universe contest, I'd take home the tiara every year.
He's gonna win the game that was called against him because of audience ratings.
Stop talking.
You guys.
In the name of my family.
This is not gonna be. This is probably gonna be like a 3 times long trial. It's gonna take a while.
It is a longer trial.
Hey. However...
I don't think it's 3 times as long, but it is a longer trial. Because I know in the second and third games, the final trial is a longer trial. Like you definitely notice that this trial has been going on longer.
I'm gonna say I'm kind of disappointed that this wasn't paced out throughout the last 3 chapters. It's just like they threw all the mystery reveals on the final chapter.
Final 2 chapters. In a
Probably
way.
not the best idea.
I mean, there's stuff along the way.
Yeah, but it's.
Not as much.
I kind of wish it was like the big bombshells at least. What, are they gonna send us down to the sub-basement? Is there a super special secret trial room that we don't know about?
That could explain why, like, all the trial rooms look different, as they built multiple of them.
Such a waste of money. Oh, come on, this one looks terrible.
Yahoo! Thrills, check.
They're really hyping up this one. So it's gotta be the craziest plot turn yet. What would be a crazy plot twist at this point?
Last trial, I've come up with a special rule.
Well, you don't even
So
write the
listen
rules,
up.
except that you do because
If
you're
you can
controlled by the
figure
person who
out
writes the
Mukuro's
rules.
Killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win.
How many school mysteries do we have to solve to win, though? What's the
Then
objective
I
here?
win.
Is it
And
4
of
mysteries,
course,
5
waiting
mysteries?
For the loser is the
They're
super
technically all
exciting,
connected, so it's
super
one big one.
heart-pounding punishment.
Are you saying that if you lose,
Oh yeah, how's the
you'll
tragedy
execute
gonna
yourself?
link into all this? It was caused by the Ultimate
And that's
Despair
final?
group of people
loopholes?
backing
No wiggling out of it
Makuro
later?
coming into the school, but Makuro
Of
died.
course not. Bears
So they didn't
never
do a
go
good
back
job
on
of
their
that.
word.
Never mind all that. I just have one
To prove that
question for
Despair
you.
is better, but why
Oh,
would
you're taking
society
this
want
serious,
this?
huh?
And why would they think
Are
it's
you
popular?
Feeling okay?
Is the mastermind only one person?
Hmm?
Are you
Don't
allowed to
bother.
ask that?
I already know the answer. You're all the mastermind, aren't you? You're all out to get me.
What?
I'm right, aren't I? I knew it.
How would that be possible? Because then, like, everyone, including all the dead people, would probably need to be in on it.
You guys have all been working together, haven't you? I have evidence, so I know I'm right.
Hey, you stole my line. You're all out to get me.
Wait, that's
I'm
why
sure
they were
of it.
paranoid? That they just
I
don't
have evidence
believe
of my
the
own.
evidence?
What a coincidence. I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together.
Oh, come on.
What?
This is silly.
Hold on. This doesn't make any sense.
So they're all stupid. They're all being stupid.
How can the three of us each have that?
No.
I love how they flip that
all
sentence
got a
upside.
group photo that didn't have us in it. That's literally what happened. Every single character.
It's not just you
except
three.
for
I have
Kyoko
evidence too.
went and got a photo.
You too?
The evidence you're all referring to is this group photo, right?
No.
Is it?
No, it's not this group photo, because
well,
everybody got their own photo.
Wait, but mine's different.
Wait
The
a
picture you have,
second.
I'm in it.
So they were all wrong.
But that can't be right.
Yeah.
Because in my picture,
Now we get to see everybody's picture, though. Hopefully. I'm waiting for it. Alright, look at everybody's pictures. Quick.
see, I'm the only one not in it.
These are all fun pictures.
Not that fun, though.
They're silly.
Hero,
There's
you have
always,
a picture
like,
too, right?
Makoto's clearly
Let's see
struggling
it.
to run. Sakura's running
Okay,
like
but
a
be
god.
careful with it. It's pretty important.
Hifume's in the middle somehow.
Yeah.
And it just shows off Kyoko's ass.
This one's more similar to the first one, but we're all having donuts.
Junko's not even looking at
Picture
it.
says
Why do they keep
BYD.
fucking over Junko?
Secret or whatever, I don't care. You guys are all in on this together. That's why I'm the only one missing.
Alright,
But you're in my picture.
and then...
You're the ones trying to trick me.
Oh my god, everybody shut up. Everybody clearly
So
got a
the
picture.
whole purpose behind these photos was to get us questioning and fighting with each other.
Hey, we still
The
haven't seen
mastermind
Byakuya's
laid a
and
trap
Toki's picture.
to make us each think
Yeah, it's
everyone
almost
else
like
was
Mono
working
Bear
against
is
us.
controlled by the mastermind.
Huh?
Assuming
I laid a
assuming
trap?
Toko got
How
a picture.
rude.
I don't even know
What
if she got a
grounds do
picture.
you have for such
I don't think Toko
audacious
wants to share hers.
accusations?
We had donut eating, running. We had the donut eating, running picture, and our picture of just chilling in the class. Everybody happy, like first day of school picture.
Isn't it the person who received it? What other connection is there? Yeah, it's the ones who got the
A gun!
photos.
In each case, the only one not in the picture is the person who received it.
I should have stopped the auto scroll on the photos.
So, in the picture I got, I'm the only one missing.
Oh, maybe we'll get a second chance here. Yeah,
In the
we do.
picture Hina got?
Seriously,
she's
Junko
the
got
only
fucked
one.
over in every picture. What the fuck?
Hey, Kyoko's wearing her gloves still in this picture. That's interesting. Like, it makes sense, but it's a fun detail.
Yeah, but it doesn't really mean anything, considering that she
picture
didn't
Hiro
receive
got,
the picture,
he's
so
the
who
only
would
one
care?
missing.
Also, why is Ifume taking pictures in two of them?
Maybe he just wants to hold his camera.
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
Alright, just the one without Bakuya. Is this the one I think it is? Yes, this is my favorite.
He
picture.
got the swimsuit one?
Well, like,
Wait, why is she punching a salmon into the sky?
hey, why did you skip past
in
that?
which
I wanted
that
to sit
person
on it.
wasn't
And when we
Well, it's just a picture, there's no text on
just
it.
assumed
No,
everyone
but
else was the
there's
enemy?
funny shit. Like Sakura's punching a fish. Somehow, like a giant fish. That's somehow in a pool.
Figured it out, huh?
Yeah, I thought that must be it.
Is it a hint? What is it a hint to?
There's more to this than just Monaco trying to confuse us. There's something else that bothers me about everybody's pictures. What is this?
Listen.
Sticking at me.
Can I see everyone's group photo one more time?
Yes, please.
It's not directly connected to what we're talking about, but I'd like to double check something.
Alright, let's double check all the
Sure, no
photos to
problem.
see if
What,
there's
well, what
something
is
else
the
to pick out
clue
about
here?
all of them.
What is it?
I don't mind.
Okay, there's something unusual about these photos. What is it? I need to compare them to one more time. Alright, there's the pool one.
See, what the hell is this game's problem?
What do you mean?
Junko got fucked over in every one. Wait, is that the clue? Is that Junko's face is in none of them?
Alright. Well, it's a truth bullet for now until it needs to come up.
But what's the bullet?
Just
What's
forget
the
about photo
hint?
already. Ugh.
We just know there's
Trick
something
people
weird
such
in
an
it.
Obviously fake photo. I'm still pissed about that.
And on top of that,
Was it the
they
giant
used all
fish?
that
Is that the
photo to
hint?
Make it look like we were
Definitely
wearing
the
matching
giant.
uniforms.
It's giant. It's definitely
Well,
the
that's
giant.
not weird. It's Japan.
So you think they're
They do that.
No,
apparently.
No, I assure you, they're
Well, how can they all be real?
But what are you talking about? There's no way.
What?
Yeah, I don't remember ever taking a picture like that. So it's gotta be a fake. I'm sure of it.
But how?
But you know, can we really be so sure?
Well, then how can there be people missing if they're
Don't get me wrong, I don't
group-specific
remember
school
taking this
photos?
picture either. But is that really enough to be absolutely positive they're fake?
No.
What do you mean?
But how can we prove it?
Hangman's Gambit, or is that what we're gonna do? Or is it gonna just be a select from a list? I
Is it
kinda
gonna
want
be
Hangman's
Amnesia?
Gambit. Oh, no, it's gonna be. Oh, no, it's Hangman's Gambit. Okay. The music tells you before anything else.
It is Amnesia.
Fuck, I don't know how to spell amnesia. Chat.
E. It's E. How do you not know?
I don't know how to spell it. And then what? A?
No S.
Oh.
It's Amnesia.
Yeah. Okay. And then A. There we go.
Now I understand. Let's say that somehow we'd all lost our memories. That could explain it, couldn't it?
Oh, I get it. So we all just lost our memories at the same time and forgot about the photo. Makes sense.
No,
That's
it doesn't.
You expect me to believe such an unbelievable occult type story?
That's the fortune
We
teller.
all lost our memories? That's just crazy.
They don't realize that it was probably caused somehow by hypnosis, that we were in a terrible psychologist. So what, we have to shoot all of them with our truth bullets? What other... I mean, we have a lot of clues. We have a lot of photos.
Yes, it loads the gun with stuff.
Oh god, 5 bullets? That's a lot.
Guessing it's the interview DVD.
You're saying we all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise.
I mean, at least
you,
there's only
I
7
haven't lost my
sentences.
memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
Shoot it. That was pretty easy, to be honest.
I mean, as we already predicted,
Those
or
photos
think,
aren't
this
the
file
only
might
things
be on
that
the
point
lowest
to the
difficulty.
possibility of memory loss. This DVD does the same thing.
You're not gonna show us something.
Oh yeah, why is it
interesting, are
labeled
you?
urgent? Why did they need to
No,
conduct these interviews
it's
like
nothing
really
like that.
fast? Was there like
It's a
an
video
incoming
of all of
disaster,
us
or was like Ultimate
being
Despair
interviewed by
like
the Havoc
about to kill all of
Academy
them?
headmaster.
When you say all of us, you mean...
Maybe the headmaster saw his
All
death
of
coming.
us, including you.
You lie! I never did any kind of interview.
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll see. for
Roll in the
yourself.
television.
TV right behind Kyoko.
Hey,
The
Hina.
headmaster did, in fact.
What are you saying?
I didn't imagine you would remember.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Well, we don't have any way to.
I
refute
couldn't
it, so
do
we
that.
have
I
no
couldn't do
choice
something
but
so
to accept it
shameful as
reality.
lose my memory.
Say that. We're talking about living, breathing amnesia here.
To be honest, I have something else on my mind right now.
Something that isn't a
You
fantasy.
said the DVD contains recordings of us being interviewed by the headmaster, right? What were the interviews about?
The headmaster sat
Didn't
each
you
of us
see
down,
it? Wasn't it on
one at a
TV?
time, and asked us the
talking
same
about it.
question. He asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
What kind of question is that?
An existential
How
one?
did we answer?
Life-changing
No,
one?
obviously.
Actually, we all said we could.
I'm gonna show mine again, even though I never
heard
saw any
myself
other
say
ones.
Yes, I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
We saw Byakuya's, we saw
Why?
Kyoko's,
Why
we
would you
saw
say
ours.
yes to something
saw-
like that?
Didn't we just see them sit down? They didn't say anything.
The same goes for everyone else.
Skip
Nobody
past it 'cause
remembers.
it's all the same
Says
question.
the
You
amnesia
don't remember choosing
person.
to live here
I mean, she
forever,
says the one with
or
the
even
most
talking to the
amnesia.
headmaster about it at all.
You got super duper
It
amnesia.
doesn't matter if I remember or not. Even if I bought the whole amnesia thing, the idea that I would want to live here forever? That's just insane.
I mean, if the rest of society's in a radiated
Insane or not,
wasteland, then,
we
or
can't move forward
in
until you
constant
accept
war, I'd rather be
Am I
in the
right?
safe school.
You sure are, 'cause it's all true.
What?
I know it sounds absurd, but if it's the truth, there's nothing we can do about it.
Indeed. We only have one path in front of us.
Continuing to dig out this mystery.
Really?
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
This is all making my head hurt.
And this isn't like some normal kind of memory loss. You stole those specific memories from us, didn't you?
Oopsie, you figured that part out too, huh?
Of course. There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia at the same time.
But how could someone just steal our memories?
Sci-fi.
How?
How do you explain Mono Bear?
Hardly matters
He
right
exists.
now. If I said it was hypnotism, would you believe me? Or we opened up your skulls and messed with your brains? Would you really believe anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right now.
What matters is figuring out what memories you took from us. That's what you're trying
That
to say,
one
right?
school year where you had happy times.
I knew I could
The
tell
one
you.
happy times.
The interview with the headmaster, taking that group photo.
Maybe the specific
Those can't
memories
be
of
the only
Junko,
memories
which is
we
why she
lost.
was killed first, and why they're
There must have
hiding
been a
her in
purpose
every
to it all.
picture.
A reason for taking
I
away
don't
our
know
memories.
why, because it's Junko.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
Despair, hope.
You mean the motive you came up
Stuff.
with to try and get us to all kill each other?
That has something to do with the memories you stole from us?
What about the original DVDs? Does anyone remember that?
It sure does. But
Well, I mean, Makoto remembered which house he lives in.
anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the class trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Are we even focusing on that anymore? I thought we were just uncovering the mysteries.
Anything else?
We were just uncovering mysteries. Now Monokuma's telling the group that, hey, we should focus on solving the murder first.
We have to focus on how Makuro died and also didn't die at the same time. Makuro is also the murderer and the victim. Which is kind of amazing.
The Master's e-book,
The profile?
and the control room. Okay.
So who did it? Who killed her?
I guess it's gonna be the profile. but we'll
Whoever
find
did
out.
it is the same one who's behind everything. That much I'm sure of.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But when you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
The profile.
What does make me so sure?
Exactly. You're just making stuff up. There's no way the mastermind is here. The mastermind is probably a million.
There you go.
No, that's wrong.
That's definitely a lot
Like, when they
better
started
counter than
talking
the
about
profile.
Where the mastermind was, I was like, oh, it's gonna be the
There's
Monokuma
no
control
question
room.
that the mastermind is somewhere within the school.
How do you know? Did you find some evidence or something?
In the back of the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma. The mastermind must have been using that to control him all this time.
And also, it was suspiciously locked
So
after
there
we
can't
looked
be
into
any
it.
doubt. The mastermind has been inside the school all
It's the
along.
only locked room in this school.
There can't be any doubt. In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind is one of us.
What? Why?
Recall what Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier.
The 16 participants line again.
In case you forgot.
So if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
Or it was you, Kuya. You are
Managed to
behind all
survive
this.
all of this.
With your puppet strings.
So we're the only ones here? It's not me! I'm not the mastermind!
Well, it's not me!
I blame Makoto.
What? Why me?
Because I hate you.
It's super weird how you're the only one who survived being executed.
That wasn't my
Oh,
choice.
I get it. The only way he could have survived is if he was actually the mastermind himself, right?
What?
Aw, nuts! You got me!
Wait! What are you trying to say?
Everyone, calm down. There's no reason to panic.
But there's every reason to panic. We're all gonna die.
Will become clear soon.
Ah!
Just as soon as we find out who killed Mukuro.
Oh yeah, we're back to this flip-flopping between Kyoko
Rather than
and fucking
wasting time
Makoto.
bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
So now we know it's the mastermind, so now we just have to figure out.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
20 minutes?
He's right.
Well, it's
What more
trial.
is there to talk about?
If you want something to talk about, I think there might be one thing.
How Makuro is
We
in
haven't
the...
fully established what Mukuro's
the
fatal
morgue?
injury was.
Okay. Let's figure out what her fatal injury was.
But I thought we figured that out. She died when she got hit in the back of the head.
No, that isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely different.
It was
Wouldn't you agree,
poison.
Makoto?
The other wounds?
I got it! All of the wounds covering her body. That's what really killed her.
Hey, now hold on a second. You did read the Monokuma file, right?
Did you read the Monokuma file?
Yeah.
Hero?
Can you read, Hero?
It made it pretty clear. Those wounds were made at least
Well,
a few
apparently he
days ago.
can. His
So
one
they
skill.
Can't possibly be what killed her.
Or she died.
Hero can read.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
Well, how fucked over did Mikuro get?
What if, when we
I mean, if she
discovered
is
her
really
body,
a puppet, I
she'd
guess that kind of
already
makes
been dead
sense.
for several days.
The organization
If
remote
that's
killed
true,
her
then
somehow?
naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
Oh no, we'll have to figure it out.
That doesn't make any sense. Because
But doesn't it
because
really,
she had all
Toko?
those wounds
Doesn't it
before she ever
really?
came here.
Huh? How do you know that?
Wait, what?
Isn't it obvious? She was the ultimate
Oh, she's
soldier,
guessing,
right?
okay.
So that means, you know,
Yeah.
You're wrong.
And then we just whip out the packet that says, "Fuck you, you're wrong."
denied me. Before I could even
Doesn't
say
that happen,
anything.
like, in the last 3 trials?
Oh shit, now Toko's falling for Kyoko.
Come on.
But I thought she went for Hina because of the huge tits.
No, she tends to bash on Hina because of the huge tits.
Yeah, well, that's how she disguises her obvious interest.
Fair enough.
Although I don't even want to think about Toko's sexual interest ever. She deserves to be permanently put into a corner, into a crate.
Okay, this one's gonna be the file, obviously.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier.
Yep, we know that.
She must have been in 100 different battles. So when you think about it, obviously she got all those.
No, that's wrong.
She was so good that she never got wounded. Except for crazy sword battles.
Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle.
Because Ultimates, as
The
I
file
stated
we found in
before,
the
are
headmaster's room said as
ridiculously
much.
good at whatever the fuck they claim they're good at.
Despite the time
What do
she
you mean
spent
whatever
in
they
battle
claim
after
they're good
battle
at?
as a
Apparently
member
there's some
of
sort of
Fenrir,
proving process.
Yeah, whatever the
When
game.
she
I
entered
meant
the
what the
school,
game claims they're good
she
at.
hadn't sustained
Not
a
them
single
specifically.
injury.
To be denied so completely.
Across the series, we're
How
gonna see some
how is
stupid
Mikuro the fucking string bean character? Somehow the ultimate soldier never lost or got wounded in battle.
Anyway, so we can be sure
just
that
super good at her
Mukuro
job, I
suffered
guess.
all those
Isn't she
wounds
like less than
after
100
coming to this
pounds?
school. In which case, they could be the very
I don't remember
thing
the
that
number.
killed
I thought it
her.
was like 97 or something.
As a matter of fact, it's hard to imagine any other.
I don't think she has one, but let's see if she's on the report card.
Nope.
No, it's only 15 people, so.
Are they ever gonna go
When
back to
examining
the
her body,
weird thing about
I
how
found that her
Junko
stomach
was
and
not in
head
any of
wounds
those
came
photos?
After she was already dead.
Find out.
Because that's
Unless
very
anyone has any
weird.
better suggestions,
And I don't know
I think we
why.
can say this with confidence. The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
She was killed 3 days ago?
Alright, so there's the picture of her wounds.
And sure.
But if that's what killed her, then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
Yes.
Why would somebody bash
That's
her
exactly what
head
it means.
open when she
When we
died?
found her body in the
Days
garden,
ago.
she'd already been dead
Cover
for
up.
several days.
Because the mastermind wants it to look like
So
Kyoko
then,
did it that day.
what about the little matter of what happened last night?
Wouldn't the stab wound have taken care of that?
Makoto, you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant.
Yeah, because it literally could have been anybody.
If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, certainly it couldn't have been her.
It could have been an Ultimate Despair member.
So who was it that attacked you?
The Mastermind?
I got it! The one who attacked me was the true mastermind.
Which is you, Mukuro.
When we discovered Mukuro in the garden wearing the same mask,
And not wearing sleeves, and... Yeah, you're right, that
I
collar is
naturally assumed
backwards.
She must have been the
the
one who
cut's on
attacked me.
backwards. They took the cut off and just draped it over the body.
But I was wrong. It wasn't her at all. It was the mastermind.
And he's really happy about it.
What are you laughing at?
He's being controlled by the guy who got the
Getting a
kill.
little impatient sitting here listening. I think I'm gonna jump in. Let's start off with a nice, easy question. Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption. You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? I mean, that's the whole point of a mask. The true identity of the masked attacker is Mukuro Ikusaba. At least, that's what I think.
That's the guy who actually knows
Do
the
you
answer
have
and is
any
a line
evidence
dick.
that might convince me otherwise?
I don't know. Do we have any evidence of that? Is it Makuro's profile again? The killer is too tall to be Makuro? Oh yeah, her hand, it's backwards so we can see it. I never put those two together.
Okay, my guess is we have to grab something.
Yeah.
You never saw their face, right?
But I
you
saw
can't
their
have
right
any
hand.
idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
That's what we're gonna shoot.
You're wrong. Even
Yeah,
without
because that's a
seeing the
contradiction.
face, there's another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Pull it.
Oh?
I'll pull the next
What
one.
is this other part? Is it the right hand?
Wait,
Or the left hand?
Oh shit.
Maybe the right
No, it is. It's the right hand.
Right hand. I'm almost positive it's the right hand. I'm pretty
Or
sure it's the
could
right
it
hand.
be the hips?
So Monica, that is a clever thing though. We have to remember which fucking hand the tattoo is on. And it's on
You
the
never
right.
saw
I can
their
think of the picture of the
face,
body lying on the
right?
ground, and that's how I know.
So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
Fuck. Oh, I lost it because I shot it. Fuck you, game. That was some stupid crap. All right.
Shoot.
Because it gets deflected if the purple words are on it.
Really?
Yeah,
You
that's how the
never
purple
saw
words
their
work. That's why I have to
face,
shoot them with the other
right?
button. To get rid of
So
them,
you
so I can
can't
shoot
have
the
any
everything.
idea
Well,
who
let's
was
fast forward
under
this
that
bitch.
mask.
I'm telling you now, you're wrong. There's another part of the...
Oh? And what is this
We
other
get to see
part?
Mono.
Is
We
it
get to
the
see Mono
right
Bear's
I
ass
also
again.
can't scan. I also
Or
can't
the
scan
left,
if
maybe the... Or
if it's in
perhaps
front of
the...
it.
Or could it be
Which is
the
why.
hips?
Okay, then we gotta go through this text again, telling you the thing.
You never saw their...
So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was
No, that's wrong. Mukuro had a tattoo on her right hand, a representation of Fenrir. In other words,
Also,
a
she had
hip
fake
tattoo.
nails. For
But
some
I saw
reason.
the right hand of the person who attacked me. And there was no such... So there's no way the person behind the mask was
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her. But that still doesn't prove that it was me. It could have been, you know...
Well, we don't even know who
someone
you
else,
are.
right?
We're just
Hiro,
guessing.
Toko, Hina,
It's not like we
and
can
I all
use,
have
like,
solid alibis
physical
for that entire
characteristics
night.
to suss this guy
Yeah,
out.
we were in the gym tearing you apart, so it could have been any of us.
Well, it does make sense. The
Okay,
mastermind
sure.
wasn't in his
It couldn't
control
have been
room
any of
because
you,
Mono Bear was being
But
taken apart.
What about Kyoko? It totally could have been her. Uh-oh, no snappy comeback. Did I score a bullseye?
No, because we proved that earlier.
If you insist, I don't mind showing you.
Oh, we're finally gonna see her fucked up
Show me
hands?
What?
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing that...
Yeah, let's see your burned hands.
Her burnt hands?
I think that's what they are. I think it's burns.
Your hands!
Awful, isn't it?
I can't see
It
it.
happened when I was first learning to be a detective.
I somehow
was
set my
inexperienced.
entire hands on fire.
I thought you didn't want anyone to see those.
I
scars.
can't see them.
On the other side of
If
the
it
words, if
means
you
we
look
get another
carefully, it
step
kind of just looks
closer
like a
to
brown leather
unmasking the
glove.
mastermind, it doesn't really bother
Yeah, but
me.
that doesn't...
No, our details isn't all that great.
It's not enough details for it to be like a huge point. It's like, yeah, she's got red hands. I mean, that's not that
My
freaky.
scars should suffice as proof.
Just proof that it's not her.
Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars?
No, not at all.
Then this much has been made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked...
On top of my secret being revealed, I had to look at those positively grotesque. Sorry, did I say that out loud?
Not at all. You can say whatever you want.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not cornered.
I
just
have
yet.
7 more alibis.
Noticed. The circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death are totally unknown.
That's true.
I mean, I guess that's
All we
true.
know right now is she was
Can we
killed
bring
a
up the
good
battle
while before this
classroom?
morning.
On the contrary.
I don't know where else she
we
would have
don't know
gotten all those
anything
scars
other
within
than
that last 3 days.
You're not going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something.
No, because she was in the photos that totally
You
aren't
have
fake.
nothing to worry about.
And she's not dead.
I promise you,
That at
without
the beginning of the
doubt,
killing
she
game,
died
16 beat
after our little
students, right?
killing game began here.
Yeah, but, you know,
And
Monokuma
somehow,
might
she was
still be
killed in
lying
secret
about
without
that.
Any of us knowing.
And
Or
after
being
she
clever
died,
about it and
who
being
knows
like,
how much time
no,
went by
this
before we
other
found
person
her,
doesn't
right?
count.
Did the culprit stash her somewhere? She couldn't have been in the garden the whole time, could she?
I don't know, she spends 90% of her time
If she was,
in the fucking
she
control
would have
room.
been totally decomposed. Just like your brain.
Then she was being stored somewhere?
We have morgue, so that's a
To hide
possibility.
a body here.
Biolab.
You can't. Yeah, she was in the fucking kitchen.
Mukuro's body was probably kept
Oh god.
hidden
Did
in
it...
the biolab.
Oh, okay, it did drop.
Biolab? You mean on the 5th floor?
Hey, Cheddar, you still there?
That's right.
Yeah?
It's
Can you not
actually
hear
set
me?
up for use as a morgue.
No, Discord skipped for like
So
5
it's the
seconds.
perfect place to
Oh,
hide a
because
body,
I was talking.
and it'd keep the body preserved at the same time.
I made a joke about the kitchen and the other
Then
thing
you're
about
also
the pool,
saying the
'cause those are
body
other
was
two
moved
options.
from the bio.
Well,
lab to the
fuck. I
garden.
guess the stream's gonna miss that. That clever
And I have no
wordplay.
doubt that that's
It
exactly
wasn't
what
clever.
happened.
It's just like
In fact,
I was
I have
laughing about the
proof.
fact that those were the other two options. You did the same, but only with the kitchen.
You know the pool where people just end up floating for days and days until
Wait,
Hina
what's
finds
our
them.
proof that the body was.
The lights, the morgue. I mean, what are they looking for?
Oh,
it made its
from
way. Yeah, the
Biolab
tarp.
to the garden.
The tarp.
I got it! What makes me so sure the body was carried from the biolab
Is
the
this
tarp that
brand
was in the
name?
garden. When I was checking it over again, I noticed that some text had been.
I
stamped
somehow
on one
didn't
corner
notice
of the
this
book.
before.
It says biolab.
Holy cow! How'd
It's
you know
not
that
tiny! It's in the whole
Mukuro's
corner!
nitpicky nature seems to have
What the
surfaced with
fuck are you guys talking
Proves that
about?
the
It's not
tarp
that
originally
hard to
came from the
see.
bio- In fact, there's a whole stack of tarps just like.
So when the killer moved the body to the garden, they must have grabbed a top. Then they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers, and put the code on it afterwards.
Wow. You made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
But that's just a wild guess. Where's your evidence? Prove that the body was wrapped in a tarp and moved.
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened.
Is,
But you seem
is
to
Mono
be
Bear
getting pretty
being
worked up
fucking
about it,
hung
wouldn't you say?
by his own shitty standards of law?
Worked up?
Basically.
Now that the
I don't need
conversation has
pure
turned to the
evidence,
topic
I'm
of the
just
biolab,
guessing.
Because the key to uncovering your secret identity is hidden within that room, isn't it?
Do they have a
talking
secret
about
identity?
unmasking the mastermind?
You see, the biolab contained an inconsistency. One so major it can't be overlooked.
The lab had an inconsistency? Was it that there were 9 lights?
La la la, I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Such
That
a
does
child.
sound like an inconsistency.
Oh, well.
9 lights
Just
when there
ignore
should
him.
probably be 10.
I mean, we had, like, the lights twice, so it's important. Just say the lights, see if it goes
Makoto,
somewhere.
What about that?
What?
What your face?
What? Why are you bringing that up now?
Don't tell me you forgot about that video message.
He's trying to move it away from his identity.
So what do you think? Are you sure your family's?
I don't know, that could be a war zone at that point.
Why are you bringing that up now?
Your mom, your dad, Are they really as safe as you...
Stop talking!
Calm down, Makoto.
Yeah.
Do we have to do this as truth bullets?
No, we have to do this as the rhythm game.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't think we were that
Sure
close.
about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible!
Hey, don't forget your tabs.
What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? That's impossible!
Oh god, there's so many.
Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you
Can you do
sure
this at
about
80
this?
beats a minute?
Are you sure?
Are you on a
about
delay?
this? That's impossible!
I'm trying to, yeah.
Or is it just like really fast?
I'm not listening!
Fuck. We have
What?
multiple wildlife lights. We have multiple bullets.
This should prove it.
It was introduced like 2 chapters ago. We have multiple bullets.
Yeah, I don't know. It's barely seen you ever have to change bullets on the final shot.
I think that's because of the difficulty setting.
What are you talking about? What about the lights?
There are lights that go on or
Like
off
I said before,
because
the
they're
biolab
really
also
advanced
acts as
fridges.
a morgue. And as part of that, a giant
This shot
response
is really
where everyone
pixelated
who's
for some
died is
reason.
stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body in it, a blue light would turn on.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
But I counted up the number of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was in. And there were only 9.
That means there's 6 people who are alive.
Why does that matter?
And there's 5 of
You
us,
gotta give me the bite-sized version here.
which means
man.
there's 1 person.
What? That means 7 people alive.
10 lights. It has to be 10. Why would it be 6?
Johnny,
I was.
10
I,
of
I,
the
for
lights
some reason, I
should
thought I
have
was
been
asking
on.
how many were supposed to be
Any
off.
other number is incredibly
Oh, okay.
suspicious.
Suspicious? Why?
That's
Someone's
simple.
missing.
Just recall who's died here so far, and it should become clear.
Are we gonna be able to get a guess on who died? Oh, no, we're just counting the deaths. I always just feel really shitty seeing Chihiro's death again. Because it's just, like, so fucked up. Like, look at this! This was their death. Chihiro got super fucked over.
It was kind of one of the worst. Yeah, the more cool deaths.
Could they even fit Sakura in a locker?
They must have.
Sakura is so huge they might have had to cut her legs off or
That's right.
something.
Any other number should make you immediately suspicious. But according to the lights in the biolab, only 9 people were being stored there.
So, who managed to survive their
You're saying a
murder?
dead body just up and disappeared?
Or that, I guess, but who would hide a body? Where would you hide a body?
Get rid of evidence.
But if they wanted to do that, they would have destroyed Mukuro's body, since they actually killed her. And yet, her body was left alone.
Then, whose body disappeared?
Well,
It may
we didn't
very
open
well
them,
be.
so.
Well, to be honest, I don't think any of the people who died previously, whose like existences are so important that the organization needed to hide
Including
them.
Monokuma's execution.
So why would they
There have
bother?
apparently been 10 deaths.
Other
but there
than
were
they
only
didn't
9
actually die.
bodies. That's
no,
the point I'm
that's-
trying to make.
That's what Kyoko's saying too. That
I'm completely lost. How can the number of victims be less than the number of murders?
Did Kyoko just say that? I wasn't paying attention.
I mean, she just talked about how what if there was only 9 murders and not 10.
There are more murders than victims. Only
Which
9
technically
murders
isn't
took
a true
place?
statement, but it is.
Wait, that is the statement?
What about if the same person was killed twice?
It can't be killed twice is why it's a false statement, but what he means is, what if they reused a body?
For what?
Killed twice?
One of the victims is the
10
same
murders
person
have
a
been
second
committed
time.
so far.
So, the masked
But one
person
of the
is an
victims
already
may have
used
been
person?
murdered, and then murdered again.
Murdered and murdered again?
Is it supposed to be Leon's body, the guy who
There
got
could've been
shot
10
100
killings,
times?
But still only 9 victims, right?
No, it's a girl's body.
Technically, you're right.
Who would it have been?
Still, something like that.
Could easily have happened. No, it is what happened.
What girl suffered
Sounds
multiple
like you're
wounds?
already convinced.
Oh,
Can you tell us
Junko.
who was killed twice?
It was Mukuro.
That would explain the
of course.
pink hair.
Before she was killed as Mukuro Ikusaba, she was killed as someone else.
Wait, what?
That's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment we found it in the garden.
No, that's crazy talk. She was killed as someone else? Come on! Besides, who could that someone else even have been?
All you have to do is look at those bodily injuries of hers, and that will become obvious.
Wouldn't it have become more obvious considering they went directly through her 14 times?
Kuroko's totally delusional.
It wasn't like regular stabbing. I thought it was like shot through her body stabbing.
Hey, it was like fucking huge ass spikes.
Wouldn't that have been like a
Who
telltale
is the
sign?
someone else that Mukuro was killed as? Was it Sayaka Maizono?
No.
Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata? Chihiro Fujisaki?
Well, at least you're getting some time out of
Mando
this.
Owada, Kiyotaka Ishimaru? Hifumi Yamada?
Monica, we get on with it.
Celestia Lu? whatever?
I like that.
Or maybe...
Well, to be fair, we never got to bother with her actual name.
No. There's no way anyone was murdered.
No, that's wrong. Junko. Wasn't her fatal injury pretty similar to Mukuro's?
What do you mean?
Someone beat her over the head.
Well, remember what happened to her?
Yes.
She was impaled by a bunch of spears, all over her body.
And Mukuro died from a number of wounds across her body. When you compare that to the stab wounds Junko suffered...
Then the similarities match?
Yes, and those are the only fatal injuries that match up. That explains why those 2 bodies are actually one and the same.
Holy
So
fuck,
let
I
me
just
see if
realized
I have
something.
this
That's
straight.
fucking
Does
funny.
Junko have the same numbers as Mukuro?
What do you mean the same numbers?
Junko, or someone
Because wasn't
going
that the
by
thing that she was
name,
talking about
was
in the
stabbed to
morgue? It's
death
like,
with
yeah,
multiple
the body
spears.
matches up to her numbers.
Then her body was kept in the biolab for however long before being dragged out
Explain the
again.
tattoo.
Oh, huh. How would you do
Only
that?
this time, it was presented as
Anyway,
the corpse of one
Fake
Mukuro
nails in the
Ikusaba.
boots are actually Junko's boots, and the fake
It all
nails.
matches up.
Oh, come on, I wouldn't be able to remember that. That was 5 parts ago.
Easily be
No,
the
I'm
same
aware
injury.
that it's a detail that's hard to remember.
It's really
It's really hard to remember.
Mukuro and
Holy
Junko are
shit.
the same person? Wait, so then... What does it all mean?
It means that there haven't been 10 victims, but 9. Which
I kind of
also
want to
means
say they
that
put a
among the
tattoo
people
on
we
her hand to
thought were
sell it,
dead,
but
one is
could it have
still
been that
alive.
she was a
And
mercenary?
That's the true identity
But
of the
if that's
mastermind?
but they didn't need to put a tattoo
is
because
it?
we didn't know
Who's
about the
behind all
tattoo.
this?
That only
We
made it
already
helped
know the
connect
answer to
it. They
that.
also could have. If they wanted to do that, they would have peeled off the nails
He's
too. In
still
my mind.
alive!
Well,
The tattoo was the quote-unquote
why did
self.
they want us to find the
Who's
Fenrir
body?
detail? Because that was information
Like she was
to
the one.
that was information for us to figure out that she was the ultimate soldier. To tie that back to her backstory.
Yeah, and to tie it to being her, but let's go through it here, right? So
Sure.
Choco's saying the same thing you're saying. Junko's body's used twice. This body's Junko, not whatever.
Yeah, but the question is, why
That
does
is
she
what
have the
Coco
Fenrir
told
tattoo then?
Alive. She's gotta be. Total silence. Then I must.
Her fatal injury?
No, that's probably her profile.
What is in her profile
The
that would
body
be
was
coming up?
Found in the garden.
Measurements.
It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
I mean,
That's right. She made it look like Junko's
I'm gonna look
body
at
was
everything
her.
just to see
So
it.
the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What do you say, Monokuma? Do you give up?
How was that a contradiction?
Not.
It's just him.
It's just something the game gave you as an option to shoot. It doesn't mean it's right. The thing we have to shoot is the
found in
second
the
thing she
garden.
says right here.
It wasn't Mukuro.
Huh, it was. That's such a vague sentence, I didn't think that would work.
No, the body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing. The body's appearance and measurements are consistent with her records. Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches
Huh?
tall and weighed 97 pounds. Her vitals were everything in her profile is
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo. So there's no question.
But
Now we just gotta pull up Junko's
Mukuro's
measure.
not the mastermind, then.
Hey Jeff, who do you want to pick?
Is it Junko?
Here's my answer. Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
Are you sure about that?
I don't know why.
I admit, since Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be the only other explanation.
But why is she a mastermind?
But we saw her get impaled. She died right before our very eyes. If Junko were still alive, the death we saw would had to have been some kind of charade. But you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
Well, I mean, if she's the mastermind now, has always been the mastermind, why wouldn't she try to cover it up when it happened? Oh wait, no, he was talking to Makoto.
Yeah, Makoto checked her vitals.
I thought he was talking to Mono Bear.
She was dead. There's no question. Junko was
Well,
dead.
then how are we gonna play it both ways?
The idea that she's...
It must be...
Then you're withdrawn.
I know you gave it your best shot. Too bad.
This case hasn't been decided.
Oh?
You haven't given up already.
So, who would it
No,
really
of
have
course
been?
not.
That's all well and good, but how do you intend to solve the problem standing in your way? Junko absolutely died. Mukuro absolutely died.
Then both of them are dead, right? There can't be any kind of
I think we need to look at this from the opposite direction.
What is the opposite direction?
Let's assume Junko is still alive. If so, how could she have survived?
Wouldn't the only answer be that it was staged? I don't know if you could. I don't know if you could resuscitate someone from that.
Definitely could not.
Okay, so the selection was correct. I would go with E first. But what's the next one? Oh, L.
I figured out the word.
Yeah, it's replica. Or replicas.
Nope.
Replacement?
Replaced with a D.
Now I understand.
replica
That's
also
it.
works though.
What if she switched places with someone else?
Switched places?
That's right. Before the spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place.
A third person who looks like her?
Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba.
Then that would make it
Oh.
Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but
To quote Jeff real quick, it would be sad if Mukuro went out the same way as Junko. You said that earlier while we were playing.
that had to be Junko who got stabbed to death.
Oh yeah, because we didn't get to see any of her
Yeah,
or
'cause
the
it's
other
not like
person.
you wasted
You're
character,
saying
and
they switched?
Junko is quote-unquote a
When
wasted
could they
character.
even have done that?
And I was like, that's funny. I wrote it down. I like made a point to make sure I wrote that down. Because I'm like, that's a funny thing for
Right
him
when
to say.
she was about to die? Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
Good point. There's just no way they could have switched like that. So maybe the whole idea is wrong.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
Wouldn't the answer just be dress up?
Well, it's like when they switch, not how they switch.
Two of them may have switched places from the
So
very
was it an
beginning.
unknowing thing? Junko isn't.
What?
Is Junko? Does Junko know that? Did she plan this?
Yes.
Let's
From the
find out.
moment we first met.
Or was it the organization that
If
planned
that's
this?
when they switched, then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of death, right?
Well, if they were swapped at the beginning, then it really doesn't matter because in essence, for the entire time
The
when
one
we
we saw at
knew
that point
her,
would have
she
already
was
been
Junko. Because we never had a time to know him as the
You're saying
person
the
they actually
Junko we
were.
first met
Yes, the person we met at the beginning of the game was,
was actually Mukuro all along?
Mukuro.
Then
But yes, we
We'd
knew
already
them
met
as
her?
Junko. So the character
I
we
had, like,
talked and
a
hung out
normal
with was
conversation
technically,
with her.
was technically Mukuro.
When we first met, none of us knew who anyone else
So
was.
what? Mukuro got double fucked over?
Basically.
So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko.
And she would
And
just
we
have
never
secreted
would've
off
known
into
the
the air
difference.
ducts.
That would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very beginning.
Wait, but Mukuro had a tattoo on the back of her hand, right? Junko never had any tattoo like that, did she?
How the hell do you remember that?
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that.
Could she have?
If
Could she
did,
have?
It likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished. Plus, there were the fake nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body. They were the same fake red nails she was wearing when we all met for the first time.
You know, I probably could have seen that if you hadn't pulled a character from 15 hours
She
ago
really did
for
use
it.
Foundation.
Correct. Even if there was
Game.
no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro.
I will say that's a fair
So I'm
argument.
glad nobody
There is
noticed
a
that
neat thing
glaring
they
hole
do
when we
though,
were
where
trying to
when you
figure out who
first meet
attacked
Junko,
Makoto.
you talk about the fact that her face on the magazine
too bad
cover
for you,
looks different
Monokuma.
than her actual
You can't
face.
deny it anymore.
Like, that's
Yeah,
something
it's
that
the
gets talked about.
it's the same
Like,
problem.
Once again, it's
This
several
whole thing was a
hours
setup
ago.
from the very beginning?
Well, what's it a setup
True, it
for?
was quite
What's
an
the
elaborate
what's the
plan to be
point?
sure. Making it
Is
look
keeping
like
Junko
Mukuro was
alive,
Junko.
but what does she want?
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were
Is it
working
because she was
together.
running the entire organization to make this happen?
So Mukuro, the ultimate despair, teamed up with someone like her. In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also the ultimate despair.
What's wrong? Lost the will to fight back?
I think he's just afraid.
Of what?
Afraid?
Of losing?
What's that mean, afraid? Fear is only possible where hope is possible. I only have despair, so fear is an alien concept to me.
Then why haven't you been saying anything?
Because It's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity.
Does that mean you have another identity?
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
Oh yeah, the photo thing.
I tried to protect her identity.
I mean, you're the one who made all these pictures. Places to check.
Shoot.
Wait, how did that... Did they do it again?
Hold on.
Okay, so...
I think we have to do them in a proper order, so I think there's something we have to do first.
So what's the... Well, he didn't give us that. We found that.
Yeah, no, I'm going through here.
God, which one is it? Is it... It's not the DVD.
Shoot.
What the fuck is it supposed to be? I thought maybe because, like, he went to hide how she died.
No, I think it's gonna be more obvious than that. Just obvious in a weird way. Is it the file?
Might be the DVD. Because the DVD, he cut it out at a certain point. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
It is the DVD.
While I
And then
was
the
in
next
the
thing's the
AV room,
pictures.
watching the DVD of our interviews with the headmaster.
So Makoto isn't the fake person, Junko is the fake person. You're a fake!
You made sure I couldn't finish watching the video. And the reason you did that is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had...
And if Makoto saw the real Junko, it would have been totally
Does
obvious that
Mokuro in the
Junko
group photo
was
look
an
like Junko?
imposter.
What?
I never bothered to get, like, her face.
Power outage thing was just a fluke.
Kind of. Like, she has freckles. That's literally the only tell that I'm aware of.
That's bare. I mean, it's a tell, but geez, that's a small
Because
detail.
the Junko we met had freckles, and that was the point, is in the photos on the cover of the magazine.
She had foundation on her hand, but not her face.
Apparently. Oh, shit,
We have to do this again. Well, not we, but you.
What do you want?
Well, we're in a trial.
What do you want? Are you sure about this? You're getting all riled up. That's impossible.
Why is he saying that things are impossible? God, this is ridiculous.
I have the button that speeds it up, by the way. If you're wondering when it speeds up, that's me doing that.
You're
It's
speeding
just-
this up?
I get infinite bullets with it.
That's impossible.
Oh, no, that's the wrong photo. Fuck. I saw the word photo.
Group photo, yeah, it's the obvious one.
But did I do it? I didn't do it fast enough?
Well, yeah, you need to load up on your health or you're gonna die.
What do you want? Are you sure about this?
Hopefully you...
That's impossible.
Well, it has to be this one.
This should prove it.
I just didn't do it fast enough.
Well, it can't be the DVD twice.
The video
No,
wasn't
I
the
just
only
wanted
thing
to
you
check
tried
that there
to
wasn't a
cover up.
fourth thing.
You did
that I
the
wanted to
same
check.
thing with this group photo. I noticed it.
God, it's
just
like
a
the
little
Leon
while
thing.
ago.
It was like, it
When
was
we were
a
all
detail that
comparing
was
the
too
photos we've
obvious.
gotten. In all the photos, there's a certain similarity, an unusual circumstance.
What's so unusual about
The fact that Junko is backwards, and the only one that's backwards.
She's backwards in two of them. And that one she has water in her face. And in that one she's turned around. That one she's turned around. And that one his arm's covered in her face.
I got it! Junko's
Well, we got
face.
2 hearts to survive this
The
case.
one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face.
You let her get killed first, and then you tore her out of all the pictures.
Second.
It's like, what the hell?
Sayaka died first.
It's hard to believe
Must've been
her
real
face
fucking
would
close.
just happen to be hidden
Yeah,
in
no,
every single picture.
She died.
Don't you think?
Junko technically,
And on top
Murkuro
of that,
died
in this photo,
after
you can see that
Sayaka, but
Mukuro is
before we
clearly
finished
visible.
the first
Oh,
trial.
fuck, I forgot to look at
So in
Murkuro.
other words,
God damn it.
At that point,
Oh, yeah,
the
shit.
two of them hadn't.
Out here.
With all that in mind, there's no doubt.
Yeah, she
that
does
girl
kinda
whose
look
face
like
is-
her.
Which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face. Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly
How
revealed
convenient, though, that they had multiple pictures that didn't show her face back
that
then.
the Junko in the pictures wasn't
Xanadu!
I believe
Xanadu.
everything Makoto said is true. Junko and Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she'd died. And the real Junko is
So
still
Mukuro,
alive.
And
as the
she's
ultimate
one
soldier,
behind
wanted to
this
go
whole
out that
murderous
way.
Situation.
Oh,
This killing game.
we'll get to that, actually.
She's the true mastermind. And the ultimate
she's,
despair.
Xanadu times 2!
With
Double
this,
Xanadu.
I mean, I guess we don't know
the
anything
identity
about
and
this
crimes of the
Junko, so
mastermind have been
maybe she's an
exposed.
edgelord.
We've never...
No,
I've
wait,
never met this
hold on.
character yet.
Don't bother trying to
Except
And
deny
I don't know, the
There's no
fact that
more
it's
room for
the
debate.
fact that it's
You don't
real
have anywhere
Junko,
left to run.
I'm having trouble taking this antagonist seriously.
Right now.
I mean, come on, it's Junko, it's the fashionista.
So, very beginning of the game, blah, blah, blah. This one, yeah.
They met. Mukuro is a goth, apparently.
Yeah,
Would it be that the locker room?
Because this shows the beginning of the game, so...
Okay, so
No, it's not the locker rooms.
I guess nothing else really makes sense.
And then...
She gets
steps
stabbed
up.
a lot.
Well,
Who's
it's actually
her?
her. Then Act 3 is she takes the body out.
Okay, she's wrapping it in. No, I don't. Oh no, she's uncovering the body. Okay, that makes sense.
Pulling it out, then she's carrying it away.
And then something with the
See that?
mask.
She puts the mask on, she goes to kill. I guess it's this, maybe?
Possibly. Oh, that one. No, that one would be the next one.
This one.
That's Kyoko confronting her.
Okay, that one's this one then.
That's him sick.
Okay, that one. The
Would it
first
be that
the
one?
first thing has to take place in the.
Would it be that other one with Kyoko in it?
Where's the other one with Kyoko? Oh yeah.
Oh no, you used that one already.
Wait, which one's which order? I don't know which one's first out of those two, but
I guess we'll figure
whatever.
it out.
Act 5.
Why? Oh yeah, Genocide Jill. She
Find
yeah,
the
she
body,
exploded.
Genocide
She
Jill
exploded.
goes to remove the mask. It fucking blows up.
Fire happened? Or that?
Well, cause the fire's happening right here.
Okay, so want to right click it?
Here's
Yeah, I
exactly
was
what
double
happened.
checking all of our images.
This is a very contrived fucking
met the
thing.
ultimate
She planned this out from the very
Junko and
beginning,
Oshima,
before it even
right after
started.
we all arrived here.
They,
But that
they
wasn't the
planned
real
half
Junko.
of it.
What was the other half of this plan?
Well, no, so they
The girl we saw before
they didn't
us was
plan to
actually the
reuse the
16th
body in
student
that at the
who had
beginning.
taken
Oh,
that
okay.
became because Kyoko became a problem that murder even happened.
Okay, so it was just a convenience thing.
Yeah,
And
it was
that
a
girl's name
convenience
was
to reuse
Mukuro
that body.
Ikusaba. But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma.
Did
In
she
other words,
plan to get
the
killed?
mastermind,
We'll get to that.
Junko and Oshima.
Because I'm wondering about that. It seems like it's obvious that
Her body was
she
kept
would
in a
she would
bottle
plan her own death,
which
but
had been converted into
I'm
a
wondering
morgue.
why would she want to get
Until
killed?
Junko
If she could keep
decided
up
to
the
put her
disguise,
powers
which
to
obviously
use.
she could, then she could have really gone for the game.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to
Junko
what,
dragged the body out of the
what
bio
happened
lab,
there.
using the tarp to carry her to the garden. She fabricated the murder to try and frame Kyoko, who'd proven to be one big thorn in her side.
It's almost like she shouldn't have invited the detective.
Meanwhile, she wanted us all to think Mukuro was still alive and hiding somewhere inside the school.
Okay, we did get him in the right order.
So she put on a mask and then attacked.
I guess she just wanted to conveniently kill us.
Well, so the original plan was Makoto's the
After making
victim,
sure I'd gotten a good look at the
Kyoko's the
mask,
killer,
she
Oh,
so they
okay,
both die.
okay.
Like, it was a plan to kill both of them.
Then she put the same mask on Mukuro's body. This was all to make us think the person who attacked me and the corpse were one and the same. She wanted us to believe the murder had only recently taken place.
Turns out you can't cover up multiple impalement wounds.
I mean, that's what the bomb was for. But, yeah, it didn't do it good
It's
enough
still
job.
amazing that
Finally,
Toko
by
survived
strapping a bomb to
that.
the body,
Anime
she was able
bullshit.
to destroy
That's about all I
any
can say
remaining
with that.
evidence.
It looks even
She
sillier in
needed to
comic
hide the
form.
body's true identity. She had to make sure we didn't find out it was actually the same person we'd met in the beginning. This is the truth behind Mukuro's murder. And the one who carried it all out is the true mastermind. The one controlling Monokuma.
Junko's been playing the game the whole time.
The real Junko Enoshima. That's the whole
Would she
story
look the
behind
same
this
as the
incident.
fake Junko?
Well,
I
what do
mean,
you have
I
to
guess
say
she
to
kind of
that?
have to be.
It looks very similar. Because you gotta remember, Junko, her other ultimate is
What,
still
are you broken
fashionista, so
again?
her pictures are in magazines and stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing I was getting caught on is
Don't
like,
even try.
she's supposed to be the ultimate despair now, right? She's
She's both, just like,
is she
Come on!
we'll get
It's
to
time
it.
you
the
finally
ultimate
revealed
fashionista
yourself.
still?
It's not like you're an endangered species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
Can
Give
the
it up,
answer be
Junko.
forever?
The game's over.
And then she left the control room. Oh no.
Over?
Yeah, but we didn't solve the mystery of why Junko did
Yeah, we
this
still
yet.
have to do the
The
rest of it.
story
You're
would
correct.
end once we reach
If we
the
don't solve all the
climax of
mysteries, then we're fucked.
case. Wrong.
Solve
There's
the rest
still
of the mysteries.
plenty more to go.
There's probably a couple more at least.
Hey Jeff, do you have your file handy that you use to keep notes?
No, I don't have my journal up now.
We have been waiting.
Damn it.
Waiting so
Why are you wearing a
long for
crown?
like you to appear.
So,
And also insanely British.
When you get a chance, go look at your picture of Junko that's in that file. You use the one that has the bear pins.
I did?
Yeah, I noticed it the very first time. I was like, oh shit. I was like, he found a photo that he's using that technically spoils who the mastermind is. And he's gonna look at it all the time while he updates his file.
I only had to look at it
Swear your
twice.
fealty to us. We
Why are
will
you
do
the
with
Queen
the
British
entire
now?
world. We've even drawn up the deed already. We will grant you honor, status, in some of our home cooking. Have you made your choice?
Anyway, if you're
Will you serve under us?
No.
Anyway, if you're curious what kind of personality she has.
Did you think I was
She's
being
incredibly
serious?
flamboyant.
Sorry.
I mean, she has to be.
She's
She's
an
Mono Bear.
emphasized Monokuma. She's an
Even I'm not
emphasized
sure what kind of
Monokuma.
role I'm supposed
She's
to
an
play.
emphasized mono bear?
I think she's more wild than Monokuma, but she is pretty similar to Monokuma. So emphasized Monokuma is how
This is
I-
her power of despair?
Looks like I've finally been set free. Having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day. It was
Well, why
like
didn't you
I
play
was stuck
someone
in
else?
purgatory. Or like a slow suicide. I get bored so easy, you know?
Your face.
What the fuck is up with this acting?
What about my face? What's wrong with my beautiful face? People have told me I'm cuter than 100
Well, you're hiding
chihuahuas
it,
combined.
for one.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen you.
She's famous. Isn't that it? Where did we see it? Isn't it before arriving?
Shoot!
I was thinking the magazine, because the magazine gets brought up there. And it's in the laundry room. Like, you can go see the magazine anytime. It's chilling in the laundry room.
I got it! That's right. It was before I ever came to this school.
Yeah, it's the
I
magazine.
remember seeing a magazine cover.
Which also happens to be in the laundry room.
And you were on it.
I mean, I guess I can alt-tab to look at it.
Wow, you have a pretty good memory.
You want to?
I guess that's why you've made it this far, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Tell me when you're back at the game.
I would not have caught on to that detail.
I was afraid that you might. I was like, oh shit. Like, I don't want him to find out, like, by accident, because that's just not fun.
Is this even like high def enough to tell that's... I guess you can kind of see that it's Monokuma's face? Kind of?
It's a black and white bear, like, one's
It's
white,
a...
one's
I mean,
black.
it's an evil bear, but, like... This picture isn't high def enough to see that.
I don't know. But if you compared it to her normal pins in her hair before, they were bows, not bears.
Yeah, but she's fashion, so she brought shit to put in her hair. Why not?
Yeah, but a white bear and a black bear when the main bear is black, half white.
So I was right.
I don't know.
Then
I was
what
worried.
you told me in the main
I also thought
hall
it was
when
funny.
this all began.
There's a couple different notes I've taken while you've said things. Oh yeah, one's a bunny, one's a bow. That's what it is.
She does have freckles.
Yeah, that's because
Which isn't a detail that would have come up, except for right now.
it came up the one time.
She does have that weird smile, though.
And she just wrote it off as photoshopped.
I mean, fair enough.
Which, I mean, is actually kind of a fair argument. Like, I could see freckles being removed from a
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along.
Yeah, but why did you want to
Wouldn't
keep
you
this
agree?
moving along? Why are
That
we
explains
here?
Why she didn't quite seem the same. Because she was a different person all along.
I'm me. And Mukuro is Mukuro. She tried her best. But there's just no way she could have passed as the ultimate fashionista. Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist. Not even if they're twins.
Sure.
I know.
You
it's
got
such
that
a
right.
Cliche, right?
They are
I'm
twins?
almost
Yeah,
embarrassed. to
they're
admit it.
not identical.
So basically, Mukuro and I had your stereotypical twin relationship. The older sister, tough and proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister,
Is
smart
that a
and cute.
trope?
That was...
Me, Junko fucking Anashima, and together we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair.
Whoa! She's a totally different person now.
Like I said, I get bored
How
easy
did-
as hell. I had to
How
get
did this
fucking bored
person
of
pass off
myself.
as being famous?
But if you're
No
twins,
idea.
why do you
To
have
be
different
completely
last
honest,
names?
across the entire
Oh,
series,
that again? You
a
have any
lot of
idea how
times
many
when you
times
see
people ask
the
me that
real
shit?
Junko, like,
Maybe
in
it's
the
new to your
anime and
dumbass,
stuff,
but it bores me to tears.
because there's an anime
Answering
that's a
the same
prequel to the
questions
events
over
of
and
the games.
over?
And in that anime,
Just make
she
up whatever
throws a
answer you
grenade
want. I don't give a
outside of a
shit.
car.
The truth's fucking lame
Like on a
anyway.
highway. And I'm like, how did you not get caught? But I'm like, alright, anime bullshit,
If
I
she was
guess.
your twin, that means you killed your own sister?
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean.
Okay, so this wasn't
As
planned.
if.
Well, I suppose I'd better explain.
What?
For
How
my
did you
plan
get
to
glasses? Where did
I
that
had to
come
be able
from?
To control the killing game
And
from
also, you
behind
just
the
threw up a
scenes.
ponytail in 2
Monokuma.
seconds.
Monokuma flips
The so-called mastermind had to operate
mindsets really
Monokuma,
quickly.
keep an
She
eye on
flips
everyone,
really
things like
wildly.
that. But
Because
after
apparently,
looking at the
you were able to
situation,
build
I determined it
Monokuma,
would
but
be
you weren't able to
impossible
make
for
it
Mukuro
automated.
to perform such duties. Because naturally, She turned out to be the letdown of the family.
The ultimate soldier was the
Leaving
letdown
me
of the
behind
family?
To run off and join some band of mercenaries.
Oh, that's why. She was successful, but not at a thing they liked.
So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way. Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start with.
We did have a reason, we just
course,
picked
The fact that she
15.
was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem. She had what I call the 3 atrocities. Atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive.
Was she?
It was atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society.
What?
Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
And that's why you switched identities?
Sadly, her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause. She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra unworthy of lines. Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away.
Oh yeah, I guess that would explain why
Which
she
is
was...
precisely
Her
why I
answer
killed
was
her,
violence,
to
and she
meet
got killed
everyone's
for it.
expectations.
That can't be your only reason, can it?
Well, no, of course not. I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
I've never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know? If I planned everything out and knew just what was gonna happen, that'd be so boring. So, I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal. Just as I suspected.
How did she premeditate
When Mukuro
that?
was killed,
Other than just
she
like
must have
guess
been as
that she would have
surprised
done
as
something
anybody else.
stupid.
No, she told her to stand up to Monokuma without saying she would die.
Oh.
She commanded her to do something and then surprised her with, "Ha, I'm killing you for what I told you to do."
So, you figured it out?
I
Well,
think
you're right.
Junko's gonna say
There's
in a
no
second.
way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance. But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
How can you talk like that?
Well, she's a monster.
Sacrificed your own sister.
She's a monster, that's the answer.
What? I sacrificed her?
She's behind the whole game. Like, why are you asking?
Misunderstandings sure are scary. We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations. Nope. I felt despair as long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all. When I was born, I cried tears of total despair. So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill. We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything. We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live without regret. So you just murdered your own sister and didn't think anything of it?
Yes, I think we established
That's
that.
not true at all. We were twins. How could I not be sad?
Now I'm growing mushrooms on my head.
Excited. Huh? Killing my precious sister with my own 2 hands.
Summoning magical
Filled with
spears
so
from the
much
void.
despair. You can't help but put a super in front of it.
Also,
It's like super
what she
super
called the
super
spear
despair.
was the spear of
No,
Gungnir or whatever,
more
which
than
is
that.
Odin's spear,
Super,
which
super,
in
super,
Norse
super,
mythology
super,
is the
super,
weapon
super,
that is
super,
used
super,
to
super,
kill
super, super,
Fenrir.
super, super despair.
I didn't put that together until like an
It
hour
just
ago.
feels so good.
But what
What the
Monokuma
hell
calls
is
those
wrong
spears
with
is what
you?
actually kills Fenrir.
And my sister
Oh
too.
yeah, did
In that moment of
that
death,
sounds a little
I
familiar.
think
He
she
called
must
it
have felt
he
that
called it
despair.
something.
The spears of
After all,
Gungnir.
to be murdered by your own sister, and only as an example to someone else, she must have died feeling such excruciating hopelessness. I'm so jealous of her. Super jealous.
I knew you couldn't be just some ordinary person. You're some kind of...
Well, to be fair, Kuya, you're an abnormality.
Turning your own
All the
despair into
ultimates are
some kind of
technically-
fetish.
all the
Abnormality
ultimates are
doesn't even
technically an
begin to describe
abnormality.
it.
Well, yeah, but Kuya's just a prick.
Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts.
You're saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak, right?
Well, you didn't
So,
kill
hopelessly
Sakura.
attractive, hopelessly brilliant, hopelessly athletic.
You're
I'm
not
the
athletic.
hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
What?
I don't think there's anything perfect about anything you just said.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect. Cause on top of everything else, he's got that noble blood.
Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
Well, she made the tapes of the embarrassing secrets, so she knows.
that part out yet? Man, you guys
Why do you have a
are
tiny
so
Monokuma
slow.
cutout?
You haven't even solved all the mysteries, and yet
Be a
here
stuffed
you
animal.
are.
Or it's just the actual
yapping
robot.
away.
I don't know which.
I
I always
think
think
Are you
it's a stuffed
talking
animal.
about
I think
our
the robot would
memories?
be... Wouldn't it be hard to pick up?
You've
Well,
already
yeah, I think
solved
the robot's
this mystery,
bigger.
right?
Because
I'm
we gotta remember
sure.
this
So
character,
how about
even
the
as
next
ridiculous
one?
as she is, she's only
Maybe
100
you should
pounds.
solve the riddle of your
Probably
missing
just push her
memories.
over
Then you
without
can
any
start
without
glowing.
any problem.
Damn straight. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to solve
We need to
all these
solve the
mysteries.
why. We figured out the who.
And then we'll
I
have
mean,
our victory.
As far as the murder goes, we actually do know the why,
Can't
but
wait.
we have to figure out
All
the
right,
why the whole
then let's
game.
just get straight to the point.
Well, why is
What
this?
memories
Why does this
do you
whole
steal
premise
from us?
exist? What does it mean to the society outside of us?
Yeah, no, we have to figure
The
all that
pictures
stuff
were
out.
taken, and those interviews.
It's gonna be kind of hard to find evidence of that when we've never been allowed
It must
outside.
have something to do with our entrance exams.
Did we have entrance exams?
Japanese schools.
No fair. At least give us a
Must
hint.
have.
I don't remember.
Your brain's
I don't remember
full of
Makoto taking a
sponges,
test.
All drippy and leaky. I already gave you a hint before.
I took-
All the
In the
memories
last two
you
chapters,
have
he's given us
share
like
something
12
in common
hints.
With a few other things. Do you recall?
We recall our lost memories.
No, there's something he said.
The founding. They don't know where it came from.
No, it's. She said something about the motives
I
earlier.
got it.
What
You're
are the
talking
motives
about
made
the
up?
motives you provided to try and get us to kill each other, right?
So you do remember after all.
Are they made up?
Well,
We're back to
I
this
would
one.
hope you wouldn't forget something so important.
Well, at least this one isn't insufferable.
It was stupid of me to even ask.
It's probably
I apologize
one of
from the
more
bottom of my
interesting
heart for my bad manners.
One of my favorite ones. I like this
So
one and I
then,
like the mushroom
Let
one
me
a lot.
ask you another question.
Like she's super depressed.
Did you notice that each motive I presented you had a specific theme to it?
Yes, because you made the theme obvious every single time.
Yep, you got it. So that's my question to you all. When Sayaka was murdered, what was the theme of the motive I presented?
Oh, she means the motive of the murders? Not the motives of, like, the motive DVDs.
No, the motive is family, I think. Or not necessarily family, but yeah, friend. Because Saika was her friend. but,
Was
like,
it? Is it hope?
relationships. No, they're all hope in a way. So
Human
they turn
connections?
I want to go with, or no, that's international, not.
Yeah, that's not it.
Then
I
human
got it.
connection. Then it's human connection. Yes.
The driving force behind the motive you presented us with at that
I mean, if
point
you're gonna go
was
with human connections, that's so vague that it could encompass literally
Ding, ding,
anything.
ding. You got it.
That's sort of like greed.
Remember those DVDs I gave you guys? Each video showed the total destruction of your most important relationships.
Makoto was so boring that his was his whole family.
His
For
family, yep.
example,
He never made
Your
anything of
family.
himself.
your friends. I ruined all those relationships and showed you the results.
Wait, so you did kill everybody?
It was to
She has
motivate your
almost the
desire
exact
to
same
escape
moves as
and
Kyoko.
kickstart your urge to kill.
Like I think the two characters have the exact
But
same.
still, what a cruel thing to do.
But you
You're the
don't
one that
care,
did it.
so why are you calling it cruel?
Yes, well, I'm perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Okay,
We're back to the
time
happy
for the
one.
next question.
The overly
so
happy one.
what was the theme for the second motive?
What was the
Oh,
second motive?
Oh, the secrets. It was everybody had a secret. How's the
Everyone
second
did
one?
have secrets, but what's the theme of the secrets?
Embarrassment?
Maybe.
Well,
Yeah,
we'll get
embarrassment would be the past.
I got it!
It's not the meaning of life.
It was our past, right?
Yay! Makoto got it right again!
I wouldn't call this happy. This is the chibi form. This is the chibi form of her.
And, the whole
And
reason
I
Naruto
absolutely
did
hate
what he
it, and I
did
want to
was
stop
to
listening
protect
to it.
his secret.
It is the most shrieky one.
So, how long do you plan on dragging this out?
Well, you have mysteries to solve, so get to it, buddy.
Okay, on to the next question. So,
Yeah,
was
what?
the motive for
What are we
the
getting out of
murder?
these questions?
Pursue a different personality for this. Come on.
No.
Oh, the third one was just money, wasn't it?
I think it was greed-ish.
A ton of money.
Oh yeah, it was greed, because that was like the $500 million one.
It was some absurd number of money.
It was greed.
Okay, just greed.
I got it!
Well, it has to be greed because it was only
Greed.
one
This
motive.
is nice because I'm getting all my HP back.
Seek and destroy!
Oh, we're back to
yeah,
the,
you got it
rock
again!
starry.
Yeah, the rocker.
Goddamn straight it was money.
This is the one that
Celeste killed
swears all the
Hifumi and
fucking
Taka for a little personal gain.
A little.
Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction.
She killed 2 people. That's not a lot.
I mean,
What's
it's
the
more
point
than
of all
anybody
this?
else.
Why
I
are
mean,
you
that's a
making
lot
us
in the
go through this case by case?
group here, but I like in
Don't
general.
worry, sweet cheeks. Just one more to go.
Oh yeah,
Now,
you
can
ran out of
tell me the
motives after
motive
that
behind
one.
Crazy ass Sakura's crazy ass death.
It wasn't that crazy though.
It was
The trial was crazy. Her death wasn't.
But the motive is betrayal, right? Because they made her. They revealed that she was
I
the
think so.
man,
Yeah. Sounds
and that
about
made everybody
right.
turn against her.
Or black. I don't know if it'd be blackmail
I'm
though.
pretty sure it's
In
betrayal.
her case, it was betrayal.
Precisely.
There we go.
You see,
You see, I got very, very
once I
sad.
revealed Sakura's
So
betrayal,
sad that she's
that
not
led to
mean,
everything
and
that
thus
came
much should start to grow
afterwards.
on her.
I'm surprised nothing happened in that scene
Anyway,
when it was like
it
she was
looks like you
accessing her
answered all of my
superpowers, and I
questions
thought that she just
correctly.
like put a fist
How
through
painfully
Monokuma.
delightful.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those questions now?
I'm curious. The anime skipped over a lot of this stuff.
Relationships?
Yeah, I wonder why.
Betrayal? These are all pretty standard motives, right?
Well,
The
'cause they
most
only
notable-
had
It's almost like they keep saying
Oh,
the
you
same
know,
thing
good.
4 sentences in a row.
But of course, those aren't the only motives that exist.
Why
in this
are you
world.
British?
In
Back
fact,
to the queen.
there are as many reasons to kill as there are people on Earth.
Eh,
All humans to
no.
kill each other, bringing despair to the world.
But why?
This is what we refer
Why
to as
the seed of despair?
Of despair.
Seed of despair?
Just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the seed of despair also needs nourishment.
For what
And that
reason?
nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence
I mean,
of
that's
hope.
true.
Two sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line. Such is hope and despair.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours?
An hour?
Weren't we discussing our missing memories? Why are you trying to change the subject?
Because we have tons to talk about.
If you would listen, you would see
We've
I'm
been
not
together for like
changing
4
the subject.
months.
We are discussing
Or
your
whatever.
memories. What I'm trying to say is, the seed of despair is closely tied to your own memories.
But why?
How so?
You see, by taking away your memories, I gave you hope. Of course, that hope merely existed to be consumed by
Gotcha.
despair.
Yep, I know what
How
she's
could
talking
taking away someone's memories give them hope?
Maybe it's the reason that you guys all wanted to live here in the first place?
Is that so?
Because you were running away from your
All we've been
problems?
able to think about
If you
during
forgot
our
your
time here
problems,
is
then
how
you'd
to
have a
escape,
new
right?
start.
The mere fact that that's what you want proves I gave you hope.
What are you talking about?
I don't have
None
hope.
of you
I already
wanted
have
to
everything
escape
I
the
want.
school. The killings never would
Other
have
than
taken
being
place.
here.
That is why we took your memories, so that you would have the desire to leave.
That's the
The
reason?
only reason we want to leave is because you took our memories. Is that what you're saying?
Citizen to you what she literally just said.
Correctamundo!
I will agree that
Which
one of my
means
thoughts.
if we did have our memories,
the
then
biggest
we
flaw of
wouldn't
this game
want to
is
leave.
that they repeat
Do
a
I
lot of
understand that right?
information. I get why they do it.
What?
It does.
Why the hell would having our memories make us not want to leave?
A most troubling thought, isn't it? But it's not enough. I want more distress, more despair. I put so much effort into creating hope in order to feed your despair and make it
She
grow.
said she hated doing this, and she's still
So,
doing
just like
it.
Crazy Eddie slashing his prices
hated
and
having
passing
to do
the
it
savings on to
constantly.
you, let me give you a hint.
Now she could go to all the other ones.
Huh? Really? Then hurry up and tell us.
I already know what the hint
Okie dokie, like they say.
Yeah, but she's also talking to 50% idiots.
For you to see the outside.
Oh, we get to see World War III. Nice. We finally get to see this
The
society.
world beyond the school walls?
It's gonna be like your hint is
So
the
something
biggest
really did
despair,
happen out
whatever. Tragic.
Wait, the hint is seeing the
Now, are you
world?
interested in what I have
let's
to
find
say?
out what's happening.
You wanna see what's out there?
I do. I want to see the apocalypse.
I
I want
wanna
to see this horrible
too.
society.
See your faces sink into despair.
Just get to it.
Behold! This is the outside world you've all been.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Finally,
Take
Jesus.
a look at the outside world. TV's on.
What?
Maze. There we go. That's the image I was thinking of.
So Monokuma rules and destroyed the Earth?
So this is the reason why you can't like look at anything from Ultra Despair Girls, because Ultra Despair Girls takes place outside.
Dangerous. The world has grown so very dangerous.
Well, yeah, there's kaijus destroying
Talking
everything.
about? None of this makes any sense.
So what happened?
What am
Is
I
the
looking
is the Monokuma like?
From a movie
What
or
is it a
something,
symbol for?
Right?
What you just saw, all of you should recognize it.
Well, yeah, it's a world you ran away from.
That world is locked away within the memories that were taken from you. If you can't remember, please just
Why did they
try.
build monuments to
Do your
Monokuma?
best to-
Better kick your brain in the ass, cause it's up to that gray lump whether you live. I don't remember. Ain't a fucking excuse no more. Cause now it's time for the final class.
Wait, what's the question?
What happened? It's a really vague question, but like, what all happened?
Wait, is Genocide Jack gonna be the linchpin of this?
Remember or die. What the fuck happened outside?
Well, it actually might, because they
Want us to
would
remember or
'cause their
whatever,
memories might
but
not have been taken.
when it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing.
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I don't know if it's gonna fit this
You're
one.
telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering? If nobody can remember and
Oh,
That's wrong.
Toko just happened to say the exact right thing in the one time she
Actually,
got to speak.
She might remember.
who might remember?
The other Toko. Genocide Jack.
What?
The two of them share certain kinds of knowledge, but their memories aren't
So all we
linked,
need to
right?
do is hit her in the head with that pickaxe.
I see.
Or get her to sneeze.
If their memories are separate, then even if one personality.
Okay,
is
someone's gonna
gone,
have to die
there's
to
a
trigger
chance the
her
other may still
transferal.
have those
Or you can
memories.
just grab one of the dead bodies.
What do you
Yeah, but we
say,
can't
Toko?
leave is the problem.
Are you telling me to swap
Once again,
places
she could just
with
sneeze.
her?
Sneezing's the
No,
other way. There's two
absolutely
ways.
not. That'd be like
You've
forfeiting
done
my
this
entire
multiple
identity.
times.
Toko.
So many times I lost count.
We've also asked you to do it at least
You
3
just
times.
did it!
Da-da-da! It's me, your friendly neighborhood serial killer.
I mean, in all fairness,
Boy,
Byakuya asked her and
gave
she
in
just
like it was
immediately
nothing.
did it.
Oh, I didn't catch what he said at all.
Said it.
And I want to have it answered immediately.
Why are they building
Anything about
monuments
this
to
video?
Monokuma?
Huh? What video?
Does he represent like a global takeover force of some kind?
Who the hell are you?
Oh,
Did
I'm
did she not know Junko before chapter 2?
Potentially not, because Junko was dead by chapter 2,
enough.
and
Just
I
look
don't
at the
know
stupid
with
screen.
the memories lost if she would. She
Aye,
might.
Roger, you got
I
it,
don't know.
Captain.
Isn't the footage still on the TV?
Yeah, apparently it is. It's just she's being stupid.
Have you seen a giant robot before?
Well, does it look familiar?
I don't have all the details, but... Of course it does!
Then you remember all the stuff it's showing?
Of course I do!
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Then why didn't you say something earlier?
So why would that sort of world that's on the verge of collapse need more despair?
What was that?
Why would this world that's
Oh my
on the verge
God,
of
she's
like
the worst
societal
liar in the
collapse need
world.
more despair in it?
More importantly, if you really do remember, what is it?
Just like finish the job.
What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
What is the tragedy? We haven't gotten to that yet.
Oh no! You seriously forgot? Maybe I can help you remember with a kiss.
Just answer the question. What happened out there?
Aliens?
Well, I can't really say if it happened or if it's still happening. But it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Yeah, we got that part, because that's been said at least 3 times by now.
I don't know
Why
if
is
she
that
ever said it
phrase
though.
Coming up now.
Because it's the phrase
And
of
it's all because of that event.
this game.
What is? Are you
Get
serious?
outside.
I'm talking about the way the world is now.
Is now?
It's
The
an
world's been
invasion
destroyed,
of some
get it?
sort. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say it's been destroyed.
Explain yourself.
It's in the process
Tell us
of being
everything you
destroyed.
know.
Yeah, basically.
Copy
it's
that,
nonsense.
darling. Okay, so this big, awful, tragic event, they started just calling it the tragedy.
Wait,
happened
it all happened a year ago and they've already progressed this far?
It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the sight.
Can we get to the point? We've been hearing this for 5
Yes,
chapters.
you could say what happened was man-made,
Huh?
but it was more on the level of a worldwide natural disaster.
Okay.
Either way, there's no doubt that it was the biggest, and as a result, in basically no time flat,
Crime.
the world turned out the way it did, and that's that.
That's all there is to it?
What?
Come on! There wasn't a single...
It wasn't an event that made it happen, it just happened?
No, Genocide Jill
Miss
doesn't
Marosa,
know.
I'll play out a
Ah,
real one, so
damn
why
it.
don't you ask
Doesn't
her?
know exactly how it happened.
We
So
already
she's
did, and
useless.
She didn't know anything.
So if
That's
we
why
want to
we're
figure
asking
out
you.
how it happened, we might need to play more video
I
games.
couldn't live up to
I don't recall if they get to it in this one.
There's gonna be a chapter 6.5.
This is the true tragedy.
No, I mean like we
Okay,
have to go
okay,
play the
that's
next
enough of your little
Danganronpa or
lover's
some of the other games in the
Wait, no, they have to resolve this
Whatever
somehow.
happens, doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right?
I mean, if it's one of the mysteries on the pile, we need to get
The
to
end
it.
justifies the means.
Otherwise, we're gonna
Everything
die.
serves the outcome. In other words, the world has ended. That's the important thing.
Damn it! But the interesting part is how that happened. The world ending isn't itself
Calm down.
interesting if
It's
we don't
okay.
know how it
There's no
happened.
need to panic. Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway.
What?
So the world ending isn't that big a
It's
deal.
not gonna take 100 years. The world's on the verge of complete collapse, and it's
Come on.
taken
Take
one.
into
being
account that
ridiculous.
some people will live to die of old age.
Well,
some people
as
will
long as
hide
we're
enough.
being ridiculous.
Will
I have
they?
another ridiculous
Monokuma's
story to
taking
tell
over the
you.
planet. The Monokuma
It's
cult.
the story of the Togami Corporation, which has given Byakuya's life all its meaning.
Wait, it's collapsed?
What? What did you say?
I mean,
I'm glad to see
I
you
would
took
believe
the
your
bait.
company has collapsed.
You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
Hey, so what do you think happened to the Togami family?
That's 3 the same answer.
You think it is, Jack?
I don't know. Let's wait out the clock.
Correct. Well done, peasant.
But I didn't say anything yet.
What? What the fuck?
Even if you're wrong,
They pulled up the prompts and no one said anything.
Just going in circles.
We're going in circles because we don't know anything about what's going on, and they won't tell us.
Innovative, don't you think? But
That's not innovative, that's stupid. Also, what are you talking about? It's a meta moment that doesn't make sense.
Anyway, like I was saying, Byakuya's entire lineage has been totally annihilated.
What? They killed his whole family? I thought they did that at Makoto.
I can confirm that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives.
But why?
The Togami
Why would they
name
kill his
has
whole
perished.
family, which is hard to do?
Stop with these idiotic jokes.
Stop! And said with such authority. A peasant would dare challenge
The
us.
Avatar
The
of Divine
Avatar of
Punishment?
You must learn your place, peasant. You are no longer the ultimate affluent progeny.
I mean, he's
They couldn't
still the
possibly
progeny
be gone.
part.
The Togami family is destined to guide the world.
You could still do that.
Hell,
Or at least
there is
have
no
some
world anymore,
success.
remember? It got fucked a full year ago.
Oh wait, so it just instantly fell
That
apart?
doesn't make any
Oh,
sense.
it just when it started.
I don't make sense.
There's no way that happened a year ago.
But it did! You saw it!
I mean, we only came to this school a few weeks ago.
What
Did
part
you?
of memory loss don't you get, Makoto?
If some kind of world-ending event happened a year ago,
Oh yeah, he wouldn't be able to remember that
then
from
how do you
here. He
explain
would have
the
been able to
totally
remember
normal
that from
world we were
before.
living in up till then?
Which, I mean, didn't he narrate the beginning in full time like he was aware of it?
Well, if I'm
It wasn't narrated from him
sounds
now.
Like you think the tragedy
Like
happened
after
a
the
year
amnesia
before you
happened.
arrived here. Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just got here a few weeks ago. A few weeks ago? Ooh, I get it. You're saying that what happened 2 years ago actually happened more recently, right?
But how did it happen 2 years ago?
2 years ago? Well, I mean, you guys all started attending Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
Apocalypse was 1 year. Like, the start of the apocalypse was 1 year ago.
Yeah, but I'm wondering,
They started school 2 years ago.
I mean, we did have a timetable for when they originally showed up.
What the hell is this?
Because
chick trying to
he
say?
had dates
I
on his
understand why
Reddit
you'd
of
have
what he was
trouble
reading.
accepting it, but in the end, you can't deny the truth.
So, I don't
And
know.
The truth is, everything is cause and effect. Deny that, and
I mean, I
you
guess
may
if
as well
the-
give yourself up to God.
I guess if the tragedy
So,
didn't happen by the
you
time
must
they came
surely
into the fake
understand all
building
the
in the
hints I've
first
given you
place,
so far, right?
then they wouldn't remember it now.
What are the memories I took from you?
Now,
That's the part that's confusing me, is like, they did arrive at the fake building. They were cognizant then.
Is it a fake building, Jeff?
Is it the real building?
How are we supposed to answer?
Don't feel like there's a second building.
I just don't know what's going on anymore.
Wait, what do we have the answer?
What was stolen from you?
Okay. Yeah, the first year you were here.
If we accept that what you say is true, then we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years after coming to this school.
Wait, so that's the answer?
No, nope.
It's just
No.
me agreeing
I
with
mean,
you.
No matter what anyone says,
another correct answer. Well done, peasant.
She didn't say we lost our memories of the last 2 years. She just said that our first day at Hope's Peak was 2 years ago.
Oh.
And that the apocalypse was 1 year ago.
Seriously?
Because
This routine
people were
again?
Like, well, if the apocalypse was 1 year ago,
Well,
you guys-
Hero, that's the name of the trial. That's the name of the game.
Memories?
That's right. You've already spent 2 full years here at Hope's Peak Academy. And that entire period of time is precisely what you've forgotten.
I don't remember the last 2 years of my life. That's not possible.
I mean, it's fiction. Everything's possible. Okay, so the argument here.
Locker, book, your photo of the headmaster, group photo.
The locker notebook just has Hero's name on it. Which actually might be the contradiction.
Of memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years?
Problem is, we also have the other
Hell
things that
no!
make it. 'Cause we
That's
also have Kyoko's
impossible!
book.
I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything.
I'm thinking that's the
I've never even
Notebook.
gone to a single class.
Yeah, that is a contradiction. Hero, you wrote this name. You signed your
I feel
notebook.
Something I'd like you to take a look
I feel
at.
like there's something important that I don't know if they'll actually like explain that I think you probably know if you've watched enough anime, but might not know.
So it's a trope?
Japanese schools, your grade moves you up a floor in the building a lot of times.
Okay.
If you're a second year student, your stuff in where you do, is on the second floor of the building. So the lockers on the
This
second
notebook
floor
right
having
here.
our stuff in it is because we're
Huh?
second year students, not
Hey,
first year students.
why is my name written on it?
I found it in the locker room on the second floor. If you don't mind, could you take a look inside?
Sure, whatever you want. But I've never seen this notebook before in my life.
Clearly you did, because you wrote all this.
What's that? Is something wrong?
It's kinda similar. No, even more than that. This is absolutely my handwriting, without a doubt!
I even drew that squiggle.
But how is this? I don't remember ever writing in this thing! No! No way!
It looks like you actually did attend class here at Hope's Peak.
You know, when we had classes and
But
not
somehow,
murder boxes.
Forgot all about it.
Lies!
So how does this relate back to the battle classroom?
I don't want to believe it either.
How did the tragedy occur in the school?
But there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
And whose pocketbook is that?
Because someone decided to come into the
It's
school and
mine.
murder everything.
And the handwriting inside is also mine. There's no doubt about it. But just like Hiro, I have no memory of ever writing in it.
And the reason for that is the 2 years of missing memories?
After seeing all the evidence, do you have any choice but to acknowledge?
Isn't it just so desperately dark? The mystery's solved, but it's like a goddamn funeral in here! Shit, man! I've never been to a funeral! Hell yes!
I don't believe that in my life.
2 years of school life.
Eh.
How many moments of blossoming youth have you missed out on?
Maybe she just forgot all of it because she didn't care.
How many fun classes?
That could be.
How many school events?
Or she's just lying.
This was your chance to build
she's-
lasting
she'd go
friendships, right?
Half of everything she says
And
is
on
either
top of that,
nonsense or a lie.
something tragically sad happened when the biggest, most awful, most right before everyone's eyes, the world came crashing. You absorbed all that despair, but then you forgot it all. And once you'd forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourselves to this killing game.
Wait, so we
Oh,
knew about the
and
killing
there's
game
one other
part?
thing.
No, what she
To be
means
even
there
more
is
precise,
you
the
partook in the
memories you
game
all
because
lost
you thought
were-
you could get out. Like, that's
Sure.
what she means. Like, when you woke up at the beginning of the game, it isn't like we knew about the killing game before the killing game
Actually,
started.
never mind.
So that's the ultimate irony of this entire premise is that we wanted to escape
What?
back to a horror world.
We are bored of
Yeah,
this
that is
world.
an irony of it.
Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great things they'll do. But then they always fizzle out. This world is just so desperately fucking boring.
What are you talking
How could the
about?
world be
In a way,
boring? It's falling
impossible for
apart.
you
What's
To
boring?
give yourself over so completely.
Yeah, it was boring, and now it's terrible.
It's probably still boring, to be honest.
Yeah, so figure out the rest for
How
yourself.
could it be
We're
boring?
sick of
There'd be like
exposition
constant
and all this
updates on the
shit.
alien
Figure out-
invasion.
Figure out where your memories come apart. That's at the heart.
Isn't it when we showed up? Like when we got conked out? Isn't it when they fainted? Because they never went to the entrance ceremony, they just showed up and fell down.
Yeah, we did go to the entrance.
The moment I lost my memories, I can't think of any time other than that day. When I first came to the gates of this school and stepped foot in the main hall, when I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Wow, you still have enough spirit to keep on talking, huh?
Yeah, why not?
So, I don't know much about the details, But it seems like everyone remembers passing out, right? And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after that? I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom with my head on a desk. I assumed not much time had passed since I'd collapsed in the main hall.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone by.
The reason it felt so short was because our memories of the time in between had been.
I mean, yeah, that'd be how you make this work in the grand scheme of things.
2 years of memories?
They technically didn't pass out 2 years ago.
Which means, of
It's
course,
just that's where the blank
When
happens, so
everyone
they
met for
assume
the
it's
first
blacking
time,
out.
it wasn't actually for the first time. Unaware of this fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other, but
But by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school. That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep, that's what they
So the photos were real, but they coincidentally hit Junko every
You
time.
spent 2 years together, and then you started killing each other. And it was also you could escape
Presumably
into
there was
a
somehow
world
enough
that's already
photos
been
that blocked.
annihilated.
There's enough photos that blocked Junko's face that she used
What a
just
terribly
those.
tragic tale. Even if you left now, there's nothing you could do to fix it.
You're the one who set things up to be like this!
How was this my fault?
I love you all so much.
What?
What?
Once your school life here began, I thought about you constantly. It's only natural that I would fall in love.
What?
So, since I love you guys so much, I'll tell you all about
You're
it.
gonna tell us about our school that doesn't matter.
Came up with as the ultimate despair. Our plan to bring despair to all mankind.
Is that the apocalypse? It's just like everyone's in constant despair?
Let's go back in time 2 years, okay? Back to when everyone first came to this school. School life during that first year overflowed with hope and happiness. Oh boy, it was just the worst. Everyone was enjoying themselves so much. You were all having the time of your lives.
But that couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year.
You made it through a whole year and then something happened? Oh, the
Because
tragedy.
after that,
Sorry, I
an
forgot
event
about the
unfolded that headed
tragedy.
a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity.
An alien
The
invasion.
biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end.
People just started beating up
And as you can
cars in the
imagine,
street.
The school was no exception. The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
And that's your sword room and such.
But
What?
who did it?
Are you?
What do you mean?
The most tragic event in human history, and the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro. Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was none of those. How can I put it?
An ideological
It was
thing?
more of an ideological thing. Despair is contagious, you know.
Wait,
It's
that's
almost
your...
like a natural phenomenon.
So it just naturally a bunch of people decide to kill each other.
Everyone is capable of it. And now the entire world has fallen into despair.
I feel like it's more like a domino effect.
Okay.
In other words,
You can get enough
if you
dominoes
see
to fall
despair as
over.
the enemy, then your enemy.
So there is no
is the
grand
world
explanation, it's
itself.
just that all that... The extermination happened just because they wanted it to happen.
Didn't ask you to try to understand.
Is an explanation
This
for
was
all
a
of it,
tangent
it's
anyway,
not in the first game.
unrelated to the matter at hand.
Oh, come on. This is the explanations they're going
So,
with.
get back to the story.
So,
Or at least what they're
Hope's Peak
alluding
had
to.
taken
this
so
game,
much
this game,
damage.
they don't explain
You
exactly how
guys
the
were the only
tragedies happened
survivors.
and stuff like
The
that.
members of the
Instead,
78th
they
class
it's
of Hope's
just
Peak
the world
Academy
ended.
were the
Right?
only
They
ones
don't
left.
go.
Yeah, it's just
And then
They
it's
don't
just
go into the details on it.
yeah, it's just the explanation they're going with is just, hey, it
Animal,
happened
we're
one
gonna
day.
save So guess what? To protect
There
no-
will
what
eventually
survived,
be an
There's
answer.
no like,
was
there's no like
transformed into a
grand plan in
shelter.
place. It was just like it happened one day, and then you know everyone decided to just destroy each other.
I said it twice.
Not quite,
Now,
but we'll have to play the other
someone
games to
was
find out.
responsible
Well, that's what
for that
Junko is
transformation,
saying.
for creating what would eventually become your prison. Do any of you know who that might have been?
The headmaster? I mean, he was the one setting it up. The Prime Minister.
I got it! It could only have been. He wanted to turn the school into a shelter to try and protect us. To protect us from the despair and tragedy.
You know, to be honest, that
taking
plan
place
was not going to work because eventually they would have sieged the
That's
school.
why he asked us to make that promise.
I mean, unless he had like a private army or
To say
something.
that we were willing to live in this school forever.
That's assuming they actively felt a need to go into the school. If most
We
of the world's
believe he had
destroyed,
something
why
like
would
that
you
in
wanna go-
mind,
like, why
yes.
would you go be like, oh, I have to go in this?
If you,
I don't know. I feel like if it's just mindless destruction and something is standing, they probably just eventually want to destroy it.
Yeah.
Fair
the
enough.
headmaster
But
put that much
wanted
faith in
destruction
you.
is random enough that they
because we
might
had
kill
that
each
same
other
hope,
first.
I mean, that's also true. There's no organization
That's
to
why
this.
we all agreed to live here forever.
But creating the shelter was also his single biggest mistake.
Because he was able to be killed in it.
It's laughable, really. He was the headmaster, but he had no idea.
That
He
the people
had
who
no
wanted
idea
to
that
the people who
we,
wanted to
the
kill him
ultimate
ended up
despair,
being the ones that
had already
survived.
made our way into the school. So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe?
But I thought they said that they were a
became
part of the
cage
original
that
class.
Made it impossible for you to escape despair.
Why is she making it sound like they arrived after the tragic events to fuck shit up?
They didn't. Her point is, he wanted to protect everybody, but what he didn't know is that he wasn't going to be able to protect everybody because the bad stuff was actually already in the school because it was there all along.
Is there no organization behind it? It was just a plan by Junko
I
and
have to
Mukuro?
say, it really helped me out a lot.
Yes
it
and
saved
no.
me a
There is an
ton of
organization behind
time.
it. It's because, like, that whole, like,
By the way,
contagious
it was
thing.
you
like,
yourself
why is
who
everybody
blocked
wearing
off the
Monokuma
windows,
masks?
the doors,
Why is
all
there
the
giant
exits.
Monokuma robots? Of course
Under
it
the
has to be more
headmaster's
than just
direction,
Junko.
you all went about your work like obedient little sheep.
You mean we trapped ourselves in here?
And then you forgot all about it and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
Well, yeah, we were trapped here with murder.
Once you'd finished building your little shelter, it was time for me and Mukuro to get to work. And thus began the killing game.
Me and Mukuro had
Oh.
come here,
About a year to
spending
set
the
up, though.
last 2 years waiting
Did they
for
need a
that
whole year to
moment.
set up amnesia machines?
That moment where you
I
all
don't know.
began killing each other
But
served as the climax
the
of our
apocalypse
global
was a year
despair
ago, so
plan.
that's when they would have boarded up the schools
And the
around
only
that
reason
time.
you survived the tragedy was
Okay,
Killing
so it
Game's
was a
only been
global
going on for like
plan.
a month or two. Killing Game's only been going on for like a month or two.
Only let us live? So we could go around killing each other? Is that what you're saying?
Why? Why would you do that?
Because this was so much more than a simple high school death match. Rather, it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
What are you saying?
Monokuma invasion is
Well,
about bringing
it would seem that
despair,
there's a
total
little bit
despair to the
left out
planet.
there. A few souls unwilling to give
It
us
is kind
hope.
of just destruction for destruction's
So I thought I
sake.
should show them.
Well, yeah,
Which
but
is
it's
why I-
deliberately happening.
Yeah.
Well, why
Is
don't
there a
you
reason what
tell
is it just
me?
is it destruction for destruction's sake, or does Monokuma, whatever is behind it, whatever the organization is, have a deliberate reason for destroying this planet?
In a sense, hold on, what's the keyword?
Hijack?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to hijack. because I don't see an eye.
Okay, so what else could it be? Because it has to be a vowel. Oh, there's an eye.
Okay, we'll hijack.
But what are they hijacking? What's going on? Or are they still talking about they hijacked the school?
You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves.
Oh, the TV.
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I'm talking about. To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol of hope.
That was the whole point of the ultimate despair. When I said climax, that was what I was talking about. The world watched as you fell into despair and began to kill each other one after another. Despair is as contagious as any disease. Any hope left turns to despair.
Isn't the power of television just a...
Well, I guess there's no real point in this having a happy ending, considering the world's fucked anyway.
A whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue you. Are you serious?
Wait, how did you repel them
Utilizing the
then?
heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds,
What?
I
You
had
just
no
have...
problem expelling
While
them.
you're doing the Monokuma thing, you also have the ability to just handle a whole siege on the school.
Don't you remember the giant gun that's by the front door?
Oh yeah.
Gun.
But they're all
Now,
automated?
I won't say it's necessarily quote-unquote a siege. Like, people coming to try to save them in a world that's already in massive chaos. It's not like an army showing up to break into the school.
I suppose that's true. It'd be hard to mount.
Survivors who want to survive and are good people.
It'd be hard to mount that.
Refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world.
It's just probably like,
Well, that...
But in the end, I was able to give them the final despair.
I mean, if they were able to have, like, the ability to put their message out to the world, then they might have had power.
Well, sure, but I also gave
They were just a bunch of randos.
So it's like, give and take.
I'm talking about the people coming to rescue
Give
them.
and take?
The people coming to rescue them are just
so full of
randos. The rando
shit.
survivors.
And there's a reason I chose
don't
you
wanna
guys
give
to
it
survive
despair.
when all the other students were dropping like flies.
Wait, there was?
I mean, we built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured classmates.
Sorry, that's a lie.
Okay, she's
I just
lying.
figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So, does it make you feel utterly lost and hopeless?
I mean,
You
I'd
solved
feel
the
pretty
mystery
hopeless
with
at this point.
despair at the truth,
But then again,
right?
this entire premise is nuts.
Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
And if we did, then what? Our
Aren't you-
final desire for creating this world
Wasn't
of
the deal if
despair
we
was so
win,
could
she
experience
dies?
one last class
Or do we get to
trial.
escape?
If you were bold enough to solve the mystery,
What was
only
what
to
was the
discover
reward
that
for
the
winning
truth
this?
Was utterly hopeless.
We get to go free and, technically, well, I wouldn't call it a reward. You know, the loser does face punishment. So,
Okay, so Junko is gonna get killed.
Monokuma said, if you guys win, I will honor the rule and the murderer will be punished. Which, if that means it's the mastermind
would you
will punish
react?
themselves.
What would you do?
Which, I mean, Junko already stated earlier she doesn't really care
See?
about whether or not she's alive or
Discovering
dead.
the truth doesn't.
To be fair, her
necessarily lead
dying
to
is gonna
sense of
give her what she wanted, because
full of despair,
without something to
too.
fight against,
Right fucking now.
they're not gonna have purpose anymore. And then they're just gonna be left being there like,
Not
well,
to
what are we gonna
mention,
do now,
All
guys?
those motives I talked about were totally meaningless.
World's fucked
I mean,
anyway.
with the world having ended and all.
Meaningless? Then we've been murdering each other for nothing?
You haven't realized that yet?
Think about it. You chose to lock yourselves up here, then started murdering each other to get out.
That wasn't our choice, though.
We weren't just
At least
random
not all of it.
strangers either. We were classmates. We'd spent 2 years together.
Which is meaningless when you don't have the memories of it happening.
No, even I can't laugh at that.
We get it. We get it, okay? You're totally awesome, right?
You're
Get it,
totally
help us.
awesome.
I'll do anything.
She can't help you. It's fucked. It's over.
Delightful. We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
But I'm sorry to say,
begging doesn't work on me. All I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against it. There's just no understanding it. No argument.
The
no
twist is that there
understanding.
was no
What better
twist.
definition of
Well, there was a
ultimate
twist, but it was
despair could there be?
just there is no
Hold
reason
on.
for it.
You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
Huh?
What?
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen, so I don't acknowledge it. I don't accept it as the truth.
Until you see it with your own eyes. Truth and falsehood overlap one another.
I mean,
In
sure,
other
but that's pretty
words, you're not
desperate,
unlike
Makoto.
Schrodinger's cat
Why
right
would
now.
she?
Is that what
What's
you're
the
saying?
point?
What do you mean, what's the point?
What's the point of the lie if the truth is that it's all fine? Because you won the
If
case
so,
already.
What then?
Are you saying you won't accept the truth until you can go outside and see for yourself? Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all gunners for sure. Trust me, I'm not lying about any of this.
Well, even if it's all true, I refuse to give in. I refuse to lose to you for the sake of everyone you've killed.
Huh? Everyone I've killed? What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them!
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right
Killed
direction.
your sister. That's one.
And that's all it took for you to start killing each other. You're nothing but bloodthirsty animals.
It's
That's why anyone was murdered.
it's
here,
pretty
isn't it?
fucking sweet for her to say that she didn't do any of this,
Say what you want about hope.
which
We're
is
all creatures of
ridiculous.
instinct,
Oh, yeah,
right?
she definitely is
Despair comes
responsible for
naturally.
most people's opinion. Like,
Hell yes! That's funny as shit!
but she's making the argument that she didn't personally pull the trigger on like any of the deaths, even though she did on one of them.
Sure.
No! This isn't
I'm
just
not
some
arguing
game
that she's
to us.
right. She's clearly wrong.
It's murder! Plain and simple! You stole our memories, invented reasons for us to do it! You pushed us all into a corner! It's all your fault!
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you? That must be your hope.
I mean, it's
huh?
part of it.
But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter. We have to draw things to a close soon.
We also have to reveal that she wasn't lying.
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about. Oh, and also.
Do we still have to
since this will
vote?
be the last vote, I decided to change the rules.
What?
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished.
The hope or the
If
despair?
even one of you votes to punish hope, well then, I'll consider that a win for me and punish everyone on the side of hope.
What?
If it's just one person?
Oh, but don't worry. I won't be voting, of course.
Even if you don't, you've still got the upper hand in all this.
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
I mean, they consider it. I mean, if the world outside is true, there's nothing else for anything.
You guys, you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
You mean we just...
We'd have to just live here?
She's saying she'll let us live.
If you're not happy with that, then go ahead and punish me. And make your
Well,
way
this is
to the
interesting.
outside world.
Which way are they gonna go on
After a world
this?
Fallen from grace, where only despair
Because
exists,
it's betting on whether or
you'll
not she's
likely be
lying.
dead within a day.
But it's a
What are you
permanent
saying?
choice.
So no matter what, we're doomed.
Wait a sec! I just got hit with an inspiration bomb! Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? The audience at home isn't gonna dig that at all! So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment!
What? You can't just.
Do you mean to say you'll execute one of us?
And I get to decide who's gonna have to. Makoto, you're up!
Me? Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
How do you hate him
Clear.
more than you hate
Everyone has
Kyoko?
two choices in front of them.
He hasn't been doing enough
Kyoko's
shit as
never been in
her.
the game,
If a
but
single person votes for Hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out. ensuring you all
You're gonna
die
die
horrible
and
deaths in the
somehow
outside
manage
world.
that?
What I'm saying is, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
She's gonna blow up the school.
Has your resolve
I would imagine she can self-destruct the building. I mean, she rigged it with apparently tons of gun turrets.
It's okay. You're right. It would seem all of those around you have realized the
Well, of course it's futile if you're gonna fucking build the rules in exactly the way you want it to
Your
be.
lovely faces, eroded by despair, have come
And also just
together
adding
as
new
one.
rules on the fly.
Besides, Kyoko, you could never betray your father, could you?
What?
I mean,
Yeah, what? He's dead. Why would she care?
all of you would survive, right? That's why he tried to trap you all here. The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's wishes.
Kyoko, one person's despair is enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
So, who do you think's gonna give in? Who?
No one. We're not gonna lose to you!
So boring. Stubborn till the very end, huh? Well, that's fine. Then let's just hurry up and get it over. It's time for the final vote.
And your stupid life.
So what should we pick?
Well, we die if we don't pick to punish the
Yeah, but do you want to die? We could die as a character. We get the ultimate. We get the ultimate choice of killing
As long
Makoto.
as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die,
Hope is the bullet.
that would be the end of
That's
Hope's Peak
that's
Academy.
schmaltzy as hell.
I don't actually recall what I shoot.
By the way,
I haven't had
the
to
air
play this
outside is
once.
totally polluted, you know.
Is it?
The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air
I mean, to be honest, I
purifiers in the
think that she's
physics
telling the truth, because then why would this spin-off game exist if it's like, it's taking place outside where everything is perfectly fine?
halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
Wait, that's how you're gonna force us all? And well, it's polluted anyway,
All
so
of
we
you
die
will have
either
to
way.
leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
Shoot hope, shoot despair with hope.
Yeah, my guess is I have to shoot all the dots.
So, what are you gonna do?
That'd be a good
I
one.
haven't seen anything
Is
to
that
shoot
what
other
you
than
want?
dots. Oh, I can't shoot her dot. What the fuck?
Is she gonna vote against us? Or maybe that's gonna be
I
the.
take damage for hesitating on this one. Okay, that's
Well,
good.
Well, yeah, but they just gave you the
We won't
answer.
give up.
I mean, I already knew the answer. I just
As
didn't
long
know.
as
Well, they
there's
also
hope,
gave you the answer
we'll never
anyway.
give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
Got the wrong button.
Don't lose hope now.
I have 22 minutes though, so we're fine.
All my fortune-telling senses are telling me not to leave this place.
Also, Makoto, your visions told you not to leave. Don't you believe in your own visions?
Moving forward, right? So even if it's hard, even if we're scared, we don't have any choice. I want to keep on living. I want to open the next door. There must be something new waiting for me.
I'm thinking the fact that everyone else is gonna be shot full of hope is going to convince Kyoko to continue living.
No matter what, I need to get out of here.
Because it's gotta be a total
The whole
vote.
fortune-telling thing doesn't matter anymore. What matters is my own gut feelings.
Which are literally your fortune-telling
We
feelings.
won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end.
I
of
thought they'd
Hope's
do
Peak
this like,
Academy.
you know, not having us repeat shit.
Decided to have faith in myself.
I'll fast forward.
By the
next
way,
time.
the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Don't lose hope now.
This is kind of an interesting use of the trial mechanic.
And I was thinking, at a
Rather
time
than
like
defeating
this,
arguments, convincing
would
them to
Sakura do?
believe.
You only get stronger by taking adversity by the horns. Confront that thorny path with enthusiasm. That sounds like something she'd say, right? No. I think that's definitely
I don't know.
what she'd
Was
say,
she
which is why
one for like pithy sayings?
Yeah,
historical. As long as it sounds like Japanese
I've made up my mind.
kind of stuff. She'd say stuff like that.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope,
Yeah, I need to
we'll
do that.
never give
so
up.
I'm not gonna speed it
If
up.
I were to die, that would be the end.
By
the way, the only reason is thanks to the say whatever you want. If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come.
We have to convince Genocide Jill of moving on?
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more interesting.
I mean, do you think we could even convince Toko?
Actually,
No, like, she has no reason to live ever.
I don't think Toko would have. Like, I'm glad Jill's the one voting.
Oh,
Ironically, Genocide Jack is the only thing that gives her purpose.
We won't give up.
Yeah.
Is just to kill
As
people.
long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that
Which
would
is
be
real
the end.
fucked up.
By the way, the only reason is thanks to the say whatever you want. If I die, in other words, the communal life you've all. I can keep on living as long as all of you will have to leave.
How are we gonna convince
You'll have to go
Byakuya?
into the world outside.
Considering the things
where
that he
only death
relies on
and
for his own
despair
self-value are
waiting.
gone. I mean, he's still here, but
Don't lose
still.
hope now.
I actually think he has the strongest reason.
What's the matter?
He does?
Yeah.
You're not actually trying to encourage me, are you?
Well, someone has to, for some reason.
Ridiculous. It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair.
That's not a reason, that's just the
misunderstand
thing.
me. I couldn't care in the
that's not
slightest
his
what
reason.
happens to you. I just have to keep my word. I swore I would
That's
end
not
the
his
life
reason
of the
either.
mastermind.
Well, it's
Maybe
part
that's
of
about
it.
later.
Besides, the Togami family isn't dead.
That's his
because
reason.
I'm still alive. So until I can restore the Togami family and bring it greater glory than it's ever known,
We won't give up.
So now we have to...
As
Games-
long as there's
now
hope,
that
we'll
she's the only
never
one
give up.
left, the game's theme is
If I were
playing.
to die,
The, like,
that would be
boot
the
game
end
up,
of
this
Hope's
is the song
Peak
that
Is
we
this the
know.
game's theme? Why haven't we heard it before?
Decided to have
It's when you
faith
boot
in
up the
myself.
game, and it was during the opening.
Oh, there it
by
is.
the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason
This
we're
badass
okay
theme is gonna convince you,
is
Kyoko.
thanks to
You
the
better
air
fucking
purifiers
deal
in
with
the
it.
physics lab.
I actually
Say
do like
whatever
the
you
name-
want.
name-
I've made my decision. If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die,
I mean, if you told me that Junko would have been the ultimate antagonist, I wouldn't have believed you.
I can keep on living as long as I have my master's love.
all of you will
It's like,
have
how
to
the fuck
leave.
are they gonna manage that?
You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
But it's also a world where Byakuya is gonna point constantly at people.
So, what are you gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
Don't lose hope now.
I didn't really know my father, so I can't pretend to know what he was thinking. But even if we're just connected by blood, he would never want us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here. I can't explain why exactly. But if I'm sure of any just because we don't actually know anything, does that mean we can't understand? Could it be that... No, never mind. So, Makoto, I don't think you wound up at this school because you had good luck or bad luck. I think you came here for a different reason entirely.
What?
Cheesiest thing of this game?
You came here to bring down the
He's the ultimate
despair.
hope.
You came here to confront despair without ever giving
That's
up.
so schmaltzy.
And if that's true, the
I
ultimate
don't like it.
What do you think?
You also guessed that earlier on, by the way.
are
You
you?
just thought it was Kyoko. But you did guess that someone was the ultimate hope.
She deserved it more.
So uncool.
What do we have to use that to as the final bullet?
So uncool.
That's the goddamn
so
rhythm game
unhip.
against Junko.
Shut up, shut up, shut up.
Lame.
I hate the rhythm game across the series. It's weirdly wonky.
Yeah, it's absolutely wonky.
You suck. What do you want?
You suck,
So
huh?
uncool. You dare.
Like,
dare to stand
I
against
can't
us?
see it.
Yeah, I know, I can see that you can't see it.
Who are you? Your idiocy ends here.
They just immediately hit you with the fucking tempo super speed up and negative at the same time.
No, I activated the super speed because it gives me infinite bullets, and I can just spam my buttons.
What do you want? So uncool.
There's no punishment for missing
Hope
a
is
beat.
a joke.
It's just I don't shoot.
Who are you?
Would you like to die?
You're gross. Suffer from despair.
Everything is pointless!
Despair.
Hope keeps on going. I refuse to give up. I refuse to get bored. I refuse to throw it all away. I refuse to despair. Because all I have going for me is the desire to keep moving forward.
What's going on? What's happening?
They're voting. Oh god, that
This
was a
one,
lot.
I feel like we can't get all A's in. There's no way, right? Yeah,
No.
we got B at 1.
You got you got A. You also got 130 coins.
It looks like we've reached the end. I think it may be time to vote.
We just gotta pull the lever, right?
Good. I'm ready to go.
Let's put an end to these trials. Put an end to the
genocide.
killing.
Just a hearty laugh.
With our own hands.
I already laugh at what?
So that's all she said. Like, everybody's like, yeah, let's do it, guys. And then hers was just her weird laugh.
How the hell did it end up being Junko?
The hell?
Indeed.
I lost? Well, that's just... What the heck? Well, that's just totally the best!
What?
So this is despair. And now true despair.
I don't know, I still think the end of the world is a bigger despair than that, but
And now
Well, she didn't have to face it. She was in the shelter box with us.
that's true.
So what kind of ironic punishment could Junko think of for herself?
Huh? Anyway.
Totally the best!
Not possible. Don't make me repeat myself.
I still don't like Byakuya, but this last chapter did a little bit more to redeem for him than I thought it would.
The later half of the game, he starts to redeem himself more.
Hey.
After he loses in the Sakura case, where he like fails to see his suicide as an option, he starts to get better.
Yeah, but I still don't understand why people really like him.
There's one last thing.
I mean, he's better, but a little bit. I mean, at least I got the Kyoko part right. She'd managed to survive that chapter.
It's fine, it's fine.
It can't be.
Yeah, why not? I already rigged up the Crush-O-Mator anyway.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! How many times do I have to tell you? Don't get in my way! So this is how the despair of death feels.
What is it gonna happen? Is it just gonna, like, drop a piano on her?
Even a tenth of this despair.
Funny, but no.
Even 100th.
I want every last
I do
soul
think
on
the
this
piano does
planet
get
to
dropped on
taste such
someone eventually,
despair. I want
Is
the
he
entire
gonna be the ultimate
world
clown?
to die with that despair in its mouth. Okay, let's do this. I've reserved an extra special punishment for last. Let's give it everything we've got.
Are you gonna be like launched out of the building?
Punishment time!
Nah.
What the fuck is it? It's going crazy. She just willingly walks.
Yep, instead of being dragged.
Precarious balancing on... I mean, it can't just be that, right? It has to be something more elaborate. Not just gonna be a normal hanging.
Nope. If you notice, those are all the backgrounds from all the punishments.
They do look familiar.
Yep.
The 1,000 blows? Oh wait, it's just all of them?
He's going to go through all of them.
But she died. She can't die again.
I'm not sure how she managed to survive it enough, but...
Also, how did she not get turned into a pancake? Oh wait, she got the first one too?
Yeah, she even gets the fake one.
But you're turbo dead, what are you doing? Well, I mean, it was an interesting story.
Not quite done yet, but...
Well, I mean, it's essentially over. What are they gonna do? They're just gonna walk outside and see that it's fucked up?
I think the game actually just has the door open after...
Also, how are they going to explain this? Like, from the outside, the building looks perfectly fine, but from the inside, it looks like a ridiculous prison. That Hope's Peak was Despair's Peak at the same time.
Well, they put metal plates over the windows and stuff to protect themselves from people from the outside. That's the only reason why it's caged up. Other than that, it's a normal. It's a normal school. Other than like the plates on the windows and stuff. And then yeah, the areas where shit went wrong, but shit went wrong because the world was ending. Before that's stuff that happened before.
Yeah, I suppose no one at that point is really gonna care what the school looks like.
Yeah.
Come on, we have to see the outside. Don't cheap out on this game. Well, yeah, things changed. You left. A full epilogue, huh? Yeah, other people deserve to live instead of you fuckers.
Yep, these are our 6 survivors of the first killing game.
You know, I'll make a bet on the sequel. I'm gonna bet on 4 survivors. I think they're gonna do less.
Alright, you think the next game 4 people are gonna survive?
Are they gonna allow us to open the door?
Yeah, we just get to talk to... Everybody's gonna talk one more time.
Makoto.
Do the honors of opening the door. The giant button that has a key in it.
So,
Yeah, it's over. The school's fucking up right now. We have to leave.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished,
I will force you out. In
other words...
But...
No, I don't think she'd pull something that dumb.
It's true.
It wouldn't even be that interesting of a rug pull. It'd be like just a what the fuck moment. How's the game end? The school exploded.
My beautiful scissors!
That's enough.
anyway.
But
Shutting her down hard, classic.
For serious.
Did Leon seriously have to die? Couldn't we have replaced him with Hero? Leon would have been infinitely better.
And Leon died right away. I have no idea what made them choose who they chose. Like,
They chose like at least two of like the worst characters they could have.
Yeah. So like.
It'd be like Hifume surviving.
Well, yeah.
Ugh.
So the characters I personally don't like. From a story perspective, how you're going to use them potentially going forward.
Am I wrong?
Or like how they're supposed to survive the apocalypse. I don't understand how the ultimate clairvoyant and the ultimate swimmer matter. Genocide could be useful, not Toko. Toko's actually a liability, so that's a difficult thing.
Well, it's not like they're gonna stay together. They're gonna go their separate ways.
But Kyoko and Byakuya.
Well, Kuya's already planning to go his separate way.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's not like any of these idiots can rebuild a business. He's probably just gonna have you murdered the second that he leaves. I don't think the economy exists anymore, Hina. At least Hero is thinking straight.
And I'll just get some flour and make them myself.
Oh, she's gonna become the ultimate farmer. What the fuck is Hero gonna do?
I think there's
How about that?
ultimate agricultural person in one of the stories. I swear there's an ultimate agricultural.
Well, they're not gonna be called the ultimate agricultural person.
No, but I don't think there's an ultimate farmer.
I mean, if it's gonna be agriculture, it's most likely gonna be farmer.
Right, but
The ultimate rice baller.
no, I don't think there is an ultimate farmer. I think I'm confusing them with the person from the second game whose ability I do know 100%. You'll meet them 2 weeks from now, because that's when we'll start that game.
Now we're immediately jumping into the next project, because that's how we roll here.
Goodbye. And goodbye to Sakura. But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
I want to see the apocalypse
Hey
again.
guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know.
You know how much I hate being annoyed, but if something does come up, you may as well let me know. I can't guarantee I'll actually bother listening, but, you know.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing. I might be able to pull it off. A story.
I can't say I'm sorry about what
I'm really
happened,
glad you
but
skipped
still,
that.
It does feel kind of strange.
Honestly, just
I
reduce all of
really
Toko's
don't know
lines
what to
entirely.
I guess we...
I will state that what she said
Graduated?
there has some use. What she said is she's gonna write their story. Because she said it was a story about her and Master, but also the others.
What are you talking about? Your hope's not spreading. It's not even outside.
It will spread once it gets outside. Or gets his goal.
Well, how do we know he's not immediately gonna get crushed by despair? Since, you know, it's taken hold and shit. Yeah, they got the whole animation going. No, don't do that. Don't do just a white screen. We need to actually see what's outside. What the fuck is that? It's like a giant portal?
That's just the white screen you're talking about that you don't want. Because I swear to God, the anime ended with the white screen. I can't say for sure that the game's gonna end with white screen.
Oh, are you serious? They didn't even establish if it was actually what happened. It was like the world fucked up or not.
Every other game, it's a thing.
Are you serious? They're gonna white screen us every time?
No, they don't white screen us every time.
Wait, you just skip the credits?
Yeah.
How are you alive?
Interesting. Things are getting very interesting indeed. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not a
Yeah, we know
player.
that. You're a robot.
And I am
You're also a personality by a person who's
this
dead.
School's headmaster.
What? How was that possible? Considering the facts of what we know. What is that? What is the Easter egg? That wasn't an Easter egg.
No, that wasn't an Easter egg, but the item we got.
That was just we stuck around for the. Well, we didn't stick around for the credits.
That item wasn't for watching the end credit scene. It was. That's not what that item was for. That item was for just complete.
I'm kind of surprised that. I guess it was so interesting that we stayed up for the whole thing.
It's 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it's pretty late, but I was kind of riveted by it. I think it's probably didn't end as interesting as Lee as I kind of hoped for it, but
I personally think the second one's better. And
I think
the second one.
I think
would,
reducing it down to one of the students was I think there needed to be more of an organization behind it.
Yeah, and we'll find out more details about exactly how the end of the world got started in the second game, and then we'll find out even more details.
You're just chomping at the bit to get to the sequel, aren't you?
Oh, I love the second game. The second game is my favorite of them.
I think I'm going to be more excited by the end of this trilogy because I want to get real pissed off.
You want to see how bad it ends?
I want to get pissed. I'm always up for a bad game.
Well, so V3 is actually arguably the best game until the last trial.
Oh, they really just shit the bed at this moment in that game?
No, to me it's 100% intentional. Like, I hands down believe the
Well,
design
it can be an intentional shitting the bed.
Fair enough. But yeah, so the entire third game has the third game has some of the most creative stuff, the most interesting characters, a bunch of crazy stuff. It has all these questions that get raised that sound like they're going to be super interesting, and then the last trial punches you as hard as it can and tells you to go fuck yourself. And I hate it.
Well, since we'll pontificate on this later, and since it's so late, why don't we just give our final thoughts on this one, since now we've seen the whole thing.
I love the first game. I think the roster of the first game isn't as strong as the rosters of the other games.
I really enjoyed this one. Its twists aren't my favorite twists ever, but I think it had some pretty good ones. I think the game, ultimately, what's going to be best in its favor is that it is really, really clever. And while I kind of hate when games do that thing where it's like, oh, we're super clever and we hit it under 3 different layers of vague, veiled hints, it's like, sometimes they really hit it right, like, for the perfect way of how they wrote themselves out of it. Like, they had some really good cases. Yeah. And even though it can still get a bit iffy on the differentiation where it's not like, we don't need to prove it 100%, we just need to come up with something that sounds good enough. Because that's the point.
It's not an actual, like, legal court case. It's a group of people trying to figure out what happened to the best of their ability and hope they get it right.
Which can be a bit iffy when they come up with something and it's like, well, why don't they just say something? And it's like, it's a bad argument.
Yeah, but sometimes leaps have to be made, and then, yeah, a lot of the characters across the series are not the smartest. The roster of the first game has the dumbest people. Like, the people
This is how stupid it gets.
I personally believe Hero is the dumbest individual.
Yes.
As far as intelligence go, he's the dumbest individual out of the entire series. And then Toko is kind of like the most unsettling of like how they act. Like,
I would still argue she's probably the most disgusting character.
Yeah, that's what I mean by unsettling. I'm just using
I've said it before, from minute one, I would not have fucking bet on Toko going as sour as she did. I thought she was going to be the more typical quiet character who barely says anything but is occasionally useful. Like, the fact that Genocide Jack is somehow her better half, is completely ridiculous.
Yeah. In the second game, you'll meet. I'm trying to remember. The problem is I have a hard time remembering all of their names because every game has 16 students.
I'm amazed that starting out, I was able to hit, like, all 15. I could, like, 3 parts ago, I could not tell you everybody. Like, I just forgot.
The character who I'm gonna say is probably gonna bother you the most in the second game is probably gonna be, I want to say his name is Teru.
Teru is his full name?
That's his first name. I don't remember his last name.
Because I'm not going to call him Teru unless he's really good. I'm just going to call you Teru and fuck off.
Pretty sure even the roster calls him Teru.
You're just Teru.
He's probably the character you're gonna like the least, because if Toko was the super like sexual thirsty one, Teru's the guy who wants. He's the pervert. Like that's one of his tropes.
I mean, the problem with your typical pervert character is it probably can work if it's like really suave and smooth, or if it's funny. Like if it's funny, you can get away with it. If it's not funny, then it's just cringy and hard to watch.
I was gonna say, I personally don't think Teru's all that funny, but maybe you'll find it more funny. I don't know. We'll find out. He doesn't say as disgusting of things. I don't think as from memory, he doesn't say as disgusting things as Toko.
I think part of it was just the character art they did for her. It's like she says horrible things and she looks horrible doing it.
I'm pretty sure we still get salivating at the mouth for I think we get it less often, but
because like
you will meet my favorite characters in the entire series in the second game. Like all of my favorites are in the second.
A good example of how it can be done right is honestly Brock from Pokemon, is that it works for him because it's not on the screen all the time, and it's also pretty funny when it does happen because he immediately gets called out and shit on for doing that.
We'll have to wait 2 weeks, and then you get to meet a new roster of 16 students.
I'm
thoughts on it.
I'm a lot more excited for this than I ever thought going for originally, because like the setup is exactly my sort of shit. Like I like these like mystery upon mystery things that just unravel over time. I thought it could have been paced a little bit better. Maybe the headmaster sort of thing could have been done in the previous chapter instead of having the whole mystery package right at the end.
Yeah. I definitely think maybe some of the final clues could be put into the previous chapter. I was thinking about it earlier this week. I was like, why does Danganronpa like save so much of the final hints for the very last chapter? Like, sure, there's like a photo here and there, and like a thing here and there. Like, there is stuff, but like, why is it so heavily in the back? And I was like, I think it's because the game wants you to focus
on the cases.
Each individual case as it comes up, and that's why the final case is the solving of all of it. But they want you to also keep in mind that there will be a big mystery to solve at the end. They're just not going to work at having you solve it at that time because they want you to be solving the cases. And I think they also want you to be engrossed with the over-the-topness of all the characters, right? You have all these over-the-top, larger-than-life characters as your roster in every game. And I think if you made the game from start to finish really heavily focusing on the end mystery, I feel like you would get to focus on the individual characters and how like batshit they can be at times, like how absolutely crazy over the top they could be. And I personally, that's my favorite part of this game series, is like how over the top all the characters are and like how over the top their quote unquote ultimate skills are.
Well, I think that was a good idea in the end because, if anything, the characters, just by the nature of the game, are the game's biggest strength. Because they're fully fleshed out, they're not everyone I agree with, but they have perspectives, they have individual desires, they have skills, things they can do. Like, they just feel like the characters that they really needed to be. And to the point where Sayaka was in my top 3 and still is. And she dies immediately.
Right. And going forward with the next game, you'll probably do it again, but also maybe for the final, like when we finally beat the second game, combine the two lists, right? Let's see where everybody stands if you take both games into account.
Well, I'll do that. I'll do that for posterity next time because I'm not gonna rattle it off now because I don't want to fucking think that heavily on it now. Next week before we start, because I'm not gonna have a journal, I'll do a top 15 and we'll just rattle off the list.
Yeah,
because I'm not gonna put Makuro on the list because honestly, considering how it went down, I don't even know if she counts.
To be honest, because I've never played it in the first game, once you beat the game, you unlock you can go hang out with everybody.
Yeah, you can.
So you can get all that conversation that you missed because, you get to hang out with people during your free time and you get to learn more about their lives. But the characters who die right away, there literally isn't enough time in the game before they die to get their entire story. Like, you can hang out with Sayaka every single time you can try to hang out with someone.
Every time, free roam.
Not get very far. You will not get very far. So
not a lot to her. Oh wait, no.
No, it's not that there's not a lot to her. It's the fact that she dies and there isn't enough.
Yeah, that's what you're getting at.
To get to there's not enough hangout sections of game time to get through all of her stuff. I didn't do it for everybody in 2, but after I completed 2, I did go and do it for some of the characters in 2.
For the ones that deserved it.
For the ones that were my favorite. But
I don't think it's going to be a mystery that my top 3, I don't know which order it would be in. Is going to be Sayaka, Kyoko, and Chihiro.
But yeah,
I don't think it's a big mystery.
When it comes to Makuro, I don't know in that hangout mode if she's there. That's my thought of maybe where she is.
They didn't bother to write her a character?
Maybe they put her there, and the Junko that's there is the actual Junko, and then because Junko you also can't get too many conversations in.
Yep.
But Mukuro pretending to be Junko could tell you a bit about Junko's life because they're sisters. But I'm curious if Mukuro does stuff in if she's in that mode. I don't know for sure. I do know she's in the anime of because there's the Danganronpa, the animation, which is just an animated version of the first game. Then, at the end of that anime, they hint that they're going to do an anime of the second game. They decided not to. So what they did instead is there's an anime called Danganronpa 3. And Danganronpa 3 is a weirdly designed anime in the sense that there's a despair side and a hope side. It's so you have Danganronpa 3, despair side and hope side. And so if you think of it like a DVD, there's 2 DVDs. But the thing is, you flip-flop DVDs between episodes. Now, that's probably not how if you buy a DVD of this, it's probably not how it's actually presented. But the idea is it's called Despair Side and Hope Side, and what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to watch one episode, then flip it to the other side, watch the other episode, so on and so forth. So there's 2 episode 1s, 2 episode 2s, and so on and so forth.
That is a weird idea.
And one of the sides takes place entirely after the events of the second game, and the other one takes place entirely before the first game. So you have a prequel and a sequel. And you start with the sequel, and then you jump to the prequel. And as you learn stuff in one show, it starts to be oh yeah, I see. Because there's things you learn from the prequel, from the past, that you're oh, now I'm seeing how that affected the future. Or there's a detail you learn in the future that when it comes up in the past, you're oh, there it is, right? I didn't watch it that way, so I missed out on that. Because I watched all of the prequel, and then I watched all of the sequel, which is really confusing because the very first scene of the sequel is a character narrating who I didn't know who they were because I was supposed to watch the first episode of the sequel side first, because it goes sequel side, prequel side.
Yeah, that's a very odd way of doing it.
Yeah, but sometime maybe you can watch it, and then do maybe just a video of us talking about it after the fact. Because it is canonical to the main series games. It ties in stuff from Ultra Despair Girls, and it ties in stuff from Danganronpa 1 and 2. V3 being non-canonical, and an entirely new story. Because, eventually there's, the mystery of certain things is all burnt out, right? with the apocalypse being a thing that happened, you either have to place V3 after they somehow manage to recover from the apocalypse and whatnot, or you place it in an entirely different continuity.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of hard for them to say that they recovered from the apocalypse without saying how, because otherwise it's gonna be a really cheap story moment where it's like, well, how did they fix everything? Well, they just did.
Yeah, and so I think going into V3, some players did think it took place after the apocalypse at the beginning. Once you get to the end, you know for sure that's not a thing. I personally never thought that, because I thought certain details from the very beginning that they were talking about that like happened, I was like, this seems too, like, this seems like we have to be like hundreds of years after the apocalypse for the world to have recovered to this point. But technology hasn't like advanced in any crazy way that I understand from watching the show. So like, clearly, or like playing the games and watching the show. So clearly, to me, it was a new continuity, and I think right off the bat, you know, within like the first 30 minutes, you kind of learn that, hey, either this is far in the future or it's an entirely new continuity.
Well, speaking of future projects, just to get this in on the end, next week I have spun my random wheel and gotten my game. It's going to be something super simple. We're going to be going back to the old way of doing things. I'm just going to be buying a game off of Steam. We're going to be playing it and seeing what all the fuss is about. Because on the first second I boot it up, I think you're going to instantly figure out what I spun. Because it's well known, but it's not AAA.
I wonder if I've played it.
I imagine that everyone saw it.
Okay.
It's not gonna be a diamond in the rough. I'm gonna say that.
Yeah. If it's one that everybody knows, there's a chance I've played it, because I do like to play a lot more indie games nowadays than AAA stuff. It's not that AAA stuff's bad. Like, I do enjoy AAA stuff, but like whenever I find a game that like really takes me nowadays, it seems like it's almost always a indie-ish game. Because I know what have I played this year that really took me? Bug Fables really took me for a while. I still never finished it, but I really enjoyed what I did of it. Same with Spirit Fair, that's what it's called. Which I think was on your list, come to think of it, wasn't it? Maybe that's the game.
Now we can discuss that later when my list becomes unlisting things.
That's fair.
But I will say, this won't give it away, but this is not one of my random choices. This isn't something I pulled out of an LP just because someone mentioned it. This was a game that I deliberately put on the list because I heard about it. I was interested to see where it goes, and I think there's going to be stuff to talk about at the very least. This isn't going to be Clock Tower 3 again. At least I hope it isn't. So yeah, interesting game. Very surprising that there was something out there that managed to pique both of us at the same time.
What? This game? Danganronpa?
Yeah, because discussing things before, it seems like our tastes are so wildly different.
At times, yeah. But I mean, there's been several times across this, us playing stuff that we both really enjoyed the game. A lot of times, though, it's for very different reasons. Because we both enjoyed Mass Effect. I enjoyed it a lot more than you did.
That was a good romp, though.
Sometimes when we talk about television, there's shows that we both like, because you like She-Ra and I like She-Ra, but once again we both like it for different reasons.
Yeah, I think we had different. Well, just to put a pin in it, the pin was that I think you more appreciated the ending. I got the most out of the end of season 3.
Yeah.
Which was amazing. Like, just the despair making that happen and how it turned out was ridiculous.
Yeah, now I'm trying to run through in my head all the games we've ever played on.
Because it was literally like someone running in and being like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna fucking do this, even though it sounds like a terrible idea, and then they just smash the button.
What was that game we played that was like for the Nintendo, and it was like a Japanese only game you could translate?
Oh yeah, Metal Slayer Glory was a good
that
one.
That game was absolutely fucking amazing because of how bad it was. Like,
oh.
So, like, with video games in me, that's hard. With television in me, that's easy. Like, I'm a fan of watching things that are absolute train wrecks. I have trouble playing through absolute train wrecks.
Oh, I think it's interesting to play through train wrecks, especially when it's not just the standard, this game is so hard that it makes me want to kill myself, but it's just like, how the fuck did this even get on screen with no one stopping this?
Yeah, like, story-wise, if a story is a train wreck, I always like that, but, like, I can't play through train wrecks. Like, if the gameplay is a train wreck and the story is a train wreck, or just the gameplay is a train wreck, I get frustrated and I just go, nah, I'm not gonna suffer through this. But, like, if the story is, like, absolutely fucking garbage, I love it, because you never know what's gonna happen. It's like, this writer clearly had no idea what they're talking about or what they're doing or what they're even thinking, and, like, every turn is a new fucking crazy moment, and that's what I love about those kinds of things.
I mean, that's a
critical example of things I love for that.
Okay.
Is, of course, always the greatest book ever written, My Immortal, by whatever the fuck. It's the Harry Potter fan fiction.
No, I know. I actually did watch the YouTube adaptation that you suggested, and
or
it's constant oof moments over and over again.
But did you watch the dramatic reading, or did you watch...
I watched the reading, and I think it was about 2 hours long.
That's the one I always watch, because someone tried to make like a live action, like actual like film
really
of it on YouTube, and I've watched, but I don't know if that goes all the way to the end or if they like stopped like making it after so long. But what I always like to listen to if I ever pull it up is like I think he's British or something. He's got like a bit of an accent. And he sits and he reads it, and like when it starts up, it's bum 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 ba da bum, like it's classical music, and it's he's just having a good time, and then he like reads all the author's notes, and
you need the author's notes. That's half of the cringe.
You need the author's notes to that book.
It's so
like,
bad.
If anybody watching this wants to know what crap.
Not only is it terrible and grammatically wrong, it's also phonetically done. Like, terrible spelling on top of it. It's just perfect.
So that's my favorite part about the dramatic reading that I prefer to listen to, is he intentionally pronounces the words how the author wrote them. So if they're misspelled, he mispronounces them.
Oh.
He reads it as it's written. So, like, in the author's notes, like, the best example is when she starts getting really fucking pissed off like, prep, stop flaming my story. She puts a bunch of exclamation points.
All the slang, it's ridiculous.
She takes her hand off shift as she hits all those explanation notes. So they become
one.
They became ones, and this person who does the dramatic reading reads all the ones. So he'll just go, "Prep, stop flaming my story, 1 1 1 1 1," and it's just amazing.
It's like it's not just regular failure. It's 3 or 4 failures simultaneously stacked on top of each other.
And Jeff, if you didn't know this, when he takes the long pauses, like when it's like, it was Dumbledore, that's because she wrote ellipses into her story, and he pauses for the ellipses. Because I've read the physical versions of it too, and there are ellipses typed in. So, which is something as a writer, and as someone with an English degree with a focus in writing fiction, you don't write ellipses very often. Like, it's a very rare tool. Like, I won't say you never use it. I'm just saying always hesitate if you're using it. And this girl uses them constantly.
So yeah, if you ever have some time to spare, I wouldn't recommend reading it. I don't know if you I don't know. I don't know if you want to put the effort in reading it, but getting someone to read it for you, I think it'd be real good.
I think the dramatic reading is better. Like the YouTube video of the dramatic reading is the better one. Just if not for anything, but the fact that you have like a quasi, because I don't think he's British. It just sounds British to me, but maybe he's British. But you have like this guy pretending it's a very sophisticated book while reading it, and it's clearly trash written by a 12-year-old goth girl who has no idea what she's doing, or it's written by the greatest troll of all time.
Was it
up for debate?
Was it even written? Was it written so long ago that trolling might not even have been a thing?
It would have been the early days of like when trolling and stuff would have been a thing.
So yeah, that's our recommendation for horrible fan fiction of all time. I was gonna rattle off I want to discuss, because like even though the game isn't all that good, I did show it to you. It was actually the first project we did back before we even decided to do Mass Effect, but you had mentioned it before and I thought it would have been a good counterbalance was Metal Gear Acid is one of my favorite games, and the big reason why I love it so much is that it's consistently doing ridiculous things and pulling things out of its ass. And you have no idea where it's going at any point in time just because it is so out there.
Unless you're me. In which case you called it rather early on. But at least I called like who the bad guy was.
You did call that, which in retrospect is a lot more obvious than it needed to be. Because I took it at face value on my first playthrough. I'm like, okay, we have a psychic on the team, sure. Well, why not? Because I had been conditioned for Metal Gear Solid, so I could be like, yeah, a psychic, sure. That could be a thing.
Today, that's really the only Metal Gear Solid I've played to like any worthy extent. Is that one we played, the very first one we played. I have watched someone play parts of Snake Eater, and I myself have played like the first hour of Phantom Pain, and that is it.
It's not Metal. Well, they turned it open world, so it's kind of not like basically anything like anything previously they've done.
The wacky world shenanigans, I guess, but yeah, gameplay-wise, it's different.
So yeah, wacky, ridiculous story for me can on a rare occasion work. Because if you go balls out, like it kind of turns into a unique experience.
Yeah, I think if you go turbo wacky, that's when shit gets good. Like if you try to be wacky but also serious with it, then it's bad. But like Danganronpa's good because it leans into its over-the-topness.
It did support it properly, because like I don't think it would have went anywhere if they had even like minorly reduced the quality of the actors they got. Like if everyone wasn't fully committed to this, I don't think it would have worked.
And that'll stay. I mean, I can't promise maybe you won't have the same opinion. Maybe you'll think X characters voice acted better. I can't say for sure. But in my experience, I personally think, yeah, the entire series is well voice acted.
Well, that's the good thing, is that even though they, for the obvious reason, kind of like the Pokemon thing, they kind of have to have a few shit characters because there are so many. Even if they are shit characters and I hate them, they are voice acted perfectly.
Yeah. And all the case, like one of the things I really appreciate about the game, especially for like the fact that it started as a handheld game. I think when V3 came out, handhelds, like the PlayStation handheld stuff was kind of dead.
Yeah, Vita was dying at that point.
So I know that game had a simultaneous release on computer and stuff like that. But the first two games were like PSP and PlayStation Vita like exclusive games at the time. And so like in my mind, for the trials to be fully voice acted, like the whole trial, start to end, when you're actually in those trial moments, I think is like absolutely like great. Like, I'm glad they didn't skip the budget there. Because yeah, the whole game's not voice acted. Certain key moments or certain key lines get fully read. Otherwise, you just get these like, every character has like a list of standard.
What are you looking at?
Yeah, standard reaction statements they make, and then they just kind of pair whatever reaction statement carries the same roughly emotion as what the person is saying, even if it's not.
It's close enough. Why not?
Like, if AoE gets caught by surprise, whatever she's saying in the bottom text, you're just gonna get, what the heck? Like, you're just gonna get her saying that, which is like, the one that always sticks in my mind is her, what the heck.
I'll stick with you just because Hina survived.
That's true. So she's one of the characters you hear the most.
God, what a random spread of people to choose survivors for.
Right?
You think they were just like throwing darts at the wall?
So I don't think I had you guess anybody for survivors in the first game because I didn't want to spoil the fact that.
No, I didn't. I didn't want to guess any. I guess I didn't really want to guess any survivors because I'm like, well, I think I'm gonna get hung up on how many people I should pick, and then that's gonna cause a huge problem because then it's just. I think it's a bit too random to really be of any value for the picked survivors, like, by the week.
Yeah.
I think sticking to plants, murderers, and victims, and maybe anything else I could think of for, like, a plant similarity is going to be a good way of still going with it.
I was going to say, if you wanted to, now that you know roughly how many survivors in the first game, you could do it for the other games. You don't have to.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go for it.
Because, like, yes, your odds of getting it anywhere correct is like abysmal. Like every single time, because for the most part you're really just guessing at random. Like, who's gonna get murdered next? Who did it? Like a lot of times, like without any specific details, it's random.
I don't know. I like to think that it's like this could be based on something. This situation could sound interesting. Who's at each other's throats? Who's revealed themselves to be kind of a jerk? It's like people do things that could. I don't think it's entirely random. People have like things they do that curry favor or destroy it, and it's like, you know, who's annoying someone too much.
Gotcha. I'm trying to remember if you successfully guessed. Anybody's death at the proper chapter, or if you guessed anybody's killer correctly. And I think maybe you guessed.
I love how the first perpetrator. My thoughts was Toko. The first murder, I think, is Toko. That was. I
thought she was the first victim, not the murderer.
Well, apparently in my journal, I kept Junko as the victim, killed by Toko.
Anyway, we'll get more Toko.
And then I flipped it around. This might be because I wrote Stream 1 and Stream 2 at the same time. After Night 2, I wrote that Toko would have been killed by Mr. Strict Pants.
Gotcha. But yeah, don't worry, Jeff. You'll get more of Toko. She shows up in Ultra Despair Girls.
Toko makes a reappearance.
Toko makes a reappearance in Ultra Despair Girls, the game that takes place outside of the schools that running around in the apocalypse. You play as, we play as one character, and one of the supporting characters for the whole game is Toko. And Genocide, like Toko/Genocide.
Well, that's gonna be.
I don't know exactly how many other characters do show up, but I know, like, the cover art characters, like, if you were to buy a box of this game, it's silhouettes of Toko and, the protagonist. Like, they're the cover characters.
Out of all the female characters, you picked Toko. It's a weird decision.
Yeah, so Ultra Despair Girls.
I mean, if anyone was gonna be, like, on the front lines doing things, it would be Kyoko. Like, she'd be out, like, fighting for the right, trying to do something.
I can't say whether or not the other characters will or will not show up because I do not actually know the specifics of the events of Ultra Despair Girls. I only know the like some of the characters who at least make it through it because some of them do show up in the Danganronpa 3 anime. But I never bothered to play Ultra Despair Girls until this playthrough when we get to it. I just know that some of the characters in it are very key. They're like there's important details and stuff that pertain to the second game that we cannot have spoiled. So we have to play through the entire second game before we can play Ultra Despair Girls.
Well, after our stream in 2 weeks, I am definitely gonna go online and randomly leaf through Wikipedia again and pull out a spoiler tag that I'm totally not gonna see coming. Because, yeah, even looking at Junko, I'm like, I can't really see it. It's like I accidentally picked out a picture of Mukuro and never realized it.
Depending on how you
Well, no, it would have been Junko anyway.
Depending on how you go about finding them, you could accidentally spoil 2 things easily. Like, this is things you won't miss. Like, it's not like the hairpins are different. Like, this is something sticks out enough, like, for sure. So I might just send you the pictures of the roster, not gonna lie. Just to make sure that you don't accidentally stumble into the spoiler ones.
Well, you're gonna have to be the one doing the due date, because if you miss it, I'm gonna have to do the work.
Send you them like some. Well, no, you probably don't want them tomorrow.
Well, to be honest, like, I think I wrote this journal entry either today or yesterday, so my due dates are basically up until we start.
But my thought is, you know, you want to see the roster for the first time when we play the game. That's my thought.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna write the journal at the start. We're just gonna hit it, and then it's gonna be after that.
Yeah, but my thought is like, well, while it's in my head, I can send you the pictures tomorrow. But if I send you the pictures tomorrow, you know at least the faces of your roster. And let's save it for your first initial moment when you meet them to be the moment you see their face. So
yeah, I think that's gonna be the plan too, just to get the full experience of it.
So two weeks from now, when we're playing the game, after that session, like the next day or that evening, I will, depending on what time we decide to wrap things up, I will send you the pictures for the roster.
But for next week, yet another mystery game from yours truly, because we have officially decided to abandon the Ocarina of Time project for quite a few reasons. That did not turn out as well as I thought.
For the most part, I can see where he is in his game, and he can see where I am in my game, and that's about the extent of what the word multiplayer means. With, like, the one exception being how items sync up and how the keys are not synced up the way they should be.
Yeah, so thanks for joining us once again, and we will see you, I'm thinking Friday this time.